do. And Uksha, on the other hand, has drawn pretty cool stuff. That's the first blank of the game.
Yeah, I see words like Occam, which he set up, or Dumka as well available to Aksha here. I also agree. I think that exchange was definitely the right move there. You don't want to give back so many vowels to play above, under, through. Too many options to give on the first turn. And there's also a bingo here, which I did not know.
Yeah, Daimoku, that's a great find. I believe that's a blank I, so that's going to be 86 points to start things off. A very good start for Uksha, and a very interesting draw for Andrew. He's going to have at least situates through that
Yeah.
blank eye.
Statues as well, right?
But oh wow, statues. Yeah, that's going to hook
And
onto
Daimoku.
Daimoku's if he's sure that that takes an S. Sometimes these Japanese words don't take an S,
Mm.
but in this particular instance, I think Andrew, with his incredible word knowledge, is going to know that this pluralizes.
Yeah, what a start to this game. Exactly the start Aksha wanted, and Andrew with the perfect comeback play. Yeah, I expect Andrew to know Daimoku's, and I think we'll be seeing statues come down pretty soon.
I believe we will. And on the other hand, Uksha drawing both W's and a G and a B. So at first glance, that looks like a pretty awful rack,
Mm.
but he's going to have some playable
Yeah,
combinations. WAW is a
yeah.
word. Okay, so
W
Andrew's playing downward. Very interesting. So that's going to give WAW to the left of the
mm,
ES at least next turn.
yes. Yeah, WAW looks pretty solid. I don't know why exactly he'd do this, but if he wants to get rid of one more of those consonants, something like weblog, or two more consonants, I guess, through the O, would work okay. But I think I prefer WA. The W's are just quite bad.
Yeah, we'll see what Aksha comes up with here. He's already separated the WAW. The BL combination is pretty good, and it makes the G and the B, which are usually really not friends, work okay together. There's many words with BEGL as a combination. And now EWW is another possible play somewhere,
Where is he
but
thinking of playing that
yeah,
in?
I'm not entirely sure. Now, there is something that happens from time to time in Scrabble over the Scrabble board. You notice that blank tile, for those that are a little bit new to Scrabble, that blank tile in the center of the board, we know it's supposed to be an eye and it represents an eye for the rest of the game. But sometimes players will confuse what the tile represents because there's just no way of sort of grasping that in our heads. And we call that blank blindness. Sometimes people will misrepresent it, think it's and the tile next to it, or
Mm.
the next closest vowel. It's if it's a vowel. Maybe they think it's an O. Maybe they think it's an A. So EWW, if that blank was an A or an O, would fit underneath the DA blank. But here we see WAW, nice 30 points. I think this is the most sensible.
Yeah, I think what you were saying is exactly right. I think Akshay probably thought that that blank was another letter, and once he realized, he quickly found his best play of Wa. Like you said, it has the upside of keeping the BL combination. So I like this choice a lot. Over to Andrew now, who picked up the J. He'll be able to score some points, some decent points this turn, I think.
Yeah, so this is a decent rack. The J usually pretty good at scoring points. And on this particular board, there isn't really a great way to score
Mm,
over 30 with the J, but a simple jot
yeah.
to the left of the WA of Wa is a nice 29 points. It doesn't have really any downside to it,
Mm.
and the CERT lead is actually very strong.
Yeah, I like this play of Jot. You're right. It doesn't score a million points, but it takes out the biggest scoring spot on the board, or the two biggest scoring spots, mainly on the left of Wa. Words going down there could score a lot of points. Take that out, keep that super nice CERT leave, as you mentioned, and clean up the rack pretty nicely on this board with a few vowels available to play through for potential bingos next turn for Andrew.
Yeah, and you could use the exact same tiles and score one fewer point to the AS and play Jotas, Jotas, but there's really no reason to do that. Not only does it score one less, it also opens that bottom triple to easy
Mm.
counterplay, JO and JA being two-letter words, and Andrew doesn't even have an A or an O. So there's no reason to do something like that.
Yeah, I see no world in which that's the play of choice. Um,
So yeah, we'll see what Andrew comes up with. I think with racks like this, you're close to stuff like traject, you're close to like injector, stuff like that.
right.
Andrew's just gonna double check he doesn't have anything, and there we go. Jot coming down. This is a very standard decision, and we like it here.
Yes, big love on Uksha's rack.
Big love, yes, nice. Love bug being, is big love a word? I think big
Big
love
love
is
is
a
a
word.
word,
So
love bug also.
it's one letter off of a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. You see the BEGL leave. You drew really poorly IOV, but somehow
Yeah.
actually is pretty close to a lot of stuff.
Also earlier he had set up live bog, hoping there was an L on the board to play live blog. So this is a rack that actually does give some 8-letter words as well. So yeah, like you said, not the best leave, but drew into something that was quite promising and pretty close to a lot of things.
Live blog would be such a great play to see on stream. Not only is it such a low probability word containing a lot of high scoring tiles, it's also a video related word.
Mm. Andrew picking up Cortege, so I expect him to probably be able to get that down on the board at the very least next turn.
Yeah, Cortege fits not up and below the D of Daimoku's, and it's kind of hard to imagine that going away, even if Uksha were to play something on top,
Right.
something like Gob, for example, OD and BA, which I don't think
Yeah.
is a good
Yeah,
move.
that's
That
right.
would still give back Cortege underneath. But
Yeah.
maybe something like Vogue, on the other hand, under the DA would block that.
It could. That would be quite a defensive play. Looks like he has the word Vogue set up, so he could be considering that beneath DO, beneath the D and A of Daimoku's, that is. I think it makes probably more sense to just take the extra points of Bog above the I, M, and or even there is probably better. Not putting the O above or beneath the triple letter score. I think this makes a lot of sense. I don't think defense is really warranted at this point in the game. There's not a ton to indicate that Andrew was close to a bingo last turn.
Well, interestingly, this is going to give back Cortege now with 6
Oh, wow.
overlaps or underlaps, excuse me. So we'll see if Andrew sees what's changed on the board. The B, O, and the OK making it available to put the G and the E underneath. That would be incredible. I did want to mention the engine we're following the game with says that VEGO underneath the DAI of Daimoku's was potentially the best play, and that would have actually led to Cortege being blocked. So Olivine is now the redraw for Uksha, but
No.
wow, this is a terrible miss. I'm so surprised that Andrew didn't notice this.
Oh, I think the blank is making it harder.
Olivine's going to come down now
Wow.
with 4 underlaps.
Wow. Versus after the other placement, there's no way Olivine is coming down.
Unbelievable. What a
Wow.
crazy swing so early in the day.
That's a
So,
huge miss.
of course, we're playing 10 rounds of super high level Scrabble, and we expect that by the end of the day, a lot of the people in this tournament are going to be a little bit fatigued. But also, the first game of the day, there's some fatigue aspects to things. So I feel like midday Andrew Fisher finds Cortege with 6 underlaps. But maybe the first game of the day, last game of the day, that's when he would miss something like this. But this is huge.
Yeah, that's a real big miss. Just gives back so many more options. Even aside from in this scenario giving back a bingo, putting that C in that triple triple lane gives back so many more points to the opponent than the other placement of Cortege, which really locks down the board and cements this lead. He would have it also scored an additional 20 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to understate how big of a mistake this was. Of course, it's not every day that you get to make 6 underlaps with the word such as Cortege, but yeah,
Yeah.
that was very surprising. So Olivine
Yeah.
coming down for 80 now, actually not missing the extra underlaps. This could have fit 2 to the right as well, but actually notices that he can slot it with Dev. So
Mm.
great job by him. And Andrew drawing 6 consonants
Yeah.
here. He's not really going to be able to do much about that open triple, is he, Chloe?
Scurf looks pretty good, I think. SCURF will score quite a bit. He'll use his S, but it's not a board that's great for the S anyway. There's not a lot of places you can put the S at the back of a word, which is where we usually put the S. He could also just play Kerf and set up the S.
Yeah, so Scurf through the Sea of Cortege is a pretty high scoring option. The leave is really, really bad. But you could see something like um, you think just Curve for 13 here?
No, that would be crazy.
But yeah, I think Scurf is a high scoring play. And we're probably gonna see that if he sees that it's possible. The next best option might be to play Turf underneath the OL of Olivine, making Elf and Tor. And that would potentially keep the S. Maybe the S is worth keeping here. I don't think so. The S is usually worth around 10 points to keep. We see the tile values on the letters here. Those don't actually represent the real world value of the letters. They just represent how much those letters are going to score on the board. But the S, although it only scores 1 point, it's worth way more than that. It's such an important tile in Scrabble.
Yeah, I agree. The S not usually worth around 8 to 10 points. In this situation where there's not a great place to hook the S, I think it definitely makes sense to take the extra 13 points for Scurf over the next best option of Turf, which would go underneath the TO and EL, where Cortege and Olivine are.
Yeah, I guess it's just not an obvious find because the leave is so bad.
Mm.
PGT.
Yeah,
You really want to get rid of a G here and the F, but
but there he goes. I
yeah,
like this play.
yeah, nice find. So 42 points. That's going to bring the game exactly even, 219 apiece. So we got another nice game on our hands, starting things off.
Yeah.
Book show with HIILNNR. And the first thing I'm thinking here is the word Nile,
Mm.
Nihil, but I just don't see where that
Mm.
goes on the board.
Yeah. I don't see a spot for it. Another thing
H
to note, Scurf can be extended with just Scurfier, so close to that down the line might make not much sense to keep IR for that if there was a play that's good using it, but a nice thing to keep in mind.
Oh yeah, that's definitely interesting. If you draw the I, so Akshak was considering HIN, I think with HOWE on the bottom right and
Mm.
ITAS. And if he does that, he gets 20 points. If he draws the E, Scurfier is 39. Neither of those two plays are really the average score you want to achieve at this level, but
Yeah.
with a rack like that, maybe that's the best option that Aksha has, I wonder.
Yeah, I don't see much better than Hin for 20, that play you mentioned. Doesn't really give back too much. Putting the N in that triple lane might give some people concern, but of course there are some words that can fit there, some bingos that end in N, but it's not the worst tile to put at the end of a word. It's not the worst thing to give back to your opponent. So that might be Aksha's best option, not because it's so great or inspiring. This leave of ILNR isn't particularly good either. Um, but just because there's nothing that looks much better.
Yeah, so he's going for it. Really, there's only a couple of higher scoring moves available there. He could have just played the H between the O of Cortege and the U of Scurf for 26, but the letters he would be leaving with that are so terrible together. So I think this is probably the best play.
Yeah.
All right,
Ooh,
Andrew has drawn himself an X, so he's probably looking to play that for points. That N in Hin, I guess, gave him the option of playing Exon, but Exogen
yeah,
is even better,
that
getting
looks
rid of the
good.
G. There's a bit of a worry though. If you imagine the word EXOGEN on the bottom row, that E is going to be right below that dark blue square, the triple letter score. And with a lot of high scoring letters available to draw, most or the worst of which is the Z, it's a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, not the play that you never want to be putting a vowel beneath a triple letter score. That said, exogen looks pretty good. There's a fun word available through the BO of that's on the board with Daimoku's and Bog. He could play Peg Box for 36. It scores 6 less than Exogen, um, but doesn't create quite as dangerous of a scoring spot for his opponent.
Peg box, that would be an incredible find. Box words are some of the hardest words to spot at least for me, over the Scrabble board.
Yeah.
It's actually a really nice suffix. There are lots of box words, but it's just so hard to see them. Peg box would be a ridiculous find here,
Yeah, that would be beautiful.
and it's one of the best plays in the position. Another option that the engine is suggesting is just to play Topee through the O of Cortege, Topee,
Wow.
making all those two-letter words, keeping the X behind, and hoping for a better future for it. It's very interesting. Over to Uksha, though, he's drawn into a bingo rack. There are 3 words on this rack: aileron, alienor, and elarion. Now,
Yeah,
do any of them play
I
right
know.
now?
I think only after Exogen.
4 lane, though, will fit
Oh,
from the
4 lane,
F in
yes.
Scurf,
So
so
Topi will actually do the job of blocking everything. Of course, Andrew has no way of knowing what Aksha has and that his bingos don't fit. But if Andrew wants to take a more defensive route and not open up anything new, any new lanes for his opponent, he might consider something like Topi if he sees it.
whoa, that would be a crazy block. I think that might prevent Uksha from getting a bingo down. So it's a sort of an opposite, or actually a similar moment to the Cortege situation, where if Andrew makes a really weird decision or a less or more out of the box decision, I guess, it's going to prevent Uksha from getting a bingo down. So Andrew down to 15 minutes with around half the game still left to be played. There's nothing to worry about in terms of time right now. I think he's using his time pretty wisely, but he's probably considering, do I play Exogen? I feel like after the play of Hin, you can sort of hone in on the sort of letters Uksha would be keeping with a play like that. And I don't believe those are scoring letters. I don't believe that if Andrew thinks about the play of Hin, he's super worried that Uksha kept some scoring letters that will really hurt him after Exogen. However, he could have drawn them. He drew 3 tiles. So Exon coming down instead, this is a little bit, I feel like this is a little bit tame,
Mm.
but it's a sensible play.
Yeah, I think I would have either done something more bold. Yeah, if I'm playing Exxon and playing Exogen and getting rid of the GP combo is really ugly. It's true we forgot to note that Alienor also fits on top, making oboe and rock
Oh,
on top of bog. We
okay.
forgot about rock. But 4 lane going to come down. I think this is the highest scoring bingo option for Akshay.
Yeah, 4 lane's still the best play, even though he could have played either of the 3-7s, hooking the E of Exxon. Those would open a big triple, and this scores 1 more point, so this makes the most sense. So he scores 4 more points. All right, and Andrew, the redraw, keeping PEGT, has drawn a Q and 2 E's, and that is really, really awful. He has a spot for 20 points for the Q using the Eye of Daimoku's, but the leave there is so awful. Is it worth that 20 points to do that? Or do we see an exchange? Or do we see something else? This is really
Yeah,
bad.
this is a disgusting position. I like the exchange. I would not play QI for 20, keeping GEEEPT. It's just a leave that you're not going to be able to do anything with on the next turn.
So a second exchange for Andrew Fisher, and he's falling much further behind, especially with that nice redraw for Uksha, DENOSTY. So that's pretty balanced. He doesn't have another bingo, but he's going to be able to balance his rack and score very well. The Y provides scoring options. The ENST is an incredibly strong combination. So playing the letters DOY somewhere is probably really good here.
Yeah, DOY on top of bog, making oboe and yak looks decent. Of course, there are some letters that go on top of oboe, so it does create a bit of a spot. Um, but it's not so many.
Yeah, maybe in this position, given the situation on the scoreboard,
Yeah.
Uksha would be potentially trying to score points, maybe hook Scurf or place something underneath 4 lane to block that second to bottom row of the board.
Yeah, he could place SYED, making Scurfs, Oi, Re, and Ed. That'll score 39 points and really lock down the board. I kind of like that idea more.
Yeah, and this is a situation where what the score is definitely dictates what sort of play we might see. When you're ahead by 60 points, you don't necessarily need to go for a high scoring play of your own, a bingo score. NEST is a fantastic leave and it will lead to a lot of bingos, but it will also lead to situations where you have only 1 point tiles and you're not able to score any points. So, in a position like this where Akshay already up by 61 points, playing something like SYED for 39, taking a 100 point lead, defending the board against bingos, I think is really, really good here. And that's what I would do.
Yeah, that seems much better than creating an unnecessary lane on the board, opening up new space for Andrew to work with to make a comeback to play a bingo potentially, especially after an exchange. He's been digging into the bag a bit. Maybe he's starting to balance his rack some more. I love taking this lead here with SYED if he sees it. I think he would go with that play as well. I'm not sure if he spotted it yet.
Yeah, I'm wondering what he's
Just
thinking.
thinking
He's thinking
Doi.
Noi on top,
Definitely
maybe.
Doi instead.
Yeah, I wonder where that plays and why, other than on top of the BO of Bog. Now, there is something to be said that when you're in a position like this, you play Doi, you draw bingo, and then the game is just over.
That's true.
But I don't think you really want to depend on that outcome. So I
Yeah.
would really like to see the underlap by Oshie.
Yeah, there are some bad draws. The pool isn't, it's pretty balanced, but there are a bunch of eyes out.
Okay.
Okay, Yod there makes more sense. I think SYED is just a better version of this play. Obviously, Yod keeps a nicer leave, but the points of SYED are so worth it. Also now Andrew will come back with Flambe for a ton of points, hitting that bottom left triple.
Yeah, it's a situation where I think there was just sort of an in-between decision. Okay, I'll play the same tiles, but I'll play it in a defensive way. But sacrificing so many points and giving back the possibility of a high-scoring triple, this is going to score
Yeah,
over 50
yeah.
points for Andrew. And suddenly,
But Aksha now,
oh wow,
disinter.
Disinter is going to play to the R. Wow. All right, well, it worked out. Actually, had just drawn one different tile, and suddenly there would be a situation where it's 305 to 331 and no bingo available, but Disinter coming right down. So that's going to be close to a 100 point lead after that. And a very quick find.
Yes, he also had Sedition available through the O, right, of Cortege, but I think Disinter makes more sense.
Yeah, Sedition would have been a little bit too dangerous, I feel, opening up that triple.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Andrew draws here. I think he's drawn the blank and the Q. So he's gonna have to take a turn to deal with that situation. Oh no, he hasn't drawn yet. Okay.
He's drawn the Z.
Blank
Oof.
is still out
Very
there.
weak.
Oh no. Okay. Well, blank is still out there. Both players have drawn and it's still in the bag. Apologies for that. So, ooh, I don't really like that redraw for Andrew though.
Oh, yeah. Aksha drawing the word guayak that could potentially bail him out of this vowel heavy rack that he's drawn. But yeah, Andrew, what does he do here? He doesn't have any amazing options with the Z. All I'm really seeing is Zap to the left of Disinter.
Yeah, Zap to the left of Disinter seems pretty good, I guess, on the surface. Just hate the leave. I hate
Yeah.
keeping the V.
I think Vant to the right of Disinter looks better, making DA in an ST. Nothing super inspiring though. He really needs to bingo soon. The back.
Whoa. There was a 9 available for
Whoa.
extra last turn. We totally missed the mark there.
Oh wow.
There was actually DISTINGUE
I
through the GU on the middle right of the board.
I don't know if you play that though. It seems a bit risky.
I mean, we're not talking about whether you play it or not, but that would have been incredible to see. I wonder how to pronounce that in English. In French, it would be distingué. But anywho, Zap is the choice, the high scoring play for Andrew, and he needs some vowels. He needs some help here. He's down by so much.
Yeah, I think it was close between that and Vant. Just this four consonant leave. It's a bit inflexible. Oof.
There's the
Oh,
Q.
what a
He
brutal
jinxed
draw.
it. Oof.
Okay.
Okay, this might be over. Wow. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's an awful draw.
So with 13 tiles in the bag, Ook should act with 5 of the 11 remaining vowels.
Yeah,
He's
that's
got
a
to
good
feel pretty
feeling.
good about that.
Yes. And honestly, you might want to hold on to the U here. With the Q lurking, you often, when there's the last U, when you have the last U, he doesn't want to get bogged down by that. And he has a decent option of Aga, sort of sandwiched between Daimokus and Olivine, making MAE, Bog, and Oka. He could do that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what direction Uksha goes here. I feel like playing something defensive makes a lot of sense. Keeping the U, it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I feel like with the Eye of
That's
Daimoku's
true.
available, it doesn't feel like that is going away. So I don't think Uksha needs to worry too much about the Q on his end, but it's always good to be a little bit safe when there's a Q lurking.
Yeah, I agree with having that eye bailout makes it not so important to keep the U. He could play GAU to the left of disinter, closing down the I and the N of that word for 8-letter bingos. It would keep a nice sleeve as well. The only thing left to deal with then would really be the S. Then there are some marginal lanes. We saw that there was a bingo available earlier through the GU of Daimokus. There's the A of Daimokus. Um, but for the most part, this board will be getting pretty closed down.
And he spotted Aga, very nice fit there, like you mentioned, making MAE, Bog, and Oka. That's actually potentially his highest scoring option at 22 points. So yeah, the letters weren't good. Sometimes when you have really bad letters, like you have tons of vowels, it's a bad thing. Sometimes it's a good thing because it means your opponent's less likely to have vowels. And there's 2 more
Oh,
vowels.
wow.
So that's probably a good thing.
That's a big draw. Yeah, Andrew does have the nice bailout play of Vintry through the Eye of Disinter. He'll be able to get rid of a bunch of his vowels now, but keeping the Q when he needs a bingo to get back in this game. It's gonna prevent him from bingoing probably for another turn. And I'm not sure if he has time to play off 5 tiles, keeping the Q at this stage in the game.
Yeah, it's hard to really show how bad of a position this is. Normally, when you're down 80 points, you have some semblance of a chance. But I think if Andrew exchanges, it's over. If he plays Vintry, he needs the U, the E, the blank. He needs
Yes.
some incredibly lucky draw here to stay in this game.
Yeah, and the blank is still out. So there's a slight chance. There are some things Andrew could draw here, but it's not going to be easy.
He might draw the blank. He's pretty likely to, but the U is on Uksha's rack. So I
Yeah.
think regardless, this is probably over. I don't know though. Maybe there's a chance that Andrew will get the
Uh,
opportunity to drop the Q. But yeah,
okay,
okay,
so he
he's
draws the
drawn the
blank
blank,
and
but
a whole bunch of consonants.
yeah, it's not gonna help him. Wow.
Yeah, this is one of those games when you're Aksha and you see that you have so many of the remaining vowels, you can start to feel really good about your situation. Your opponent just can do nothing when they have all consonants, even if the blank is still out here.
Yeah, that's right. So with a lead of 56 points, it would be pretty unlikely to lose this game, but that is within range of a bingo. And I think what's worrisome for Uksha is what happens if I do something, draw the Q, and then get bingoed on? Am I going to have enough? There's a very interesting option here of Cine. He's actually lined it up, CINE, through the N of Vintry, which keeps the U for the Q and leaves 2 tiles in the bag, which is pretty good. You don't want to empty the bag here. You don't want to play 5 tiles and let Andrew potentially go out with a bingo.
Mhm.
Another option in the same spot was DAINE, but that would set up the S. So there's no reason to do that in the same spot. taking a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I think the side of that play of Yanni is just so big. Okay.
Yeah, the Q coming down instantly, that's you can't
Yeah.
do anything else.
Yeah, I think the upside of playing DINE is just they're leaving two in the bags often. Um, leaving two in the bags often a right move. I see an argument for one of the back, but like you said, the upside of DINE not wanting to give it back makes sense.
Yeah, after seeing this, even more vowels, 3 vowels, so there's only 1 vowel unseen to Uksha now. Once we get those the scores updated with QI play for 20, it's going to be really hard to imagine a loss now. I think that this is just over. What is there even a threat? So the unseen tiles, Suksha, are what Andrew has and an E. And so
Mm.
it's kind of
Yeah, on this board, I don't think there's anything coming down.
so or is that is it a U actually? Wait.
No.
No, I think
No,
it's
the
a
U
U.
is on
Yeah,
Extra's
yeah,
wrap.
yeah. We got that updated for you guys. So oof.
Yeah, I think Akshay can feel pretty good here doing whatever he wants. There are really no bingo concerns. He just has to not open up anything massive. I don't even know if there are bingos in the pool here that are available to Andrew from Akshay's perspective.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. So adieu is being thought about. I think that would make A Y on the middle top of the board. And I guess the idea here is to try and go out next turn, keeping EI and drawing 1 more letter would probably guarantee that as much as possible in a position like this one. So that looks pretty strong. It will give back some overlapping plays, so it might not be the absolute best move.
But it'll get the job done, which is probably just what Akshay wants to do here.
Yeah. So 7 minutes left. What other options could there really be here? Aurei, Aurei through the R of Vintry. Something like that is possible. Maybe there's some, more defensive play available. A play that maybe seeds the end game to Andrew. It's just hard to imagine anything being bad in this position.
Yeah.
So this is a situation where some mistakes were made for sure. Like the Cortege mistake.
Yeah.
Andrew's gonna look back on that and recognize the gravity of missing
Yeah.
that 6-way underlap.
Like Exxon, we could probably say was an inaccuracy.
Yeah, and even though I think we should give some winning chances back with Yod, that wasn't enough to overcome the winning chances given back by Andrew.
Yes. Yeah, sometimes just taking those extra few seconds to check for the overlaps can be so crucial. That 6-tile overlap bingo of Cortege would have changed this board dynamic completely. It would have been very closed down. There would have been no spot for Olivine, I believe. And would have been totally different situation with Andrew in command for most of the game when it turned out to be Akshay who was really in control of this board.
So Orei being thought about. Yeah, this is definitely a tough situation. If the scores were close, it would be really difficult to decide what the best play is here. I think we have a situation where he knows he's winning. He just wants to try and win by as much as possible. Which, like we said yesterday, is an important concept, right, Chloe?
Yes, this idea of spread, as we call it in Scrabble, point spread, it's how we determine the standings in a Scrabble tournament. When people have the same record of wins and losses, we then turn to the point differential, how much you've won by or how much you've lost by, and you take the total of all of those of your point spreads from all of your games to determine how you compare to the other people in the division, and that is what determines placements. It's how we tie break between people with the same records.
So that's certainly what actually I was thinking about now. How do I maximize my spread here?
Mm.
Do I play idea give back a lot of points with something like help on the top for almost 40 points? Or do I play Orei, maybe make it harder for myself to go out next turn, but also harder for Andrew to do anything reasonable? Yeah, he's just going back and forth between those plays. Andrew just has to sit there and
Yeah.
wait for something to hit the board. This is a really awful feeling, Chloe, when you're
Yeah.
just sitting there and there's nothing that can happen
I
that will
mean,
help you.
yeah, and he's probably had this feeling of defeat since that Q draw, I would say. Um, he's really had no path to victory that we have seen from his perspective for many turns now. So he's just been having to make these moves, knowing he's already lost, just trying to save spread. But when you're losing, when you know you've lost, it's hard to maintain the motivation to continue looking for the best spread play. Though the top players do that because they know how important spread can be down the line and how many points we often end up sacrificing. And those really add up over the course of a tournament.
That's right. So over to Andrew now. I think HOLP or HELP on top of the ADIE of Adieu are probably what you do here. Akshay has drawn that final vowel, and he's not going to be able to do much at all. But yeah, this is a very weird, complicated endgame
Yeah.
situation.
The best endgame seems to maybe just be dropping the P for pitas and PO where Exxon and Itas are. Since Akshay has no outplays with EEI, Andrew can take his time here and maximize the score of the tiles on his rack.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a wild sequence. I would certainly just take the points here, but
Yeah.
apparently if you play Help or Hulp, the NRR combination is just so god awful that it's apparently just not worth it.
Yeah, I would be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised for Andrew to work out the best endgame here, being one of the best players in the world. That said, we were talking about how sometimes you just want to get a game over with at this stage when you've already lost. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Hulp or Help come down.
Yeah, it's also I think equivalent to just play LEHR in the same spot as Help or Hulp would
Mm.
play on top of the ADIE. That scores a little bit less, but keeps the P to score with next turn, given that Akshay can't use all of his tiles. Keeping that P as a backup for Pitas and PO is really, really worth it. So I think it's just a question of those two plays being made one after the other in either sequence. We'll see what Andrew comes up with. He's got 8 minutes, and he has every incentive to just take all of his time here and say, okay, well, you took, what, 6 minutes on your Adir play? I'm going to take all the rest of my time to try and work this out, and we'll see if he gets it right. A very fun fact, so Scrabble endgames are the only time in Scrabble where you have an optimal sequence. You know what's going to happen for the rest of the game if you have the ability to find all the best plays for your opponent, best responses. So given that there's perfect information, it's a lot like chess, and it's still extremely complicated. We know that a game like chess is a very complicated game. Even if you're able to figure out everything, sometimes it takes a ton of time, and sometimes you're going to miss something. What's very interesting is that the facts show, or the data shows, we don't have that much data in Scrabble, but the data shows that top players commit endgame mistakes 1 out of every 2 moves in the endgame.
Wow. They're so hard. They're so hard. We're not used to having to think about every possible option that our opponents can play in such a specific way. So Andrew just gonna go with Ralph here. I think he's going for the out in 2 um route.
Yeah, so Ralph will score a nice 22 and allow Andrew to play RIN through the Eye of Adieu at the very least next turn. And we see V come down as a response, but not committed quite yet for Uksha. But I think that might be his best.
There are multiple outplays for Andrew. He is his best one being Toner through the TO of Cortege and Olivine and the E of 4 lane for 5 points. But he left himself 3 different outplay possibilities here. So Ralph was a guaranteed out in 2 sequence, and often that's what Scrabble players are looking for. We talked about this yesterday. So often in Scrabble, the way to win a game is just to find an out in 2 sequence. Of course, not the case for Andrew here, but still an easy way to approach an end game.
That's right. So in the end, Andrew loses 416 to 476. It was 10 points better to not do that sequence. But yeah, let's listen to the overhead mic to see what these guys have to say.
Yeah, I was able to just balance once and then.
Yeah, two fingers without any power ties as well. Always nice.
Like NIRL when I played that.
Okay.
Into that.
Yeah, so Scarefear was a possibility as well.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Played Bog, they're keeping LIVE.
Yeah. Worked out nicely as well.
All right, so game 1 of the day has passed. Uksha, the world champion, taking down Andrew Fisher, 476 to 416. This was a great game. Some really cool things were available, and it just did not go Andrew's way. Just a couple of mistakes too many.
Yeah, I wonder if or when Andrew notices or realizes he had the other spot for Cortege making the 6 overlaps. I wonder how that'll feel for him. I imagine he'll realize how much that would have changed the game.
Paper sheet.
Oh,
Michael said
okay.
the QR is he said avoid the QR code.
Yeah, that'll be it for this round.
You missed the announcement.
Round 11 of 36. If you're just joining us, this is the Causeway Challenge, a historic Scrabble tournament with a worldwide reach, 30 countries participating, 400 plus participants. More than 50% of the top 100 players in the world are here in Bangkok. As the tiles get reset for the next game, we're going to say goodbye for just a few minutes. Chloe and I will be back for another banger of a game in round 12. Hello and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. And we have a new leader, Josh Watt, at the top of the field after 11 rounds. A very, very surprising situation. The newbie, relative newbie from Australia with my name is atop the standings now. He's beaten Napat, the leader, the sole leader, 2 games in a row. And now he's facing the world champion, Uksha, who just took down Andrew Fisher, his countryman. So, what will we see in this game?
Yeah, exciting stuff. Josh Watt with the 2 games in a row against Napat and impressive 2 wins there. I don't know if these 2 players have ever faced off.
I very much doubt it. I mean, Josh is very, very new to competitive Scrabble, and he mostly just plays in Australia. But he's been working towards this tournament for a while. And yeah, there's been a little bit of a hiccup in between, but here he is. He is going first, and he has an advantage. In Scrabble, going first gives you around a 55% chance to win against somebody of the same caliber. So we'll see if that helps Josh here. The first tile is a G. Hate to see it, but Koji, Goji,
Juke.
Jouk. Yeah, he spotted that really quickly.
Yeah, that looks like his best play. Getting rid of that U, certainly preferable to playing off the I with Koji or Goji. Juke has the slight downside of putting a vowel next to one of the double letter score squares, but I think the upside of getting rid of the U outweighs any risk of that comes with, placing the vowel there. He'll consider all the options.
Yeah, and the U actually of Juke would be giving an 8-letter word to Akshay, but Focine and Chopin are the 7-letter words here, neither of which I think fit here. Oh no.
Foci, yeah,
Yeah.
KO,
Wow.
and OP that's gonna score a ton of points.
PHOCINE underneath the OUK does actually fit. Good catch there, Chloe. That would be huge. Actually sees it, and I bet you he will. Yeah, he's already lining it up. Look at that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Euphonic the word through the U. Nice find, Josh. I wonder if that takes an S. That could be a fun no, it does not. Yes, sometimes those plays where you slot a bingo 1 spot above the triple word score can be a lot of fun. Create a ton of volatility on the board, but obviously not the case here. And Focine significantly better in every other way as well.
Yeah, and Josh was probably hoping for an R here if he knows the word grimoire, but there is no R in this bingo, so he's going to be stuck trying to make an in-between move after facing an 88-point opening from his opponent. So quickly behind by 60 points is Josh Watt. Let's see if he's able to recover. I believe you want to play something hitting that right middle triple, Chloe.
Yeah, the problem is there's no great options there. His highest scoring would be Gomer, making GION and ME. The problem with that is it leaves 2 I's on your rack. It's a terrible leave. Especially when there's the risk of drawing a triplicate. That's why we don't like to keep doubles of a letter on our racks in general. But getting rid of an I see he could play Emir, EMIR, or maybe just MOI. But those will score a lot less than Gomer. So he'll have to weigh his options here, decide if he's going to prioritize rack balance, scoring points, or something in the middle.
Yeah, I agree. This is an ugly spot. Gomer, the highest score available at 37, would bring Josh closer, bring him within 21 points, and would not create really any opportunities to score for Ukshay, but he needs a good draw after that to really do something about his deficit. So I honestly I'm partial to Gomer just because it's very defensive, but I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel good to play something like that. He'll still be down 20 points more after Uksha's next play. He's leaving 2 I's on his rack. The board is getting tough to use. That said, anything Uksha does next turn will probably open some things up again.
Yeah, I wonder what happens after Gomer, because Uksha's redraw is kind of
Yeah.
awkward. Agiovy.
Yeah, he has words like Ugiya, Ougiya, or just Yuga that would fit making Opa. But all of those will open up new space on this board. And maybe Akshay will prefer something tighter after Gomer.
Oh, and look at the option that Josh is looking at now. Just MIG and ME. This is actually a very sensible idea to keep the balance with EIOR. That's very heavy on the vowel side, but Josh draws 1 or 2 consonants after this play. He's going to be set pretty well to potentially bingo, even through the G or after whatever Uksha does. So Ugia, I think, is a really good play, actually, making Opa here, even though it just keeps the V, which is a really bad tile. I kind of like that idea, but maybe something's changed.
Yeah, I like it as well. I think it just cleans up the rack pretty well. I don't see, yeah, the other option Yuga, but I don't think the leave of VOI is preferable at all to just the V. Yuga does fit nicely making NY and MEU. So maybe that's where Akshay is considering this play to keep things a bit tighter on this board.
It also fits above the MIG, and I wonder what's a little bit, that's 21 there, it's 22 underneath, I believe. Might be worth sacrificing the points, but look at that draw for
Yeah.
Josh. Broider will fit depending on what Akshay does, but I don't actually think he's going to set up a spot for it.
Yeah, I think none of the candidate plays that we've been discussing give a spot for Broider, but looks like Akshay's considering a lot of different options.
We'll see what he does. So he's going to be playing on top. I think this gives a little bit less back. It's probably worth it. And what's going to happen now for Josh? He's got an unplayable 7-letter word. I guess you play something to the Y? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Orby?
maybe Orby to the Y. Maybe something across, but that doesn't seem any better.
Wow, what an interesting draw for
Wow.
Uksha.
Close to
The Q
Vaquero.
and the U. So I think, yeah, here, if you're Josh, you're still behind. You're behind 57. It's still early. The board is not very nice. The play of Juke, what that did to the board, it's very hard to imagine the top left part of the board getting opened anytime soon. That J is really hard to play to. There are a few 3-letter words, Taj, Haj, Raj. Those will fit, but those score nothing. So Boride is the play here. I kind of like this. This really breathes some air into the board. Scores pretty well. You didn't really have a great combination of tiles to keep DEIR, of course, would have been nice after Orby, but that combination doesn't really serve you very well on a closed board. So I think I like this decision by Josh.
Yeah, I agree. I don't see any reason to keep a bingo-friendly leave on this board, like we've been saying. It's really really has very few options. So I like taking the points. I like creating new lanes, new spots on this board. He's created a 7s lane. Words will fit now underneath OP and the ID and E of Boride. Words will fit through some of the letters, the floaters that are now in space. Now over to Aksha, who's picked up the Q. He's looking at QUA making AY with Yuga. So that's one solid option. He could also hold on to the Q potentially with something like VOAR. Both of those will lock down the top of the board really well.
Yeah, VOAR overlapping the YU looks pretty strong, although I just don't know where the Q goes. Actually, after VOAR, that sets up QUAY to the Y, so that's a really interesting option. We're just going to see Qua here taking the points.
Makes a lot of sense.
Keeping the V. The Q is a really bad tile. Even with a U, it's not a fantastic combination. So I think it makes a lot of sense to just do this. Now back to Josh, who has drawn the X. And I guess one of the issues with playing a little bit longer is you have a little bit less control over the tiles you're drawing. Josh still needs to bingo. He's down 70 points. And he's probably got some decent plays available, something like pixie through either of the
Mm.
I's on the board looks okay. PYX underlapping the BO is also possible, making BY an ox. Is there something else you're seeing here, Chloe?
There's not much else I'm seeing off the bat. Neither of these plays of Pixie are particularly inspiring, both kind of taking up that space that he's just been creating on this board. But I don't really see a reason to hold on to the X here and hope for something better.
Yeah, I guess we
Here's
could see Pyrex through the
Yeah.
R. That's a high score there of 40. That does get rid of the E, though.
I don't mind getting rid of the E. I prefer Pyrex. I don't see any reason to not play Pixie. I don't like what they do for the board. I like scoring the points here. I think Pyrex is fine.
Let's see what Josh comes up with as Uksha has drawn an S and an E, but he still has that V. Don't believe he has anything that he's threatening, so he's going to be looking to part with one of those O's and a V at the very least. So we're seeing Pixie here. I think this is the right spot to play Pixie in because that I in Phocene not really doing much. And the left side of the board is still something you want to keep your eye on. Although the problem with this play is it blocks the sevens lane hooking ope. So actually maybe, more than I think about it, maybe I would have played it through the Eye of Boride.
Yeah, I don't really like this spot. I think that sevens lane is probably better, if not just as good as those floating leathers. Especially because he's keeping an R here. So with the R of Boride, it'll be a lot harder to use that now that he's keeping an R on his rack as well. So for that reason, I prefer keeping the sevens lane open a bit more, hooking ope.
Vireo here is what
Yeah,
Uksha is looking at through the R of Boride, Bireo.
Yeah, that looks
It's a
great.
good 24 points. It really does a good job of keeping the board in its current state. Keeps the S, scores well. It's hard to say no to a play like that.
Yeah, I like inhibiting all of those lanes that through the leathers of Boride. I like really not creating any new options on this board. Uksha could take a more aggressive approach with a play like COO from the C of Phocene, but I don't think that level of aggression is warranted here with his lead. He would be keeping a nice leave of E, I, R, S, and V. But, oh, interesting. He's looking at Vireo in another spot.
That's the one
setting
I
up
was
his
talking about, yeah.
okay.
But so what you're mentioning is there's a placement of Vireo using his own R underneath BORI of Boride for a little bit more. But yeah, I kind of like this one because it sets up the S and keeps the R, which is a really good tile.
Yeah, I like setting up the S as well. Both of those plays of Vireo would have been fine, and I think I prefer both of them to that more aggressive play of Coup I was mentioning. And he draws really well here.
Nice.
Etc. might go down.
Yeah, I think this is almost certainly going to go down. Ocetra and Ocetras. You could spell this with one S or two S's. And those will fit with Vireos, as long as Uksha knows that Vireo takes an S. And if you make a play like Vireo, you have to know that it takes an S.
Yeah, there's no way he doesn't know that.
If you're Josh here, I guess the most reasonable play is just to play Cant, C-A-N-T from the C in Phocene. You might be thinking, how is Cant a Scrabble valid word? Doesn't that have an apostrophe in it? Indeed, that's not the Cant we're talking about. There is another Cant, which means to tilt. It's a verb, so that's why that's possible as a play. But TA instead, and aqua, which is a nice way to address the board state. The problem with this play is it gives so much back to Uksha. He's going to be able to use that triple a lot of the time that was just opened, hooking that T, making a two-letter word. And although that would open the board long term, it might be too many points to give up for Josh, but it's a nice aggressive choice that we weren't thinking, wasn't on our radar there.
Yeah, interesting choice. Quite aggressive, setting up a big scoring spot in addition to the bingo lane. But it pays off. He's drawn quite well, so he'll certainly be getting a bingo down next turn. I expect Aksha to deal with now this new spot. Okay, maybe I think.
Oh, so he's missed the sevens. Very bizarre. So he's playing sore baits through the B. This is a big mistake It's opening so much in the way of scoring and scoring less than he could have. But yeah, I guess he just didn't see the 7-letter words on his rack. But Sorbates is a valid bingo, and it is going to put Uksha up 117 points. And somehow, it feels like with all of the scoring spots on the board, as long as Uksha draws decently well on his redraw, he's going to be able to keep cruising ahead. No, despite Josh being able to come back for a lot of points.
Yeah, that was a very odd miss. Those are bingos that you learn pretty early on. Wow, it's a good job. Good draw. But those are bingos you learn quite early on in your Scrabble study journey. Etcetras. Um, Interesting misses. Yeah, setting up huge scoring options for Josh here. I guess after a play like TA, you're definitely reading him to have really bingo friendly tiles. But that said, now Sorbates creates a much better lane for those bingos to play on this column where Josh is now playing his bingo of maybe Steerane.
Yeah, Steerane, Sterane, that blank tile representing an S. It's going to stay that way for the rest of the game. And despite this very good looking draw for Uksha, I actually don't think he has a playable bingo.
Yeah. So a few different approaches to take. One is just taking the points, using that big spot on the triple word score that Josh opened up with TA a couple turns ago. I think I like those options. Something like Ovine.
This is actually kind of tricky now. So yeah, Ovine or Envoi, ENVOI, will fit with ET. You could just go with Stove and ET for a nice 38. Actually, only up 36 points now, and you sort of see the issue. If he plays for 38, he'll be up by 74, but the board will be wide open. And so he's a little bit enslaved to what he draws, and that is a
Wow.
good draw
That's a
of
great
the Z for Josh. So suddenly, things are not so simple after Sorbates giving up that
Wow.
huge bingo.
But now he definitely. Oh, so I think he's thinking of playing SOV here, and that'll lead to Brize, BRIZE, for a ton of points.
Yeah, so BRIZE and ET in the center of the board is a huge threat. Of course, she doesn't know that, but 80 points on offer for Josh Watt. If Uksha is a little bit careless here, I don't know if the word is careless, but there's nowhere to really play the VO, which is what you want to do, I guess, instinctively in this position, because the EINST leave is so strong. Suddenly things are very complicated.
Yeah. And even, yeah, so SOV from the S of Steerane would be followed with Brize, like we said. We can imagine Aksha will probably bingo after fishing off the OV if he chooses to do that, keeping EINST. But the game will be a lot closer to even after that.
Yeah, this is game on. Also, big mention of if Stove comes down, Suberize will be the response for Josh Watt for
Wow.
over 100 points, which would completely flip this game on its head. So very, very interesting stuff. And this is all because of the play of Sorbates.
Yeah. Something like Osetra or Cetras would have really helped Aksha keep control of this board, not leave so many scoring spots open to deal with, not have him in this position of having this massive spot for that triple word score that TA opened up remain on this board as such a threat.
So yeah, deep in thought is Uksha, of course. He knows that he doesn't have a bingo, or at least he's probably as sure as you can be in this situation, but he's so close. I wonder if he's going to take the route of going straight for a bingo, playing off the OV, maybe SOV for 10 from the blank S of Steerane, maybe EVO for 6 from the E of Steerane. I don't like those options. We've already mentioned them.
I just don't think you can leave that scoring spot open. I think it's really scary, especially now Josh has a random rack after. Oh, wow.
He's just going for it. So bag for 7. That's probably the play that maximizes his chances of drawing a bingo next turn. Josh is probably very confused by that play.
And now Super Eyes will come down as well.
Oh, but Super Eyes fits already from the
How did
essence
we didn't
terrain.
even see that?
Is Josh gonna see that? He
That's
hasn't lined it up.
It's 106 points, hitting the Z on the double letter score. What is he looking at?
Oh my goodness. I don't think he's seen either prize
Or
or
Super
Super
Eyes.
Eyes. He's got to put his thinking cap on. Like we said, Josh is relatively new to Scrabble. He started, I think, around the COVID days, so his word knowledge maybe not up to the standard of Uksha's, for example, but his play finding and strategy have brought him where he is right now. So he's looking at Bez on the bottom left. That is so much worse than the top two plays here.
Wow.
He has the opportunity to take a commanding lead here. Of course, it won't be commanding for long, as Uksha is going to bingo guaranteed with
Yes.
Stonied.
Yes, but after Super Eyes, that'll put him up to 310 points. Whatever Uksha bingos with Stonied next turn, it'll probably just put this game about even.
Wow, that's awful.
Huge miss.
It's a huge, huge blunder by Josh Watt.
Wow.
I'm sure he knows Bry's at the very least.
But you must be looking in that spot. That top middle triple word scores stands out so much. When you see that spot, you know that's ripe for a Z play. So maybe was there some doubt of Bryce? I don't think so. He didn't even set it up.
There are lots of words like that.
Mm,
Prize. We saw
Yeah.
prize
true.
yesterday. Euclid Way, not being sure of that one. There are lots of words to be sure of in Scrabble. So obviously, these are the top of the top, some of the best players in the world. So we hold them to a high standard. But yeah, here comes Diatones and Ita. And this is still Uksha's game to lose.
Yeah, nice to play that word quickly. He realized that was the best bingo available to him. Wasn't going to waste any time looking. And now Josh with not a very good draw at all.
Yeah, EIILNRU. He did draw a couple of consonants, excuse me. He kept EIRU on that previous play of Bez, but that duplicated I is not helpful at all. First thing I'm thinking of is maybe playing Uni on top of the NES of Diatones. That's kind of awful. You can get a few more points by playing INURE, making it no UNRE and ES in that same spot, but none of these plays are inspiring at all.
Yeah, in your with the potential to get hit really hard above it. In your would make 5 two-letter words, but then there are potential situations where Uksha could come back with a 5-letter word, or even not hitting the double word score, just a word hitting that triple letter score above the IT that in your would make. Pretty risky. You don't want to be giving your opponent when you're down easy scoring spots.
All right, so we're seeing Uni in a different spot for 11 points rather than 14. That's an understandable sacrifice of points. If you'd played it above the NES of Diatones, that could give back huge counterplay.
Yeah. The thing with Uni, there are no S's out.
Just
And only one
T.
T, so not many hooks remain for the Uni. So I like the idea of opening up a new lane on this board at Josh's deficit. That said, this one might not be the most useful for him.
Yeah, I think from his perspective, 2 T's and 1 S were out,
Oh, yes.
and he's drawn it to Flarier. That's not going to go down, is it? Frailer and Flarier. Well, we'll see what Uksha does. He's considering playing Tyndall through the Eye of Boride. That's a really good option to set up the last S. That looks awesome, actually.
That's really nice. Yeah, some viewers might think, oh, but there's a blank out. Isn't that risky? True, it's a bit of a risk, but holding on to that last S, he'll have much more incentive to use that spot. And they would basically rely on Josh Watt having a bingo that starts with S or has the S somewhere in the second or third positions immediately after playing this word.
Yeah. There's also, I wonder what else.
Do Laden through the A and E of Sorbates and Vireo. Doesn't do anything really for the board. It just keeps a nice lead, goes for bingos himself.
Yeah, so in the current situation, Uksha is up by 57. That's a very nice lead. And with the last S, maximizing its value with a play like Tyndall looks fantastic. He already has a hook for AS, and AS is at that center left part of the board. So he's going to maximize the value of that tile, despite there being a blank out. I think this is a nice aggressive play. He doesn't need to leave that spot open. He can just use it if he draws a W, for example. He can just score 30 plus points. I think this is great.
Yeah, this is a really nice play.
Now back to Josh Watt, the leader, the current leader of this tournament.
Ooh, and the blank draw for Aksha. Oh, he's looking good. Yeah, this is a great draw.
Yes, this is probably over now. All right.
Yes.
Selling is going to fit with Tyndall's.
Some bingos hooking
Yeah.
unis probably.
Yeah. Hooking ass as well. So
Yeah.
oof. Well,
Well, for Josh, from his perspective, what I would be trying to do is open up some space at the top of the board to create a second bingo lane. Because right now all of the lanes that are available are mostly at the bottom of the board. I guess there's an ED lane. You could hook ETA to make DETA and play an ED bingo, a bingo that ends in the ED suffix. But aside from that, the top of the board is really hard to use to bingo. Yeah, I guess there's the ASS hook as well. So maybe there are some options. I was wrong, but yeah, maybe Josh will just use this turn to build toward a bingo, getting rid of some of the tiles that are holding him back. An R, the F. Something like Lifer would score really well on top of diatones, making 4 two-letter words.
getting very concerned though. What Josh has lined up, I think, is fairlier through the eye of uni. That's a pretty valid try as a possible word. And in the situation Josh is in, playing something he's not totally sure of kind of makes sense. Hopefully he gets off that idea because that's coming off the board almost certainly.
Yeah, there are a lot of words kind of like this, like gainlier, for example, where there are words don't really sound like they should go IER, but then they do. But this is not one of them. So yeah, this I think Uksha would challenge almost certainly, given that the upside of challenging is so much higher for Uksha here. Really nothing to lose. Looks like Josh is gonna try it.
Yeah, this is unfortunate. He knows he's unsure of this word.
Yeah, otherwise this is coming down instantly if he's sure of it.
And I think we have a hold. Yes, we see Josh not immediately drawing
And
tiles.
lose the challenge. So
Rough one. Rough way to go, but I think a fairlier attempt than many.
yes. So this will come off the board. Uksha now to come back with a bingo. He just has to make sure he doesn't give back a spot for one of Josh's 7-letter words that he has on his rack, and he'll be smooth sailing from here on out.
Smooth selling. So I think selling and Tyndall's very, very safe here after taking failure off the board. And yeah, 79 points, not giving anything back. I think Uksha's not going to hesitate to play this. Yeah, there we go, instantly.
Easy. And that is gonna be the game. I think Uksha taking now a roughly 160-point lead. That's 2 bingos and maybe then some that Josh would need to come back into this game. A really tough lead to surmount, deficit to come back from.
Yeah, based on what I've seen from this tournament, if Uksha is buying, I am selling, or if he is selling, I'm buying. That's what I really tried to get that line. Wow.
Good try, Josh.
Oh,
Right.
boy. Yeah.
You'll get it next time.
He's selling, I'm buying. So that's another good draw
Yeah,
for
really good
him. Josh is just going to play Fard. That's probably the play I would have made in his position last turn. And we'll see if does that give something back to Uksha? No,
I
not
don't think so,
quite.
but he's close.
So yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world to try and open something up at this score, even though Josh knows he's going to lose this game. Uksha's just drawn 7 random tiles. And perhaps it is time here to just say, all right, let's see if you hit your bingo, Josh Watt, and I'm going to play mad next to the UNI on the bottom right of the board, making yum, NA, and ID. Keep ACER, which is a very nice lead.
Yeah.
Or we might see something more defensive.
Yeah, he could play something along atop ditones, inhibiting the A of Fard a bit. If he wants to take a slightly more defensive approach. Any of these options seem pretty reasonable. There's really no way to go wrong here for Aksha. He's got to be feeling really good in this position.
Yeah, and Ethereal lined up for Josh Watt, ETHERIAL. That would play through the A of Fard. I doubt Uksha is going to block that, so he will have a little bit of respite in this game if that does come down. So if we have, I need to find the standings. I think after this game, if Josh goes down to 9-3, we have Napat, who's still at 9-2 in second place. But I think Uksha's gonna pass Josh in spread. So
and Napat, I think, as well.
Well,
unless if Napat wins, then of course he'll be.
So obviously we're at the 1/3 point after this game of this tournament. So the current standings are certain to change. But it is interesting to see what's going to happen after this game from the top players' perspectives. I think Uksha very likely to go into first place after this likely win.
Yeah.
Unless something insane happens. And something insane could happen. That's why we keep playing. That's why we don't resign games in Scrabble. Crazy things have happened. Crazy comebacks have happened. I've lost games that I've been up over 200 points in.
Yeah.
It can happen for sure.
That's why we do this. It's those crazy comebacks. The highs and lows of Scrabble can be intense.
Yeah, we're here to make memories. We're here to witness some of the best Scrabble in the world. And boy, has it been awesome so far. We want to thank everybody for watching. If you're on YouTube, on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, welcome. Please like and subscribe. If you're here, there are 3 separate streams being streamed to YouTube and, of course, to MeWatch. So hello to everybody watching at home on MeWatch. If you're watching on your phone, on your smart TV, welcome to the Scrabble community. We'd love to see the broadcast reach a wider audience. Hopefully we have some more entertainment for you guys in the next 24 games over 3 days. I want to give a huge shout out as well to the Wiggles.io website, free open source Scrabble at your disposal. 10 games being annotated live from the playing room, broadcast online forever. So Mad coming down, that's the play I expected from Uksha. Ethereal is going to be the response. That's going to empty the bag.
Yeah, Ethereal will probably come down pretty quickly. Yeah, here it comes instantly. And Uksha, slight chance he draws something that fits from that F. But aside from that, there's really no space on this board for a bingo anymore.
Yeah, so Fancier is the draw for Uksha, but no spot for a 7-letter word on this board.
Yeah. He can score pretty nicely, though, making CH atop Ethereal. Words like Erica, ERICA, will fit really nicely up there.
Yeah, I think probably the best endgame here would be to play Eric, keeping Fan.
Yeah, that looks great.
Fan would fit to the on top of Ditones. Maybe you actually play Fan first, given that Josh has just drawn OOWW, and he has Wow being threatened, but that would give Fan back anyway. So yeah, I think you play Eric and just go out next turn. And the engine says yes, that is correct. Are we a fan of Eric? Depends which one. The big score, 41 points. Uksha's already spotted it. It's hard to imagine something being better than this.
Yeah, that looks great. Nice find.
Josh lining up. Wow, 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 whoa. Oh is a word, wow is a word, but they haven't yet added the word wow. There might come a time.
You never know what directions the internet will take us in.
I like the very instinctive, like, I see this play and I just want to play it.
But I know I have to do my due diligence and find the best sequence, look for better sequences. But I think he'll soon realize there's no doing better than Eric.
Also, check out Josh Watt's clock. Exactly 10
Nice.
minutes. Love to see it.
Nice.
So, a quick reminder, 36 rounds of Scrabble over 4 days, 10 games on the first 3 days. The final day format will be King of the Hill. That means every single game, player in first place, player in second, player in third place, player in fourth. So it's going to be a photo finish at the end of the tournament. For now, the pairing system is one of players playing people that are close to them in the standings, trying to maybe minimize repeat pairings. But we have already seen players play each other for the second time already at the top, despite there being 88 players in the division. So Eric coming down, 5 minutes and 41 remaining. That is the best play for Uksha.
Yeah. And I think WoW will come down pretty quickly here. Josh will realize that he needs to play this word. Either way he plays it will give back fan to Uksha for a good amount of points, but he can't do any better than WoW.
Yeah, it might be that the only spot to play FAN is on top of Diatones, but it is so not worth trying to block that with a rack like this. So wow, for 35. We're going to see Fan on top, most certainly for 24, and we're going to see a perfect endgame.
Nice.
Right, so 398, the final score for Josh Watt. Uksha's going to get up to 515 after this, +2, 517 to 398, another victory for the world champion. Let's pan to overhead mic.
Yeah, that fit perfectly.
Did that to me last game as well. First round bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't very confident of failure. I just, if it's right, I'm back in the game.
Sure.
The similar, like game layer and stuff, are similar.
Yeah,
similar.
game layer, new layer.
Yeah. So that's that. I mean, when you fished, yeah, I didn't really know what to do. I had IURE.
You have to take your score, right? That's all you can. The board's wide open, so you can't block.
I mean, I can play like Zebu or something, or
Yeah,
whatever, but you still have so need.
exactly. I had Bytones there as well. Sure.
Yep. Yep. Cool.
Cool. Yes. Do we know if this is working? Or
No, just paper today.
Alrighty. So that was a decent postmortem. Finally got some talking.
Yeah, I know we haven't had much of it yet on this board too. It's been some quiet folks.
Yeah, maybe we should get more of Josh Watt. Feels like he's a more conversational player. But yeah, that was round 12, game 2 of 10 on day 2 of the Causeway Challenge 2026. The standings right now, after this game, pending the result of Napat, Uksha will take the lead over Josh Watt on tiebreaker. and we'll see what the other results of the other games are. And yeah, we'll be back in just a few moments, but these are the top 10 before the end of this round. Josh Watt was in first, Napat in second, just a little bit behind. Ben Schonbrun of the USA in fourth place. David Eldar in fifth place, two-time world champion, and a couple of Americans.
Yeah, wow.
Jason and Dave Weekend.
Yeah. Americans are representing in the top 10, but we've got a ton of strong candidates within this group and a ton of people lurking just outside of it trying to get in there. So it's going to be a really tense and exciting rest of this day.
Yeah, two tie players as well. Sora met with a tie.
Wow.
A tie with a tie. 7, 3, and 1. You see that third number. That means that there was a tie game. That is super rare in Scrabble. Only happens once in every couple hundred or a few hundred games. So cool to see that as well. And of course, Nigel Richards, he's there. He's somewhere. He's in 9th place. We'll see if he rallies his way back.
I know we haven't gotten him yet on this stream, on this board. So we would love to have him on, as I'm sure most viewers, if not all of our viewers, would appreciate as well. So let's hope he keeps winning and gets back onto these top 3 tables.
Okay, guys. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with round 13. See you in just a few. Welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. Who do we have here?
We have Akshay versus Napat. Napat to go first. He has been doing super well this tournament, has really been at that table 1 spot for a while, so we actually haven't seen him yet on stream on our board, on board 2 over here, lowly board 2. But we do have a familiar face in Akshay who we've seen both games this morning, I believe. And yeah, this will be a good one. I'm really excited.
Absolutely. Everybody's getting seated. Everybody's in the playing room. It's a little bit of a snack break. So we are starting the game now. Napat to draw 7 and go first. He was at the top of the standings most of yesterday. He was taken down by Josh Watt, who we saw last round. And now he's facing other leader in the tournament, Uksha. So we'll see what happens. He's such a strong player, Napat. I think he ended up losing the first game today, the rematch against Josh Watt, after a technicality, that being that refixed, R-E-F-I-X-T, is invalid.
Yeah.
So that was kind of brutal, but he's probably going to recover from that. There are many, many more games today and for the rest of the tournament. Opening rack, EEFHNSS, and FEH seems pretty obvious.
Yeah, seems quite standard. Keeping great leaves, setting up your S, because FEH takes a back S hook. Not all 3-letter words that end in H do, and sometimes it's hard to keep them straight, but this will be great for Napat to potentially use.
Yeah, on the other hand, Uksha's opening draw is awful. All of those vowels, 2 duplicates, a U and an R.
Brutal.
This is probably an exchange situation. There is the possibility of playing arrow, A-E-R-O, on either side of
Ugh.
FEH, but I do not like that.
I don't like those. I'm more partial to EAU on the left of Fe, making EF, AE, and UH. That at least doesn't open up one of the big triple word squares. But even then, you're keeping the AOR leave. It's not inspiring.
Yeah, EAU at least would reduce a lot of counterplay. In this particular instance, would actually only help Napat.
Yeah.
But it is a possibility. But we see the more standard decision to just exchange, keep AER, which is a pretty nice combination. A couple constants, and Uksha will be in great position next turn.
Yeah, Napat now, yes, has set up harness on his rack, spotted it instantly. That'll play for 80 points, making Fes, FEHS. I expect that to come down very soon. It's the best spot for the bingo for sure. And that'll put Napat in a commanding position at the start of this game, up nearly 198 to 0. And Aksha picking up the Q here will not help him too much to score a lot this next turn.
We have fans of World's runner-up, 2-time World's runner-up, Harshan Surya. Harshins would play through that H, but it's certainly not the best play. But a little shout out to him. And yeah, the 80-pointer is on the board, 98 to 0. And this Q is going to be a huge thorn in Akshay's side. So QAT for 22, playable through the A in harness. Maybe you could play QAT to the right of the FE of Fez.
Maybe Trank through the N of harness.
Yeah, or Talak through the A. So there's some options here. They just aren't all that inspiring. I'm probably partial to Talak.
Talak, the problem with it is it sets up a big scoring spot. I don't love that. I might prefer something else for that reason, but looks like Uksha's gonna go with it.
Yeah, I think the leave balance, the extra points, this is 2 more points than Trank.
Right.
Probably end up being worth it in the long run, but yeah, it is ugly to set up QI with all 9 eyes remaining unseen at this stage of the game.
The good thing about that is most plays there to the right of Talak do set up the triple, so could be some counter plays.
Let's see, Confute. Oh, the immediate redraw.
Ooh, with Confuter.
Wow, and yeah, will not be sure of Confuter. That's a kind of weird word. Confute itself would play at the very least to the right of FE or EF.
Yeah, Also, out fence available to the E of harness.
But it looks like he's sure of this.
Yeah, he's gonna play it pretty quickly. Nice play, nice confidence.
Very, very good.
Not easy to remember which of those verbs take the back R when it's not obvious. And it's hard to keep him straight.
So another 80-pointer, 2 in a row, and will we see a challenge on this, or was Akshay also sure of this word?
Looks like they're writing down the scores. Napat's drawing tiles. I think this play has been accepted. Good call by Akshay here to not be suspicious.
Very good. It's hard to be sure of your opponent's great moves when you're down by so much, but this shows Akshay's word knowledge and his maturity as a player. So, BEE, those are the letters that I would play here. Those are the letters Akshay wants to play. They do play to the right of computer, making OB, NE, and FEE. Problem with that, blocks a lot of the space on the board, creates a lot of overlapping potential, but it might just be worth it.
Yeah. It does, yeah, it
Oh.
does create some scoring. He could do BEARE. Wow, what a draw.
ARE in the same spot. Sorry,
Yes.
you were saying that's a pretty high score.
Yes.
Might be worth doing at such a deficit here.
Yes. And now Napat has drawn Rondeau. I don't see a spot for it yet.
Yeah, will Rondo fit on the board? Probably not. I don't think Bear or B would give a spot for it. But another balanced draw for Napat, so he's in pretty good position. We're gonna see B. I think this makes sense. Just keep the best bingo tiles you can. Try to get something going on this board next turn.
Yeah, no spot for Rondo, but this will be a chance for Napat to maybe just continue keeping a balanced lead, score some points. He might even take a more defensive approach to lock down this board, wait to pounce on whatever Aksha does. Yeah, it's hard to go wrong here.
Yeah, I guess the one thing is not very many scoring tiles are available on this rack. The D, the highest scoring tile at 2 points, so it's going to be hard to get a huge score here. I kind of like the idea of using the FE spot to play something like Duo and Fed, but there is a really cool option that's come to my attention of Onus to the S of harness, making OF, NE, and UH, and leaving the D on the rack. But the biggest deal of this play is that it really restricts options. The OF situation would create a scenario where you can only hook an F or a T onto that and make a 7-letter word vertically, and you also won't be able to play an 8-letter word from or through the E of Fez or from the F or H of Fez. So I really like that option here.
Yeah, that's really nice. You might be thinking, with such good tiles that Napat has, why would he want to close down the best lanes on the board? Well, Akshat, his deficit is going to need at least one bingo, probably 2 bingos to get back into this game. So he will be in the position of probably leaning towards plays that open the board or keep the board open. So I don't think Napat has to worry too much about this board getting closed down at his lead. He prefers to close down bingo options for his opponent and then take the ones that Aksha opens up for himself.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Looks like Oda's a similar idea is being thought about for Napat. But yeah, onus, a kind of weird 4-letter word, I think is probably by far the best play here in this given position.
Yeah, just getting rid of the U instead of the A makes such a difference. It scores a bit less than O does, but the upside of keeping that leave of A, D, E, R is so huge.
There's also the possibility of playing Nodus, Nodus, in the same spot for a couple of extra points, parting with the D. But yeah, this is the right idea. The problem with this is twofold. You're keeping a U, you're not keeping scoring tiles, but also there is a possibility now of a 9-letter word starting with DE, whereas after onus, a 9-letter word starting with NE is very, very unlikely.
Yeah, so true. And this spot might not be going anywhere. Like you said, it's hard to put a letter next to OF, just T or F will go there. So there's a chance that this spot could stay open for quite a while and be a consistent worry for Napat, who's in the lead in this game.
Although, come to think of it, maybe just EA is now the play
Mm.
here for Uksha,
Oh, yeah.
making D and AHA, setting up Deer, DEER. And Uksha already has that R. He has a pretty nice combination of ACEIR to go with it. That
Yeah,
looks like a very strong play,
that looks great.
so it might not matter here.
Yeah.
But still a ridiculously huge deficit so early in the game. Of course, anything can still happen. At least 10 moves to still be played for each player, I would say, on a board like this. So Uksha could definitely come back rallying, especially after not an amazing draw for Napat. 2 blanks are still out. So many options are still available. Could even see a Z draw coming into play. ZO, Fez, and Oof in the
Ooh.
center of the board would score 70 points by itself.
That's huge.
So still a lot of stuff to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Now, yeah,
that's
is
a
he
really
considering
cool.
Aya
Yeah.
making AA and QI?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks great as well. Setting up an S hook that he doesn't have. It's an interesting thought. I still prefer EA. I think this setting up his R for deer looks really nice.
Yeah, when the scores get so distinct here in Scrabble, when you're down by 90, 100, more than 100, you start to get a little bit more desperate. Your decisions start to make a lot more sense if they create bad situations for your opponent that your opponent might have to deal with, even if you don't have the letters your opponent's worried you have. So the idea of playing AIA, the bottom of the board making AA and QI, setting up an S hook on that triple lane, that all important triple lane, it's a big threat. And it's sort of a desperado move. It's a desperation move that forces Napat to consider whether he wants to sacrifice points in many scenarios to deal with that spot. And sometimes that can work in your favor. Either Napat does not block the spot and you do end up drawing an S, which you kind of need to do at a certain deficit to stay in the game, or Napat tries to block it, you don't actually have an S and you get to play somewhere else, create new threats. So at this deficit, we could definitely see a play like this come down.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you're right about that. And also, that's the main scoring spot on the board. There still has not been an eye played. Uksha can be pretty sure that Napat has an eye on his rack and might take advantage of that spot and score decently. So taking up the best scoring spot on the board and creating this S hook, like you mentioned, although he doesn't have it, he needs to get lucky here to come back into this game. He's down 150 points. You're not going to win a game down 150 unless you get lucky. So makes sense to create some more volatility and risk on this board.
Yeah, those two plays couldn't be more distinct, I would say. EA is a very direct idea, setting up a letter that Uksha already has. Aya setting up letters that Uksha doesn't have and taking out a scoring spot in the process. That's another consideration. Napat could easily score 30 points in that spot and really do nothing good to the board.
Yeah, and I think he probably was going to play RIMU this next turn there or something along those lines, scoring a lot of points, further cementing his lead and opening up just a U in that triple column, which wouldn't have been so great for Uksha to use.
Yeah, RIEM even was lined up, and that would have been the maximum score there. So, not a great draw, I think, for Uksha, but now we're going to see the play of Reem there. Oh, actually, that would have, yeah. Okay, that was not, he was not considering Reem in the Aya spot. Yeah, that's a nice overlap. Over 30 points. Doesn't really open too much except for that R. That R can start 8-letter words, extend all the way to that pink square, the double word score.
Yeah, that'll be really annoying to deal with down the line, but Napat at such a lead that he can just keep scoring, further get ahead of Akshay here, especially after this draw from Akshay. He really has no good options, no options at all. It's a pretty awful position.
Yeah, he's considering playing D curve, which is a really cool idea to just blow the right side of the board open from the DE in the center. That might be his best option. It actually does a great job at opening space and forking the space that's open, that V, creating a wall
That's
that
true.
prevents Napat from overlapping and eliminating what has just been opened.
Yeah.
And regardless of what Napat has, but he has terrible stuff.
Yeah, what an awful draw. I can see Napat playing Guiro here through the R of D curve, Guiro, just to get rid of some of the Dreki vowels on his rack, take up one of those two spots that Aksha opened. Maybe in a normal position you would exchange here. Maybe he'll still exchange. I don't think so, though. He set up Guiro. I think it makes total sense to take out one of these two spots.
Yeah, you got to put points on the board. You got to eliminate some of the threats, even at the expense of your leave value. I think Guiro is certainly worth doing here. And look at what Aksha's managed to do over the past two moves. He's totally opened the board. He's totally opened so much space. Now there's space open on every single quadrant. The top left quadrant, that R of Riem, the bottom right with decurves. There's Aya's open, bottom left. So everything is open.
Yeah, really nicely done to create some chances on this board that was looking pretty dead before.
And yeah, this is a masterclass in how to play at a very, very large deficit. And considering what Napash just played, actually, probably a little bit worried with that terrible draw after decurve, but after the play of Guiro, there's still some hope in the position.
Yeah, now that these two spots are open, and obviously Aksha doesn't have a great rack to use with them, I think I might just do YOU and YU, take the points. Doesn't keep a good leave. Obviously, something like Vogie from the V of D curve would keep better, but I don't think that takes any hooks.
Vogie does take an R hook,
it
so
takes an
Vogie
R.
would be a very nice way, I was going to mention, to actually open even more space on the board.
That makes a lot more sense. I wasn't aware of the R hook.
Indeed. So after Vogie, suddenly this board is super friendly to bingos. And actually, I would just need a blank draw or something really good to begin trying to get back in this game. But ADNOPSU for Napat. So things are starting to look a little bit better for him. He has unsoaped possible through the E, so Vogie would actually block that play. So this is an actually incredibly important position. YOU for 29, a super sensible play, but Uksha's going to have to play Vogie to stay in this game.
Wow.
Actually, Vogie would just open a new spot for him. So
Oh, yes. Very true. Very true. But a worse spot is what we would say. He's now looking at Gooey. I don't like that idea.
Gooey
Yeah.
would actually block it, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. But from Aksha's perspective, doesn't do what he wants. Vogie does what he wants much better. Unfortunately, this will probably be met with unsoaped from Napat. So he'll go even more ahead, despite Aksha's great efforts here to keep this board open and open it up even more.
Yeah, so I mean, we have to just mention, despite these board opening moves that Akshay has played in the last few turns, he is only at 111 to Napat's 246, and after unsoaped comes down, that's 308. That's almost a 200-point difference between the two. But
doesn't look like Napat's finding unsoaped yet.
Yeah, maybe some trouble here. Maybe some brain fog for Napat. He's gonna write a couple things down. Maybe he's writing down some alphagrams, and what those are sets of letters that are in alphabetical order. For those wondering how these guys are managing to find all these words, most players at the top level study words by alphagrams. So you're given a set of letters that are scrambled in alphabetical order, and that allows you to then see the solution to that scrambled set of letters, after which you will remember, or hopefully remember, the pattern of the alphabetized letters. So unsoaped is a word that I'm sure Napat has seen multiple times. ADENOPSU is the alphagram of that word, and if he writes that on his score sheet, he might have a better chance of seeing it over the board.
I wonder if Noppat is also realizing he's just drawn this S. He can take out this Aya's hook with a play that he had, like the one he has set up here with oops. And that that's he's in defense mode right now. He's not necessarily in this mode of thinking he can bingo on this turn. So his brain isn't going towards these thoughts of, oh, maybe I have a bingo, maybe I should look through the E, maybe I should write down this alphagram. He sees the play that accomplishes what he's been trying to accomplish on these past few turns. So that's where his mind is at, probably.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. There's many schools of thought as to how to approach a Scrabble position. Some players tend to approach it by looking at the letters that they have available and the letters on the board that they can maybe use to their advantage. Other players are very positional and they just look at what the sort of play they want to make would be prior to actually sorting through the real world options. And that can often be very helpful in finding really cool ideas, really sharp tactics. And the only problem with that sort of school of thought is sometimes you're just going to miss the forest for the trees. In this case, it looks like Napat's missing a bingo that we would not have expected him to miss. He's a
Yeah.
top 10 player after all.
Yeah, so last turn, Noppat would have loved to make a play like oops, it accomplishes what he was wanting to do, but now he's missing this golden opportunity to basically put this game away. Another bingo, the bingo of unsoaped, would have put him up like more than 200 points, and that's something that is almost always an insurmountable lead.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning maybe he saw it and he was unsure. And in a situation like this, as long as you make a play you're sure of, you're probably going to win the game. As long as you don't lose a turn, you're probably going to win the game. So this could have been a case of just playing it safe.
Yeah, and now Aksha has set up a really nice opportunity to fork this board again, playing Yod and D curved. He'll set up bingo lanes going to the top right triple and also the bottom right triple, and Napat will not be able to deal with both of those at once.
Yeah, that is a beautiful idea. I'd love to see that on the board. Another desperation move, creating big opportunities that perhaps Napat won't be able to deal with.
Yeah, and it's always a kind of a coin flip of whether you keep an E and an O together or two E's together. So he could have also done YEDE, but in this position with only one more E remaining in the bag from his perspective, I think I like the move to keep the second E.
Yeah, I agree. And I think being able to start words in E and end words in E, making EE makes a lot of sense. But yeah, in this particular instance, he has drawn Venue, VENEWE, which would fit with YE, but that is not enough. He needed more than that, unfortunately. Napat now with ADDNOOS. Of course, still a lot of game to be played. There's still a Z out. Ooze is now a spot that was created with Yod. You could put a Z right between that OO and that E in the center of the board. So that's a possibility down the line with a 3-letter word through the E of D curved. And Napat now is going to have to decide, okay, well, which of these two spots do I want to block?
He even really do anything good about either of them? He can play for very little, something like Dodo and making YO. But anything on the left of the Y, like Dodo and making OY, will just set up that or keep that back E hook alive.
Yeah, I might do something like Dido through the I and Vogie to sort of inhibit the spot, set up the S. But you're right that there isn't a great option to deal with the situation on the board. Maybe just DOO through the O and Yod,
Yeah,
keeping ADNOS, which gives you good shots at drawing a 7-letter word yourself.
Yeah, you could do that. You could do DOO down to the right of Yod as well, getting rid of both of the O's. I don't know. I guess these are the last O's, so keeping one is not a huge concern.
Oh, and Uksha has lined up Unweave from the U and D curved, which is a nice second or plan B play. So he's already figured out what he's going to do. Napat's not really in any time pressure, but it is a great thing to see players really preparing for what might happen. If the top right is blocked, I'll play Unweave. If nothing else changes, and if it's not, I'll play Venue. Yeah, I think for Napat, you want to block one of the spots. That's really been his MO for the last few turns. And we're seeing some nice positional Scrabble play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some really interesting adjustments here for this big deficit that Akshay has been doing, and also from Napat's point of view, the way he's been trying to defend his lead and lock down this board. We're seeing a lot of non-standard moves. If this were an even game, both players would probably be making very different plays. But given the game situation, you have to adjust to where you're at. You have to adjust to the position, to the board, to the scores. So both players have been doing a nice job of that.
Still 2 blanks unseen. We obviously know that Aksha's in a terrible position, down 130, and not even his turn to act. But there's still some air left in this game. There's still 2 blanks to draw. Still a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, a lot of consonants remaining from Napat's perspective. So I think that's why he's thinking of DOD as opposed to DOO. Makes sense. Another example of things you have to adjust for in Scrabble. You got to pay attention to this ratio of vowels and consonants that are left in the bag, because you can make adjustments to the letters that you're keeping such that you can hope to have a more balanced rack when you make your play. Oh, that's not.
Yeah, that's over.
Is that a word? Okay. Okay, just making sure.
Catching you before you fall there, yeah.
No, it's not a word. Or
Wait, what? Oh, dude, he didn't play
yes.
Dune.
No, he played dude.
Oh no, that is unbelievable. Wow.
Wow, that's not. I was wondering if he was thinking of this word because he had it set up for so long on his rack.
Oh no. That is awful. Oh, Napa's got to be feeling
Oof.
some type of way after that.
Lucky
You
for
do not see phony fours played at this level.
no.
Whoa. All right. Well,
So we've got
speaking of the
so now
chances.
this play of venue, whatever this word is, it'll put Aksha down less than 100. Now he's within striking range, and I guess Napa will probably just follow up with maybe DOD parallel. I don't know. There's a few options, but this is not the position he wanted to find himself in.
Yeah, that's crazy. So now the score is 186 to 272. Nampat with a problem still. There's still that lane on the right side. Is he going to play dodo, the valid word with those 4 letters, making ED? Or is he going to play dodo next to the IE of Vogie and try to set up his S and try to set up a situation where he clamps down on the game in over a few moves? But look, first blank is out.
Yeah, wild draw there. High scoring tiles, the J, K, B, P, and the blank. So Aksha's not going to bingo now, but he will probably be able to score decently this next turn and work his way towards a bingo.
All right, so Dodd being played. This is reasonable, eliminating both 8-letter words from the R of ream and to the E or N of venue, and keeping a very reasonable set of tiles with a lot of consonants left to draw. So Napa does have great chances of drawing a 7-letter word next turn.
Yeah, and Aksha has already set up Jib. This will go alongside Dodd, making the 3-letter words IDE and BON. That looks really solid.
Yeah, you could play also Jake to the E and D curved, making KO and AYE. There's a lot of close to 40-point options. But yeah, look at that. That's the same rack we saw in round 1. David Eldar had that against Sid. So, okay. Now it's back to being probably over, but man, what a scare for Napat.
A moment there when we thought maybe Aksha would be able to get back in this one. So yes, after this likely play of Jib, I think this leave of AKP blank is far better than BIP blank that Jake would leave. I think after Jib, chances are decent Aksha draws something, but after Napat's inevitable bingo here, I think once again the lead will be too much for Aksha.
Yeah, and as we get further and further into this event, big mistakes like playing DOOD are going to be more and more costly. I feel like we're going to see less of them as the cream rises to the top. But Solanin coming down.
Solanin and another clunky draw for Aksha. can do something like Pax now, making on with XU of Guiro. That'll score a lot of points. I think you got to do that, but he's keeping KMG blank. It's gonna be tough to come back.
So yeah, we're back to a situation where Uksha's down way, way, way much here, but Pax or Max would be the choice here, and I think it's just a question of what could I foresee myself drawing after each of these plays. Is it even possible that you play Axe? Is there some 8-letter word or 7-letter word that I can draw with KPMG blank? At this stage of the game, you actually have to look for specific things that you're going to be drawing or potentially drawing. So we'll see what Uksha chooses. MGK blank is the normal standard thing to keep, I would say.
Yeah, seems slightly better than KPG blank. But regardless, Pax will bring Aksha within 100, but Napat will then seek to further close down the board and maybe be able to take out most of the remaining lines at once.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens over the next few moves. The unseen tiles that Uksha's looking at are awful. They're almost all duplicated. A I L L L and R R R T T T T W Y Z. Those are not tiles you want to really see yourself drawing multiple of. So we'll see what happens. I don't know exactly what words can be drawn here. I'm thinking like Kerygma, Opgafok, but those are not happening really.
Yeah, some
Is there even
ing
anything?
words, but well, certainly like ing words, marking,
Well, yeah, but
but where to
that
play
fit,
them,
that fit
yeah,
on the
or
board,
where, yeah. So Pax the choice. I think this seems right based on instinct. It's hard to know exactly what all the different options are, but it seems like there are more available bingos with keeping the M rather than the P. Now, I think this is a great opportunity for something like TT alongside Solanin. Will block a lot of bingos to the N. They'll leave open the Vogier hook. There are 3 R's out, so maybe there's a way to deal with both of these spots at once, the Vogier hook and the N of Solanin being the 2 biggest threats on this board, I would say.
Yeah, the deficit for Uksha is 86 points here. That means the lead for Nutbot is 86. With 9 tiles in the bag, it's definitely not over, but it's definitely close. So TT looks great to the left of Solanin, even if the Vogier hook gets used, even if some bingo from the A of Ayaz gets played, or to the H of Harness, that's not going to be good enough at this rate.
Looks like he's thinking of maybe just playing Tit instead. This will leave some options open, but pretty rare to have, you can put an I at the end of this. You can put an E at the end. I don't know why he wouldn't tack on the extra I here. Probably because of the vowel to consonant ratio in this bag. There were so many, I think it was 2 vowels, and did you catch how many consonants were left from Nalpot's perspective?
And all the rest.
All the rest, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So maybe Nalpot's just feeling safe here, wanting to keep a more balanced lead.
Yeah, he's up 100 on this board with this unseen pool. I think he's feeling pretty confident, despite the unfortunate huge blunder of DOOD earlier, and he's drawn into Yes and
That's
Oozes.
huge. Yeah, that's a good game right there.
Yeah. I don't see that going away.
No, I think Uksha might just play. Looks like he's thinking of playing off the K and W.
Yeah, Auk from the A of Ayaz would open the bottom row lane. And interestingly, that might lead to a block. Napat might decide, instead of playing Yes, to block that triple of plays like Yil and KY after Auk on the bottom of the board. Yeah, makes sense. We'll see what Uksha comes up with, but yeah, this was a really awful game for him.
Yeah.
I guess all came down to what happened at the beginning there. It was just maybe Uksha shouldn't have exchanged. And then that Q draw and the 2 bingo draw from Napat.
Mm.
Which didn't play poorly at all, but maybe some small inaccuracies
Mhm.
led him down this path that can happen at the top level.
Mhm. He might just end up doing mock, making MI and AE off of Vogie. Scores 36 points, sets up an S hook. Obviously he doesn't have an S, but with the blank, there's maybe something he could draw with the S in the second to last or third to last position of a bingo.
Well, it sets up the Y, so maybe you could
Oh,
hope for the Y, but unfortunately that will not work
yeah.
out. Mocky and lazy would be like
Okay.
70 points,
'Cause, yeah,
60 points.
I guess both Gawk and Mock do that as well. Set up a Y hook.
Yeah, so all roads lead to a lost game for Uksha here, unless something completely insane occurs. And I mean, we did see something almost 100% insane happen. But Scrabble is
close.
hard. Learning 200,000 words, remembering all of them is hard. So.
Yeah, so Mock will be met with lazy if this comes down. And yeah. Either way, Uksha is not in a position to win this game.
Yeah, and this is a game where both of the players are going to feel like they lost. And Uksha's going to win, but he's going to feel like he blew it and he didn't deserve it. And
Yeah.
Uksha's just going to feel, okay, well, what did I do wrong? What could I have done there? Maybe nothing.
Yeah, I don't really see anything that stands out from Uksha's perspective as a real mistake here. Seemed like he made the right choices in keeping the sport alive when he took that big the big deficit that he found himself in.
Yeah, sometimes in Scrabble, it's not even a question of whether a mistake was made, but whether there was a different path that might have been better.
Yeah.
Because so many positions in Scrabble are unknown. I mean, pretty much every position after 2 moves is brand new. So there's no real way to understand what the best move would be because there's no precedent to each position. But oftentimes you'll see a game where a player will play very, very well and seemingly make no mistakes, at least according to engine analysis. But there will be situations where they could have deviated, they could have done something different that also didn't appear as a mistake. And maybe that would have been the right play. We don't know. And that's actually what's so cool to me about Scrabble and pretty unique about it is it's not a solved game. We don't actually know the answers.
Yeah, it's what makes it so fun. You can have this debate about what the right move was. You can disagree. Even the top players often disagree about moves, have debates about moves. It's what makes Scrabble so intellectually rich and exciting and rewarding is you can always have room to improve. There are always things that maybe you got wrong, things you can discuss. You know, there's never always one solution. And I think that's what that's what most players love about Scrabble, at least in my observation.
The best players have to sort of balance between, all right, am I going to be harshly critical of myself if I didn't make a clear mistake? Am I going to try and assess whether I should have done something differently when they analyze their games? Or am I just going to say, okay, I think I played fine. Let's move on. It's an interesting position. Maybe we could talk about it, but I'm not going to, I'm not going to kick myself about a game like this if you're actually you don't want to kick yourself.
Yeah. I think the approach that seems right and the approach I try to take is somewhere in the middle where you see every turn when you're analyzing your games, as most expert players do, is analyze their games after the fact. See every turn as an opportunity to learn and analyze from, but also recognize that a lot of the time, if you get a result in your analysis, maybe from engine analysis that agrees with your decision, you don't have to kick yourself too hard. Maybe there was another route. Who knows? There are endless possibilities in Scrabble based on different moves that are made, but you should have enough confidence in your own decisions. And we see Mock come down, so I think we'll see lazily, probably, maybe lazy.
Yeah, 2 tiles left in the bag after this move, so do you play lazy or do you play lazily? I think lazily makes it more likely you'll threaten to go up, but with only one vowel left unseen, it's hard to imagine Napat's going to go out next move.
Yeah.
And yeah, if you're a chess player, you're in situations where if you analyze with an engine, you know what you could have done better 100% of the time, and you're never going to get there. You're never going to get to the point where you're playing engine perfect chess. If you're playing poker, you might play the game theory optimal move, but maybe there was some nuance that you missed. But most of the time, even if you play game theory optimal, you might just lose your money. You might just lose to your opponent getting lucky. And I think Scrabble is a great sort of pairing between those two types of thought or theory behind analysis.
Mm.
So over to Uksha with GINRRT blank. He now has the G hook on lazy, so maybe something like trig makes sense. Keeping R and blank. Yes,
There you go.
excuse me. Trig or ring, trying to go out next turn.
Yeah.
Something like that, probably.
All of these seem pretty reasonable, I think. Ring seems to keep a bunch of outplays. Yeah, trigger ring are the two best plays in this position. So you just got to see that glazy hook.
And RNG, we're just talking about that. Anyways, Chloe's looking at me. She doesn't know what that
No,
is.
I don't.
So
I'm-
maybe
What is-
maybe
what is-
neither do you.
What is RNG?
RNG is what people use to describe the randomness in
Ah.
video games
Okay.
specifically.
Yes,
But
sorry.
it's spread to
Other games.
spread to
Okay.
mind
Mind
sports.
No, we're not a game. We're a sport. Maybe we can be both. I guess most sports are both games and sports. No, I didn't know RNG. I'm not as online.
So yeah, with 3 minutes left, Aksha's definitely going to want to make a move within those 3 minutes. We've said it yesterday, we'll say it today. There is overtime in Scrabble. If you go over by a minute, you lose 10 points. If you go over by 2 minutes, you lose 20 points. If you go over by 10 minutes, you lose the game. So it's an interesting rule that allows people to take way too long in certain situations. But there are games where you want to take much longer.
Yeah, there are positions when you need a certain amount of points to win, and you can sacrifice the 10 or 20 or even 30, 40, however many points of going over in order to look for some crazy winning bingo that would score enough to actually win you the game. So sometimes you can afford to sacrifice those points in order to get the win.
It's a good point. I think actually in this particular tournament, 5 minutes is the most someone can go over.
Okay.
Personally, I think there should be no overtime, but I think this is a nice in between. It looks like Aksha's considering robing through the OBI in the top left of the board. I don't think he's seen the glazy hook.
Yeah.
But that's a pretty good play.
Yeah, he'll be able to go out with trip and probing or maybe trigs. So he's guaranteeing a few good outplays here.
Yeah, and I think Nopat's maybe just going to respond with trig himself. And that'll be the game. So a good win for Napat. And while we're waiting for that, again, a huge shout out to everybody watching on MeWatch. If you're watching on YouTube, feel free to download the app. It's a free TV app. You can watch on your smart TV. You can watch on your phone. Everybody watching on MeWatch, we do have a community here on YouTube. You can follow Let's Play Scrabble, subscribe, but potentially even become a member to support endeavors such as this one. Michael Tang and the team behind the Alchemist, not the Alchemist Cup, but he is the Alchemist himself. The team behind the Causeway Challenge have flown out, I think, 10 or 9
10.
people to help out with the live streaming and the coverage. And Relit coming down for 16. Seems very strong.
Maybe.
Or not 16, 11.
Yeah.
I know how to count. And we're going to see trip 15 and out. All right.
Yeah.
Final score 344 to 445, and 101 point victory from Napat. Or 102 point victory.
Yeah.
And that'll be that. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
sorry, you got 11.
Yeah, yeah,
Guess
yeah.
we're
So
not.
481.
Sorry?
Sorry, give me 1 second.
Yeah, yeah.
So 344
Yeah.
and 48.
No,
One?
I don't think it's that high. It's 456, I think.
Okay, 445 you have,
Yeah.
and then 25. No,
No.
sorry.
Yeah, after
445 and
plus
then
11, yeah.
456,
Yeah, that's it. I think.
456 and 344.
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
One more game before lunch.
Is it duty? Right?
Please do not
Duty
go
is
for
over.
lunch.
Right?
One more game before lunch.
Duty is over, yes.
Yeah, well,
And Dodo.
should have just played Dune anyway.
Yeah, I didn't want to play. It was the last 3.
Yeah, last 3E, but yeah.
But I'm scoring 44 and I draw the blank.
Yeah, but you're stuck with consonants, right?
Yeah. I thought of opening the 9 timer here, just playing like Gamut.
Gamut, okay.
Yeah, but then that
So you have
WK blank.
Oh,
Because there's IN unseen. Maybe. But you probably block, right?
yeah. Not gonna sacrifice. Maybe keep the C, but yeah. Or simply just do this. I don't know.
Yeah. No, you have Zyga or Zyga.
Or Zygo, yeah.
One more game before lunch. Please do not go for lunch. One more game before lunch.
Take a picture first.
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty, a little bit of analysis there that we get. Pleasure. And yeah, that was round 13 of 36 of the Causeway Challenge. We'll be back for round 14. I think it is a lunch break now.
No, one more game. I
One
think.
more game before lunch. Okay, good. So we'll be back pretty soon, maybe in around 10 to 15 minutes with the next round. Don't go anywhere. More Scrabble to come. Hello and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. I am Josh Sokol. I have a lozenge in my mouth. I was just taking that out. Here, Chloe, why don't you talk, Chloe? Round 14 about to come.
That's this. I'm here with Josh Sokol, and we are about to start round 14 of the Causeway Challenge. We have Jason Keller versus Aksha. Aksha is our good friend. We've had him on every round this morning, all 4 morning rounds before our lunch break, which will follow this round. Jason Keller has been off to a great start today. I think he maybe has won all of his games so far today, and he's now in second place. He just is coming off of a big win against Nigel Richards, so he's keeping Nigel off of the stream for another round. So we'll see what he's got against our guy Aksha.
Yeah, so we got an American, Aksha, of course, originally from India. I think he still lives in Bahrain, but yeah, it's going to be a great matchup. I don't know how many times these guys have played, but this is the only time you're going to see them play live on stream here at the Causeway Challenge. Let's pan to the board, see if they're ready to go. And if not, we can just keep talking.
Yeah, we love to talk.
I think the round
Okay,
is starting in
looks like-
just under a minute. Everybody running to their tables.
Yeah.
One more round before lunch. This is round 14. This is table 2. 3 tables are being live streamed. I don't know why you wouldn't be watching all of them at once. I would be, if I was at home, I would have 10 different games up because 10 games are being annotated at once, trying to see the coolest positions. In any case, we have to focus on this one, but so much Scrabble content will come of this. This is a historic first 3 live streams, 10 annotated boards, all broadcast to Woogles, all broadcast on MeWatch, all broadcast on YouTube. We see the tiles are squared in the corners of the board.
Yes, Aksha to go first. We have Jason going second. Jason wearing his signature orange.
I thought you were going to say signature mask. That is
Yeah,
one of his
maybe-
signature
maybe
masks. I think it has the New York subway system on it. It's a pretty
Okay.
cool one. Yeah, he has his signature orange bottle. Yeah, he's been on the stream in the US and Canada a lot. He won the 2022 Canadian Scrabble Classic with his infamous orange bottle. A different one from this one, though. I wonder if someone stole it because it's like probably worth a ton of money now. But actually, with a normal plastic bottle of water himself. And he's going to draw 7 tiles out of that nice red Causeway bag. This time will be started. Once a tile comes out of the Scrabble bag, the game begins. Let's see what he draws. E, A, sports. E-A-C-U-N-E. We need a T. Oh,
yes,
not
no
quite.
CUNY this turn, but can score some points here. Basically, Aksha will have to decide if he wants to take the highest scoring play or if he'd like to keep a more bingo-friendly leave. So he has FEU available. That would clean up the rack really nicely, keeping the synergistic ACEN leave. Or for many more points, he could play N face, just leaving a U, though, on his rack.
Yeah, and face putting the first E on the star. The leave isn't great. The defense is okay. There's also just fence. You could play fence, putting the F on that light blue double letter score. And that might set up a fun extension of out fence later on. Actually, already 1/3 of the way there. And FEU, I feel like that's just too much to give up. I wouldn't make this play, but I totally understand the logic there. Acne is a very good thing in Scrabble, not a great thing in life. But we're going to probably see a pretty quick response here from Jason. OWO fits right up top with OFWE and OU. AEPT is a great leave, and
Yeah, that
I
looks
think
really
that's going to
nice.
come down pretty quickly.
Yeah, that looks great. Keeping a really nice balanced leave. Not really opening up anything on this board. Yeah, seems like the perfect play here.
Even setting up oft, we were talking about OF, is a pretty defensive 2-letter word. Lots of 2-letter words take tons of hooks on one or the other side. A hook is just a letter that adds to a word to make another word. OFT is one of 2 hooks on that side.
Yeah, now Aksha can keep things really tight here with something like OY, making OWE and YOU. There are a few hooks that would go before OWE, but there are a few ways to keep this board similarly tight. You could also play YO, making oof. Any of these plays would keep a nice sleeve. The ACEMN looks really good. Really, just the Y holding this rack back a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting to consider whether you would play YO and oof or OY, OWE and YOU. YO is a more aggressive play, setting up many more hooks. Mayo is also a pretty cool option, just to add those two tiles, make things a little bit more open. This will be a situation where we kind of see Akshay's colors. What do you do at the start of the game? Do you want to keep things tight and tactical, or do you want to open the board and try to pounce on the openings first before Jason does?
Yeah, it's hard to read too much into that play of OO. It's a play that you often just make. Getting rid of two O's and a W is usually a good thing to do. So I might keep things tight here. Maybe Yo is. I don't like Mayo. I think that provides too many comeback plays for Jason here. But YO seems decent. I don't hate it. I think I might still do OI though. I like that.
There are tons of options here. For a second, I mean, for a while, Akshay had COAM lined up, which is not valid. Ko-Ming is good. ING. Hopefully he doesn't play that. We have had enough phony fours get played on stream today. But tons of options. MY is an awesome one. Setting up that C. Canoe is a really cool leave. I love this option
awesome.
for Akshay.
That's great. I wonder what that last tile on Jason's rack is. It looks good with these 6 letters here. We'll see. We're working on getting that final tile for you all. Maybe someone spotted it as he was drawing. He's not giving us much.
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Has he looked at his 7th tile?
Does he have 7 tiles?
Yeah, he's got another T apparently.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll get that rack fixed eventually, but AEIMPTT is the situation here for Jason Keller. Maybe he's going to use his own M to overlap the Y and play something like Mat, but he's considering a really high scoring option of Tepa
That looks great.
underneath FEU, making oft WEE and MOUP. You're seeing how keeping that hook to the OF, excuse me, can really, really help you in scenarios like this.
Yeah, that looks great. Tepa scoring at 34 points. It'll give back some scores by putting the A above the triple word square. So it looks like maybe Jason's considering Pit instead. I think also making MOUP. The problem with this is it also gives back a lot of high scoring plays to the triple.
No, the bigger problem is this is a 15-point sacrifice over playing Tepa. I'm concerned maybe there is some uncertainty on Tepa. I'm very confused by this decision. It's a better leave for sure.
Yeah.
It's not 15 points better.
Yeah, even if you're unsure of Tepa, maybe he missed the MOUE hook. He could have played Matt or Pat, MATTE or PATTE, making oft, wet, and MOUE. So this is an odd choice. And now Akshay will be able to capitalize on it playing Axone for a ton of points to the triple.
Yeah, this is a big swing in Akshay's favor. He didn't have that X, but the play of Pitt giving back such a big spot. Actually, I don't think after Tepa there was a big X play available. So
yeah, but Jason picking up a bingo. He's drawn Metates, METATES, which will go down with Moops, even after the play of Axone.
yeah, so there'll be some options here for Jason Keller. Is statemen a word?
B?
I think that's
No,
it's nestmate.
nestmate.
Oh jeez. Okay, I'm good. It's a good thing I'm not playing this tournament. We're
too.
quick to
Me too.
criticize, not so quick to play well ourselves. So nestmate is available from the end. That seems extremely risky to throw that E out in space. At
Yeah.
the bottom right of the board. I think mutates for 70, a 4-point sacrifice with moops is probably what you do here.
Yeah, that looks much better to me as well. I wonder if he's just looking for other bingos. Has Jason spotted metates yet? Not sure. Aksha picking up a ton of consonants.
Oh my god.
So he's gonna have a really hard time next turn doing anything. Oh, he's going nestmate. So I think metates might have been missed because I think, yeah, that seems like a pretty clear choice to me. I think now this gives Aksha an easier bailout from this rack of cred through the E of nestmate. He won't be able to score a ton with this huge spot that was set up by Jason, but he'll still be able to get 30 for these and get rid of 3 of his consonants.
Yeah, getting bailed out 2 turns in a row, Aksha, after mutates, there's nothing good available. But yeah, this is a clear, easy cred, and Aksha has great chances to bingo through the E of Axone. But who's gonna bingo first? Is Jason about to draw something?
Yeah.
That's
3
a blank, but
ends.
3 ends. Is there something available though?
I don't
it
think
could be
so.
3 ends. There's some crazy words, but yeah, nothing available yet for Jason. That is a great draw for him for sure.
Yeah, no bingos either for Aksha, drawing one too many consonants, I think, with this rack. That V, he wanted that to be some sort of vowel. So we're not going to see any more bingos yet. I think now for Jason, getting rid of a couple of these ends, maybe with Nan, a top axone, making that ax and no. He could also do none, but that looks like a bit too aggressive to me.
Well, none would not fit atop the AXO of Axone. That would make UX.
Yeah, no, I'm
You
looking at with
could-
NY, sorry.
Yeah, you could play it atop the MY of Moop for a small sacrifice of 8 points, but the U is a really, really bad letter, so could be something that Jason would prefer. I know that Jason stylistically prefers to keep the best leave he can. He's okay sacrificing points. As long as we don't see annum get played, that is not a valid word. You might think it is. It's a commonly used word in English despite being Latin based, but not a valid word in Scrabble, as it's only used in the phrase per annum. So Nan coming down. All right, we're seeing worse leave, but a higher score. I think this is definitely a better play than none.
Yeah.
That's a big scoring spot on top of the AXO.
Yeah, I like this. I like this play. I don't think it's worth it to sacrifice the 8 points for none. This makes a lot of sense. I think none also just opens up too much. It's not the easiest to re-overlap, but still A and O go on top of the NY. A bunch of letters go on top of the U. So this makes sense.
Are we gonna see Aksha play to that through that E of axone with something like curve or curved KERVE or VED?
Yeah, I think we might.
That sucks. It's unfortunate that you have to block that E, but at this score, it's really not that big of a deal. You're
Yeah.
taking a small lead. You're leaving an N and an S. You have the S hook for moops,
Yeah.
and he's gonna get out of this rack.
Yeah, sometimes when your opponent bingos first, you feel like you're at a deficit, but really this is an even game. Aksha got axone for basically the score of a bingo, and we also here are seeing Jason with the blank and are assuming he's gonna bingo soon. But really, I think it makes total sense to play it curved here. I like that a lot. He's looking at Kern for a second, making KY, I think. But I like getting rid of the K, the V, scoring 22 points. It's about as good as he can do. I think it might even be his highest scoring play alongside KVAS through the A of nestmate, but I definitely prefer playing curved and keeping the S for the moops hook, which is pretty big on this board.
Yeah, ungraced, I believe, is what Jason's looking at through the E of axone right now, and Aksha's considering just DAK for 16. That's a pretty solid leave, and you're gonna give yourself chances at a bingo through the E of axone, leaving that open. But I feel like this is just a little bit too dangerous. Like the leave could improve, but it could also remain bad. You could draw 2 more consonants, could draw 2 more tiles that you can't work with, and you still have a V that you're stuck with. I think this was probably a missed opportunity for Akshay. He did see the play of curved though, so he definitely chose this consciously, and he has good
Yeah.
reasons for it. And he's
Yeah.
drawn to versins and
Okay.
versines.
Yeah, so versins and versines, one of those will play. It looks like Jason probably going to go down with ungraced, like you said. So versins will play with moops. So this worked out in this case. I do agree. I think curved was slightly better just because with a 2-consonant draw, that ENRSV could have gone really south.
But ungraced isn't the best play here. Uncharged is available, making the blank an H. That would be 80 points because it would hit the triple word score at the top right of the board. Jason might miss this play. It's a really tough one.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking this through. He's gonna re-alphagram or close to alphagram his tiles. So maybe he's looking to see what other letters that blank could be. Sometimes when you have the blank and you're looking for a bingo, what you need to do if you're not finding an option that you're totally confident is the best bingo available to you is you literally go through the whole alphabet, think, what happens if I make the blank an A? Okay, how about a B? And you keep permuting through all the letters of the alphabet, and maybe then something will pop out to you that you hadn't yet considered.
Yeah, we'll see if he comes up with uncharged. And even if you see uncharged, is it a word? Yes, it is. There's so many words like this, that are not valid. But yeah, to free from a charge is to uncharge. Makes a lot of sense. Sometimes words make sense and are valid. Sometimes words make sense and are invalid. This is why these players spend a lot of time, usually half an hour to an hour per day, studying words, making sure that they're familiar with the lexicon as best as possible. But ungraced seems to be the word that Jason is going back to. And this would definitely be a missed opportunity for him if he plays that. But a bingo's a bingo. He will take the lead if he plays ungraced. However, Ksha is going to come back with a bingo of his own. Like we said, versins will fit with moops, and it also fits through the E of axone, making versines. I think inverses as well is possible for an extra score. So we're going to have a bingo exchange here so long as Jason is confident in ungraced. It looks like he is.
Yeah, so ungraced the play. This will score 63 points for Jason. Like you said, Josh missed opportunity for the 80 points of uncharged, that is. But sometimes you just have to take the word that you're sure of. I don't even know if Jason spotted uncharged or if he saw it and wasn't sure of it, as often happens in Scrabble. It's so hard to keep all the words straight. So ungraced the play here.
Yes, we're going to probably just see versins now. Actually, he's been sitting on this, just waiting to see what Jason does. And I see no world in which he doesn't put this down in the next 20 seconds.
Someone start counting. Not necessary.
All right, let's go. I predicted something. You know, sometimes we have the commentator's curse. Sometimes we have commentator's grace. This time we were not ungraced. And Versins was played. 17 minutes, 50 seconds left for Uksha at 211 points to Jason Keller's 197. Also around 17 minutes left. He's drawn a very interesting rack. He's going to have Geely through that E of Versins for a nice 46 points.
Yeah.
I feel like that is just a hole in one.
Yeah, that's certainly a play here. It looks like right now he set up Jehu to the U of ungraced, but I think Geely, you have to find out on this turn. And Uksha picking up the second blank in this game. Does he have anything to go with it though? He would need a T for goethite. I don't see anything else off the bat.
So Geely coming down, of course. Jason had seen Jehu before the play of Versins, but has adjusted, has seen what has changed, and made the play very quickly. So good job by him. And Uksha's going to have to take a turn or two to untangle a little bit. He's in a good position. He has that final blank. He doesn't have any bingos, but he's going to look for some. He's going to take some time to think about whether he has something playable. But on this board, it kind of doesn't look very promising. So I don't expect him to take too long, but when you do have a blank, options multiply. You don't want to miss something. It's very hard to find everything. So very understandable if he takes a couple minutes here. But I feel like after that, maybe just a small play of
Yeah.
EH or OH.
Yeah, I think EH or OH look very good. Making next to ungraced, you can make ER or OR with HA hitting the triple word score. Triple letter score. That looks really good to get a solid score. The best he's gonna do with this rack, 28 points. Keep the blank, of course. Try to get a bingo next turn.
Yeah, and he's going to need a little bit of help there. Of course, the leave being 3 vowels, 1 consonant, he'll need to draw at least 1 consonant probably to get a bingo down. And in this situation, we were talking about it last game, keeping 2 O's, or sorry, keeping an O and an E versus keeping 2 E's. Actually had a similar decision on his hands against Napat. It's often a toss-up. So you keep an O and an E and give yourself more short options, more flexibility next turn because you're keeping 2 different letters, or do you keep the 2 E's, which sometimes tend to synergize better with the long words and create more bingo opportunities for yourself. But I think in this particular case with the G on hand, you want to keep that O. That's my intuition.
Yeah. Yeah, this looks right to me as well. This will prevent Jason from playing Qigong, which he could have played if OH was played, making NOH. So it's rare when you have the Q and the U that you wouldn't do that. I'm not even sure if Qigong would be the best play either way, but it's a fun word for sure.
Yeah, a lot of possibilities with the rack like this. Quahog, Quahog, Qigong, Guqin, really weird looking word, but I think in the end we'll see something like quoth through the T of nestmate. But right
Yeah.
now Jason's looking at the higher scoring Quino, making JO. The GH combination is pretty good. Quoth though keeping that ING, which might be useful. On a board like this though, maybe not so much.
Yeah, I think it's worth keeping the ING here. I think quoth is better. Opens up some scoring opportunities a bit more than Quino does. So maybe Jason will go for the extra 3 points of Quino over quoth. Keeping GH. GH is always a nice tile. Doesn't go great with the G, but there are some words that end GH. It goes together. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, definitely a solid play. Akshay has drawn 2 vowels. So we sort of jinxed that one too. By we, I mean me. So he's gonna probably have to take another turn. He noticed the unplayable agiotage, A-G-I-O-T-A-G-E, which is a nice word. But that will not go down. You'd want to play agio somewhere, but you can't play that with like AY at the bottom
No.
left. You can't really do everything you want to do here. So maybe a play through the KD at the bottom right if you can find a 5-letter word, and oaked is there, O-A-K-E-D. That seems pretty cool. Sinuk should make some very nice finds of that nature, and we'll see if he finds that or if he has some other idea.
Yeah, oak looked really nice. Getting rid of 3 of his vowels, keeping a bit more of a balanced leave. AGI blank, not amazing to keep the G, but like we said, really the word you want to be playing is agio, and there's just no good spot for that. So I like this idea of oaked if he finds it. Looks like he's considering AI currently. Looking for a spot for that.
Yeah, right now he's thinking about Ria from the R and Bursons. He's changed his mind a little bit there. We should assess the situation though. So Akshay is down 41 points. He really wants to bingo, and the options to bingo on this board are quite few and far in between. So it is possible that sort of opening the board in some fashion is called for here. He definitely doesn't need to bingo. He has a blank. He might be able to navigate certain positions a lot better than Jason with that blank, but probably making a play that opens something would help him out. But is there a play that really does a great job at that? I'm thinking about again to the N in ungraced, AGAIN. That sort of opens space, but not in a great way. I don't think that's a great play. And so the play of Ria might help a little bit, setting up sevens lane underneath on the 3rd to bottom row. Or maybe something with acred. You could put an A onto cred on the bottom right and play something like aga or AA. I don't like any of those options. Maybe Ogam, OGAM seems like the best way to open something to the M and nestmate.
Ogam looks fine. I think I might prefer Ria over Ogam, just to give back a little less. Ogam's so easy to play words on top of hitting the double word score. Nothing super appealing though. I like the idea of Ria a bit more. taking the back L, of which there are 3 remaining.
Yeah, Oak still a higher scoring option at 20 points. But yeah, I honestly I prefer this play.
Okay, this
I'm
is
gonna
nice.
disagree with Chloe here.
What?
Hard disagree. No, but the thing is, this board is interesting in that there might be a play from the N of Versins that comes down to that bottom middle triple at some point. So opening space down there might be a little bit unnecessary, but I really like the idea here.
Yeah.
Oakum. Let's see if a couple consonants were drawn, and indeed yes. So that might be good.
Yeah.
But let's move over to Jason right now with only one vowel. He has girth lined up, keeping an R and an L.
I think he's thinking of playing this with HER next to the EH and ungraced. This will give back feetlier to Akshay. We saw earlier the phony, what was it, fairlier come down, but feetlier is a word. So that'll work. Oh, sorry. Does that, no, that fits. Okay.
Yeah, that'll fit. Grith or girth, both words would fit with HER. They would both give back feetlier. And so this still makes a lot of sense. Jason's not really that far ahead that he's really can afford to play defensively and try and clamp down on the board. I would maybe consider some play through the O of Oakum, like Goth instead, but that would keep 2 R's. I don't think that's worth it. So I think this play is totally fine, and it will be responded to with a bingo of feetlier. There might be something even better.
Big either available as well.
Fig eater is what's been lined up here. I like the 2 words fig tree and fig eater. They're both extremely hard to find, but actually taking no time at all to find fig eater.
That's great. Yeah, fig eater.
Probably his best play.
Yeah, I like that a bit more than feetlier because it doesn't move the O of Ogam, so he will bingo right back after fig eater or feetlier.
Yeah, and this is huge for Jason Keller. He kept an L and an R. Anything could have happened after that. He could have drawn multiple L's, tons of I's, but instead he drew into lowered, which is going to put him in a really good position after the bingo exchange. Both bingos scoring around in the 60s. So
well, now lowered plays up top as well.
Oh wow, lowered is going to play even more after fig eater. Yes, you're right. And if Akshay doesn't draw something soon, he's definitely going to lose this game.
Yeah, these bingos lowered, also rowelled available, ROWELED. Both will play a top fig eater, making EF and DI. These will open up a triple lane. So in some cases, maybe Akshay gets lucky and draws another bingo back here. He'll have to get lucky on this draw in order to keep some hopes alive in this game.
Yeah, he doesn't have to necessarily draw a bingo. He's going to be behind around 60, 70 points. But looks like he's drawn AILRSTV, which is possibly just one letter off of something. Virtuals? Is that good?
Yeah, I think so.
Virtuals would would fit through the U of Quino, but it is not. It is not valid. So I think this is not a great pull for Akshay, but he still has that lane that he created beneath Ogam to possibly use. Is he gonna have to leave that L open though? There's some big threats on top of that L. The Z is out. A lot of things can happen, but oh my gosh, what is this? IIOOLA?
What do we have here? What is this last letter?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a Z, which would be fantastic, but anything else, that's not a great draw for Jason Keller. So are we gonna see a fishy play
just
here?
Back?
For Akshay just backs to the AX in the center of the board.
Oh, is he gonna play virtuals? Oh, it's so hard.
So word-like.
Yeah, I think especially in our Scrabble world, we've had some virtual Scrabble tournaments, and I feel like words like that often become a noun. So one might refer to a virtual as a Scrabble the words for this type of tournament or event. Oh, it sounds so much like a word. When is that a U as well?
Yeah, that's a U. So I think AIILOOU is Jason's draw. So little does Akshay know that he's actually not in a terrible spot if he doesn't play virtuals. He's probably unsure of it. But in a position like this, it feels like you have to play something like that. There's 8 tiles in the bag, so perfect timing. You would leave 1 tile in the bag after virtuals and almost tie the game up. Virtuals is 61. That would bring Uksha to 379. He would still be down 11 points, but what do you do otherwise? Like, what's the alternative to virtuals that makes any sense here? You really want to eliminate that triple, but once you eliminate that triple, maybe Jason himself is going to play some defense, block the lane under Ogum. So I'm really concerned. There are huge threats all over the board for the Zed. So I feel like you have to just go for virtuals, even if you're unsure, and try and draw the Zed. Because if you draw the Zed, you're probably going to win.
Yeah, it's such a bad position. Because, yeah, I think this next turn, Jason almost certainly going to play with the triple above lower. I think he'll play like Alu, A-L-O-O. And that'll close that area down. The remaining bingo lane, not very good.
Yeah, if you
After
play-
this phony, if this phony of virtuals is played, it gets challenged off. And then we see a play in the top left corner. Even a bingo with Ogam might not win, especially if Jason draws the Z and gets a huge Z bomb atop Fig Eater.
You have to score something here. Looks like Uksha's considering Vol for 12 through the O of Ogum.
It's all right.
That's all right if you're down 50, but if you're
Yeah.
down 72, I feel like the timing doesn't work out. Jason's always going to use that triple, even with the terrible rack like
Yeah.
this. Like you said, Alu is actually 30 points, and that'll just win the game for him.
Yeah. I feel like Aksha just does not feel good about this word this phony virtuals, but keeps coming back to it because he knows his chances are so bad otherwise.
Yeah, great point. See what he ends up doing. I feel like if virtuals comes down, Jason will challenge. His word knowledge is very good, but there is a chance that we have double blindness. There is a chance that Jason will let that phony go. It puts him in a position where if he challenges and gives Uksha 5 more points, there's some issue. There might be a possibility of that meaning the difference between victory and defeat. There's also something like Verl underneath Fig Eater making div. You could do something like that. Try to draw something high scoring. That also blocks one of the Z spots.
The biggest Zed threat. Nothing is appealing here. And also, the longer Aksha takes to make up the play of virtuals, if he does decide to play it, the more suspicious it'll seem to Jason. Why did it take you so long to play that bingo? Why didn't you play that immediately? It just raises way more red flags the longer he takes.
That's true. It's very, very true. So apologies for the picture quality, but yeah, Jason's been knocking his rack camera that you see in the player camera. There is a little bit of a impedance there, so sometimes it'll happen that the players will knock the cameras, and we much prefer to leave them alone and not disturb the game. So we're using a different camera view, but we can clearly see the rack here. So nice job by our producers.
Yeah, thank you, team.
Christian and Andrew K for fixing that for us. FTFY. So will we see virtuals come down?
I think we're seeing
No,
Vol.
we're seeing Vol for 12, and I feel like this play, you can't bingo after this play when you draw one. No matter what Jason does, he's going to score something. You're going to be down too much for the bingo to be good enough. I feel like Vol is a 2-turn sequence that you need to do now. You need to play Vol and then play something else, empty the bag, and hope to bingo out. This is a terrible situation for Aksha.
Didn't hit his bingo, certainly. This draw of BI was not what he needed. But I wonder if there's now another opening, maybe a better opening he can make. I don't see anything off the bat. Maybe, yeah, I don't see anything off the bat.
So we're expecting to see Alu, but actually Jason's missing that completely in playing Olio for 15. That is a huge point sacrifice, giving probably Uksha a little bit too much. But yeah, hard to see those overlaps sometimes, but we do expect at this level that people will be spotting plays like Alu, but there's the Z, and that should be it.
BI now is the play. There are other Z spots, of course, but this is blocking the best Z spot for Jason.
So what's in the bag but an A and an E, I think. So Atresia, Asteria, I think is what's going to be drawn here. But is there only one spot for those? I feel like this is still GG. Waiters doesn't fit through the W of lowered.
Yeah, it looks like probably the plays of Boise through the W of lowered, or Biz making OB, or just ZA a top lowered.
Yeah, so
Should
you're
do
just getting
pretty well.
outscored even.
Yeah, should outscore the bingos.
But is there a second threat? Why wouldn't you just play
Just
like
block.
something with? Well, what could you do
Like just
actually?
acred. Why would you?
Yeah, acred adds an AL. And we'll get that board flipped over for you guys. There we go. Yeah, it's very interesting. What else is playable here for Uksha? Is it just the 3 words under making vola, asteria, atresia, aristae making vol? Or is there something else in this position that means that Jason Keller should not try and block? He's looking at Biz and OB, which will be good enough to outscore Uksha's bingos. So 10.5 minutes. Jason is in a winning endgame. Oh, it's not an endgame. Okay.
Yeah, we have the peas in the bag. So basically, Jason now needs to be considering what are all the different racks that Aksha can have. The P instead of the, maybe if the A is in the bag, what could happen there? So for example, if Acred was played, as I suggested earlier, that would give back, as pointed out in the YouTube chat, Paris to go out and lose for Jason. So he's gonna have to be careful here to make sure he's not giving back any bingos with any of the one tile draws that he would have after making his play.
Yeah, so with one tile in the bag, apologies for that misanalysis there. With one tile in the bag, things become a lot more complicated. Jason doesn't know what Uksha has, so trying to score as much as possible when you're already up 53, when the possible bingos don't hit any big premium squares. I think the first thing to look for is, can I score enough points? And Biz or Boise or
ZA.
Za up top will score just enough to outscore anything that Uksha can have.
So yeah, Jason probably going to take some time here to calculate how much each of these plays scores, how much a bingo making vola or vols will score. And then once he determines that, this play of Biz, or maybe he'll see Boise, one of these plays will score enough for him, no matter the draw, no matter what he draws from the bag.
And yeah, Jason taking a lot of time here. This is where you want to use up as much of your time as necessary to make sure that the math works in your favor. If you're Jason, you could potentially find all of the threats in the position, all of the possible bingos that Uksha could have. But I think most important thing to do would be to calculate how much a bingo would score. So what's the highest score that my opponent can have here? And you would look to maybe think about a word that puts the P on the triple letter score. So let's say APARETS was a word, something like that. You would calculate 74 points for that, making vols. And you would think about, all right, I am up by 53. Can I score enough that 74 points won't be enough? And I think Jason's come to the conclusion that yes, Biz for 38, putting me up by 91 is going to allow me to outscore anything, because if I get the 1-point tile that I would get, I'm only giving back 12 points. So 86 points between the scores, and 91 points are between the scores right now. So Jason would win in that scenario by 5. So this is a very mathy position. Jason doing the math properly. Aristae coming down is going to be a close finish, but no cigar for the guy that we've had on stream 4 rounds in a row. So 420 plus 16 points. The final score 436 to 443. A very close game, but at the end, Jason had it all under control. Let's listen to the overhead.
AIIOOLU out of this, and I'm just like, oh my, and I was just so, and then when, yeah, I got very lucky there.
Yeah, lowered was the perfect time.
Well, yeah, and then just that, because I knew I couldn't do anything to block it.
I spent a long time because I had virtuals. I'm glad I didn't play it.
Wait, sorry?
Virtuals through the U.
Oh.
It's no good.
No. I would probably be, yeah. On charge. I was right there. But
Yeah.
Just too much, but yeah, okay. At least I didn't miss it completely. But, ow.
All right. A little analysis there. Jason realizing he missed uncharged, talking about his terrible draw after lowered, talking about virtuals. Jason didn't like that move. Was not valid. Lots of stuff to think about. I think
Mhm.
Jason Keller is 4-0 this morning.
Yeah, he's had a great day. He's on the roll.
But we have many more games today. I think 6 more games after this. However, we're going to a lunch break very, very soon. But before that, let's show some standings, or let's show some some faces. Welcome back. Oh, that was brief. Darn. Hope you guys took a screenshot
Wow.
there. Took a picture to last longer.
Get them off our
So
screen.
Notpot was at 11-2 after that victory against Uksha last round. We'll see if he wins again. We'll see if Ben Schonbrunn wins again. We don't even have to wait and see. Normally we have to wait and see once the games are over, but at the moment we have a crazy game between Ben and Notpot where it seems to be extremely close. 302 for Ben and 329 for Notpot. And it is Ben to move down 27 points with 3 tiles in the bag. So that's a very interesting thing. You can go to the broadcast. That's, I think, table 1.
It is table 1. Go check that out.
Feel free to check that out either on MeWatch or on YouTube. And on table 3, David Eldar versus Josh Watt. Josh is actually about to win this game. He's up 90 points. I don't believe that David's going to win. So Josh Watt going to come back to 10-4 after this. And David Eldar are going to fall to 10-4 as well. So Jason Keller going to be 11-3 with good spread. Dave Wiegand, we can look at his game. His game is on, oh my God, I wish we could watch this one. We can watch the game, but Dave Wiegand versus Nigel Richards on table 4. It looks like Dave wins 465 to 410. So he's going to be getting to 11-3 with good spread. So he's going to be very close to Jason in the standings. So things are heating up for sure. There is a lunch break now, though. We'll wait for some more results and we will say goodbye, Chloe, but some crazy things happening already. More crazy things will happen.
It's getting real. It's so exciting. Looking forward to being back after the lunch break. We got 6 more games to go today. Yeah. What a great morning.
Yeah, great morning. It'll be a great afternoon. Thanks everybody for joining us. We'll see you in around an hour and 13 minutes, I believe. So that will be, I think, 1:30 p.m. local time in Bangkok, Thailand. Set your alarms. You won't want to miss it. See you guys very, very soon. All right, welcome back to the Causeway Challenge live from Bangkok, Thailand. I am Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. It's been a nice lunch, Chloe, but we
Yes.
have more Scrabble for
I
everybody.
know. 6 more games today. First up, we got Napat versus Jason Keller. We just saw Jason take down Akshay, who was on stream for all 4 games this morning. He's getting a bit of a break now. And we've got Napat, who's been right near the top throughout this whole tournament. I think he just came off of a tough loss on stream versus Ben Schonbrunn. So he's looking to bounce back in this game. Jason, on the other hand, looking to continue his win streak. I think he won all 4 games this morning. So he's looking like he's doing really well.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you look at the standings, top 3 players are from the USA at the moment. So I'm sure we have some fans of that in the chat. We'll see how that changes over time. But very good showing for Jason and a couple of others as well. Anyways, let's pan to the board. Players are seated. Players are almost ready to go. And the announcements, I think, are over. I think the round is about to start right on time. Napat going first against Jason. And they are, I think, just about ready. Just about ready to go already. Jason shaking the bag just to make sure everything is all set. That is the tradition. That's the procedure. And we'll be off in just a moment. Let's see what comes out of the bag of desire.
Let's do it. Go back to So Napat drawing first. Close to red root. Is there a T? No.
All right, DEIOORR, the opening rack for Napat.
Yeah, nothing particularly inspiring. Close to some bingos, no bingos on his rack. You can get rid of a lot of these tiles with a play like Oro-Eyed, keeping the other R. Seems decent. He might want to play something like Ordo or Rue, but I think I prefer just taking the points of Oro-Eyed here. What do you think, Josh?
Well, we're seeing
Or okay.
instead.
Setting up his D, I guess.
That's right. Among other things, it's a good leave. I'm not a fan of this play. I would probably rather exchange these 3 than make this move, but
Oh, he hasn't played yet.
it's pretty interesting. I mean, everything in this sort of position is very close. OOOOR, DOOR, odor, Oroide, exchanging. They're all very, very close in
Yeah.
value, and it's just up to you to decide which one you want to do. There's no way to actually know for sure what the best play is in a position like this.
And
So.
Jason gonna hit this hard with Quiz and Zoe as he's immediately laying it down. This is 53 points. That is great for him, getting out to a big start for this game.
That's right. Quiz 4, 53 to open. And that's part of why you don't want to necessarily make a play like OOR. There's some annoying counterplay you might be giving back, and specifically counterplay that doesn't necessarily help you in your quest to get a bingo. So in this particular instance, it's going to be hard to find a great move.
D-Air looks good, making QI and UR for Napat. He'll score 35 points, hitting the triple. Scores much better than any of his other options. Gets rid of some of those vowels. He has a few too many I's, a couple E's. So it'll be nice to leave a more balanced leave. Well, not so balanced, but get rid of some of those extra vowels.
Yeah, Diarra is very nice. It's probably the only play here. You got to score points. Got to leave the board a little bit open. You're now at a small deficit. And he's going to need to spot this. Has he spotted it? I'm not sure. He's separated AI.
Maybe just thinking of Zoa and AI. Looks reasonable.
Yeah, part of the problem in this position is that Napat doesn't have a great way to re-overlap the Zo situation in the center of the board. That word takes an A for Azo and a D for Zo. And he has both of those, but no great way of utilizing a hook. So his idea of playing Zoa, AI, and OI might be an attempt at reducing the damage that an overlap could cause. You could easily see a 40-50 point play
Yeah,
in
coming
that
down.
spot.
Yeah, it's looking like he's found Dier now. I think he'll probably go with that, though he was considering Dari for a minute. Dari would play both in that spot that you mentioned, Josh, making DI and Azo. It also would play making QI. Given that they're comparable in points, maybe he would have gone with it making Azo and DI to take out that big scoring spot. But now that he's found Dier, I think that is the move here. We'll see, though.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe a little bit of uncertainty, but I would be surprised if Napat's unsure of the word Dier. Dier is a
I think he
or
just prefers Irade here.
I mean, why would you sacrifice 8 points? I don't really
Defense.
understand.
I mean, it takes out that big scoring spot. I'm not saying I love it. This does make Jason's life a lot harder now.
Yeah, it's very rare that you'd want to take such a big sacrifice, but that was a huge spot available to Jason, so
There's one standout play available to Jason here. It's not an easy find. It's a double-double through the U of Quiz and the I of Irade. Will he find this play, scoring 40 points?
yeah, that would be really, really cool. It's an extremely high level find, though. It's very possible that Jason's not even gonna think about doing something like that. And maybe he's just gonna think about getting rid of his V, getting rid of that duplicated L. It's looking at something like venal. There isn't a great spot for that.
Maybe just with Rev, is he looking?
But yeah, the
That was-
difference between the best play here, which is eluvial, Eluvial, and the next best play is tremendous. So this is a very important moment early on in the game.
Yeah. Eluvial so much better, like you said. There are some other plays through that UI, but those words levulin and levulin with an A inserted to make leavulin, both I believe would take a back E hook as well as the S, so those seem quite dangerous. But no? Am I wrong about that?
Maybe.
No, I think I'm wrong. Anyway. But they do take the back S, unnecessarily volatile, but maybe he'll start looking at that spot, seeing if any words go through the U and I, just because there's nothing else at all inspiring on this board.
Yeah, it's interesting. I might see Eluvia rather than Eluvial and then be like, oh, wow, okay, I have the L if I were to spot this play. But this is extremely, extremely tough find. Jason is taking time. He usually plays relatively quickly, so maybe his spidey senses are tingling a little bit. Be very important to make this find, especially considering Jason's already in the lead and Napat's redraw after Irade was so terrible. He has now 3 I's, 2 E's, an O, and an R. And I guess if you want to play through this rack, you could play oilier through the L now of venal. But yeah, this was a huge miss by Jason Keller. And certainly like the last game we watched prior to lunch, there were a few misses that definitely gave winning chances back. In this particular instance, winning chances are given back, but again, there isn't a significant downside to the play that he made. Like, he didn't give Napat a playable bingo, but this could have actually really helped Napat.
Yeah. And oilier, if Napat does decide to play, that would get hit very hard. Luckily for Napat, he's decided to exchange. Jason would have been able to play words like Josh, for example. Not to shout out my co-commentator. Through that O of oilier, but I like this choice to exchange. There's no need to create such a huge scoring spot just for 14 points. So cleaning up the rack, keeping the balanced ER leave looks a lot nicer to me.
Yeah, here I think this is just an easy. This is actually, it's not quite easy. You could play joshing
Yeah.
for 72, but Jason's considering Goji and QI. He lined up Josh on his rack, maybe knowing that I'm commenting this
Yeah,
game.
probably.
Is this a? He would have seen.
I
Would he have
think-
seen joshing if it weren't?
I
It's
think
my
that's a
fault.
miss.
It's my fault. It's all
I-
my fault. Wow, joshing was 72 through that N of
Yeah.
Venal. Goji is a great play in its own right, 51. But the HLS leave certainly not worth the 21-point difference there.
Yeah.
Definitely not a huge mistake, but certainly a missed opportunity.
Wow, an amazing draw for Napad after this exchange. He is certainly going to bingo here. Picking up the blank, the C. He has some really high scoring options. He'll be looking for double doubles through that N where joshing was available. A couple available there. 2 double doubles to find.
That's right. In a position like this, you're looking for the highest scoring spot. You know your tiles are super good, so you're going to dial in and look at that double lane, hitting those 2 pink squares. That will quadruple the value of the word and give you the 50-point bonus for the bingo.
Yeah.
Possibly, if you could make a play that doubles the C on that light blue square on the top right or top left of the board and hit that G, that could potentially score similarly. But in this particular instance, you could probably eliminate that possibility pretty quickly. And so Dracena's is being considered through the N. Reascend was spotted as well. And we like both of those options. Which one would you prefer out of those two?
It's hard. It's basically about whether you want to create an S hook with Reascend or float an S with Dracena's. I think I prefer the latter. Seems a bit safer. I don't like having that hook floating there, especially when there's not any great S hooks on the board. There's ores, I guess, is available. But I don't like creating another one. Oh, and revs, of course. I think I prefer Dracena's. What about you, Josh?
Yeah, it's small margins for sure. I think I would maybe go with Reascend just because there's already revs. It's hard to imagine revs getting blocked, and you're floating an S out in space, which will save some of Jason's racks and give him a playable bingo immediately. However, in the long run, pulling that S out there will help eliminate revs as a threat later on. However, in terms of what the scores are now, the game is now just evened out at 123 to 120. So both players probably not too concerned with the board right now and more concerned with the plays they want to make, the leaves they want to keep.
Yeah. And Jason gonna hit the C of Dracena's hard with chill. That scores 42 points, far more than any other options that he has. He probably would have liked to get rid of the U, but he's got to take the points here. There's no other 5-letter words other than ones that use the S, which he'll want to hold on to.
Yeah, and definitely worth mentioning that all of the double plays, the quadruple plays, would have put that C in that same spot, which unfortunately is a little bit dangerous, especially if opponent has an H, which Jason actually had prior to playing Goji. So let's see what Napat gets after his bingo. See what tiles he turns over once he's recorded all the scores and everything else.
Yeah, so we're seeing Jason's first.
Wow,
Okay.
WNTSD were the first 5, and then 2 E's to finish things off. So this is an interesting rack. It looks pretty good. Unfortunately, on this board, there doesn't appear to be a playable bonus for Napat. So he's going to have to think about whether he wants to score some points, whether he wants to play something in the 20s if he can find it, or once he realizes that this board is actually not super conducive to those high-scoring plays, how fishy do you want to be? And when we say fishy, that means how much do you want to go straight for a bingo next turn and sacrifice points in doing so?
Yeah, there's really no good way to score at all on this board. I imagine he'll go for something fishy, like you said. Excuse me. Maybe playing off just the W, maybe wed somewhere. I'm not entirely sure where he's looking at that.
Yeah, you can play lewd from the L in venal, which keeps a very nice ENST. But I'm curious, yeah, if you just play a W here, what sort of bingos can you draw? If you draw an I, you get listened from the L and chill. If you draw an A, you'll start looking for those types of things. Is there something you can draw from the G and goji? How strong is the one tile play? And people can actually just iterate at this level. You're expected to be able to iterate through the one tile draws and see how good they are for you in order to evaluate the soundness of a one tile play. Because a lot of the time, playing off one tile is a necessity rather than a choice. We're seeing wheeled being played through the IL, so that's what Napat was thinking. That's a 14-point play. Lude would have been 16, so maybe
just a miss.
little bit of a miss, but not much between it. Whereas Jason now has drawn into AIINSTU. He kept AUS, so this isn't a terrible draw, but just one I too many. He might be looking to try and play off an I and a U somewhere, or maybe something a little bit higher scoring.
Yeah, there's nothing very high scoring for him is the thing. I think the best option might just be playing AITU from the A of venal, making aid and ST. Not the easiest play to see with the blank there. But that seems reasonable. Otherwise, the options look quite terrible.
Yeah, not great options here, but I2 would be a really cool find.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is more what I expected from Jason. He really likes those strong leaves. Dewey for 4 points. And he has great chances drawing an ING bingo to the G of goji, a bingo from the L and chill. And Notpot, after playing 3 tiles, has drawn an M and an F, which aren't great combinations to have.
Yeah.
And he's still without a bingo here in a close game.
Maybe now is the one tile fish turn. Maybe he just plays off the F with F and FA of the A in Dracaenas. That would take away the S hook on this board though. So it really does, it reduces the value of the S. Maybe he'll look to play off his F and M somewhere. But yeah, it's another turn where there's really no high scoring. Well, there's one high scoring option of feasts through the S of Dracaenas that would score 36 points, keeping MN. Aside from that, though, really the fishing plays stand out.
Yeah, feasts might not be so terrible. Being down 29 points to tie the score up, keeping the M and the N together is actually pretty good here. The G and goji will help with that. The O, the L, all of the letters that you can play from or to will be helpful with those letters. So it might be worth it here. But yeah, just playing off the F, it looks like Napat was thinking about it. But it's just such a weird move to make, blocking your own foot.
Exactly.
Maybe you would even want to just play fa to the A and Dracaenas in order not to block the revs hook.
Yeah, it could be.
But at some point, it feels like it's just way too slow, way too low scoring. So I think he's going to get off of that idea. I think he's going to make a play like fa for 21 points, which would make OF and JA at the top of the board. That doesn't really eliminate too much on the board, and it scores a lot better than just dropping the F.
Yeah, I like that a lot more. I think the points are definitely needed. The A is not worth 12 points here, or even 17, or what am I saying? 16. F,
So you're comparing it to just playing off the F.
FA. Yeah, just playing off the F, exactly. So I think it makes a lot of sense to play FA here, get some extra points, keep the game a little more even, and still keep a really strong leave to maybe play bingo ending in G. He's keeping the N for potentially ING words, keeps the revs hook open. There's still the L at the bottom of the board to use, the S of Dracaenas. There are spots.
Yeah, this board's still open, and very surprisingly, I think Jason was well over 50% to get a bingo with that very strong AINST leave, but he's drawn an A and a U, and that's part of the problem. Sometimes you play off a U and an I, you draw a U and an I, or you draw an A and a U. You play off 2 vowels, draw two two more. I think a lot of us that have played Scrabble semi-competitively or even not competitively have experienced this, and it's extremely frustrating, which is why sometimes the top players opt to play a few more tiles off, score a few more points just in case this happens.
Yeah.
And it looks like Jason's going to be opting to score some nice points with Tian, Tian, making off giant in. This is a great play. This is 26, and he's just like, all right, I tried, didn't work out. Let's get some points on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Taking those points makes sense. None of those fishing options really seem appealing for him in that position. And I think just continuing to score and maintain a bit of a lead is much better for Jason in this position.
Yeah, and back over to Napat, who's drawn consonants himself. He's got a couple of very interesting options available to him. He
Yeah.
can score really well with 10th making DUIT, but he can also score really nicely with the play of Anthem, and that's not from the A that was just opened with Tyan. It's from the A of Venal, making a really cool AND and ST as underlaps or through plays, and that would require some really nice play finding.
Yeah.
See if he comes up with that. I think that's a great play.
Looks like he's going with 10th though, which makes a lot of sense. Anthem does put the M and E out in space. The M not the biggest threat there in that triple column, but and 10th gives back scoring plays in its own right. I'd say they're pretty close. It would have been nice to see a little more thought there, but I think 10th is a totally reasonable and fine play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a good play. And if Jason doesn't use that bottom triple, Napat has great chances of pluralizing do it and scoring well over 40 points.
Yeah. And now Jason looking at playing row on the bottom there where Napat just played 10th. I think row over now, maybe keeping the N for the G up top, hoping to draw an I is one benefit. Usually they are ever so slightly better than the N if I'm not mistaken. But in this case, the N has a bit of extra added value.
Yeah, that's a quick play by Jason. Good on him for realizing there's probably not going to be anything better than that. Sport is a little bit tough to score on, and that's a huge scoring spot. And there's a blank draw for Napat.
Yeah, wow. Huge draw of the blank there. That'll be great for him. Oddly enough, no bingos available on this turn. I guess it's not a great board for bingoing anymore, all of a sudden. Really that S of Dracena's being the best lane. The G and L still there, but nowhere to play a 7-letter word.
Yeah, and it is hard when you only have one vowel. It's hard to bingo, but surprisingly with the blank, there's nothing available here. I think probably the right play here would be to just play tomb and ST, hooking that T onto the S of Dracena's. That does open the board, maybe not in the greatest way, but keeping that N and that S and that blank. Huge chances again to use that G of Goji, maybe even the L of Chill still. Lots of playable bingos on this board.
Yeah, tomb seems really good. Keeping a nice sleeve, scoring some points, not giving back a ton either to Jason. The B isn't so useful.
And Jason himself, he's drawn an X, and unfortunately he hasn't drawn an O with it. If he had drawn an O, he would have 52 points next to the UI of quiz, but he's looking at playing annex, maybe overlapping the play of tie-in up at the top, making AA and INN. But tomb coming down is probably going to change Jason's thought process. He's now going to be able to play XU underneath the TOMB, and I've played Jason a lot. He tends to assess the play that was made and line up something that he wants to play immediately before writing the score down, before doing his paperwork.
Huh, interesting observation. What do you think that tells us?
That he's locked in. Unfortunately, what that does mean is it's sometimes a little frustrating playing him because he'll forget what I said. He'll forget the score that I said in the meantime because he's so focused on the board. But yeah, XU coming down pretty quickly. I think this makes perfect sense. 40 points. Annex was barely over 30, and the leave wasn't great. Get rid of that U.
Now there's a huge bingo available for Napat here with this draw. He has the K to score a lot potentially in a bingo. And there is one 101 point bingo available ladykins from the L of chill.
Wow.
That would be a huge find, making the blank a Y. It's not an easy thing to do, making the blank a Y. It's not your first instinct, especially when the Y comes in the middle of the word.
Yeah, that's incredible. Ladykins is available for 101. The only other bingo is also from the L, making the blank a P, excuse me. Land skip. And look at that, he's found Ladykins. That's
Oh,
amazing.
so good, so fast.
Yeah, this
That's
is why he's
awesome.
up there. This is why he's top 10 in the world. Notpot finding this so quickly. He's just gonna write it down, make sure that he's not mixing it up with something else. I'm sure he's never played this word before and
Yeah.
may never play it again.
Yeah, I wonder if he's not feeling entirely sure of it. I think maybe just double checking his knowledge, but the fact that this word jumps out to you so quickly that you have to take that as a sign that this is valid, that you know this word. You have to trust your gut on these things.
Absolutely, that's a great point. See if he comes down to it. See if he decides that he's got to do it. He's got to go with his gut. He has his hand on his head. He's suffered a lot. He's agonized a lot on stream. He's been on the stream pretty much the whole tournament. He's had some good moments, some bad moments, some misses, some word knowledge checks. But he has to lock in. He has to say, why did I see this so quickly? This is a word. Let me play this.
Yes.
Really hope he does.
Yeah, you don't want to miss an 101-point bingo. You hate to see people miss or not play 101-point bingos. This must come down.
Yeah, and once, I mean, he's agonizing. He's tunneling, right? And once he comes up with a decision, he might. Oh, he's looking up. Oh my god! If he decides against this, what happens? He's down to 8 minutes. He's got a lot of turns to think about for the rest of the game. Is he going to be able to find land skip if he decides against this and decides to play it safe? You have to think that in a position like this, he's feeling pretty good. So there it is, Ladykins for 101. Beautiful find.
Jason's like, what took so long? Oh my gosh, an 101-point bingo.
Oh, is that what you think he's thinking?
Well,
How much have you played Jason Keller?
Okay. Way to flex how long you've been playing in D1 tournaments.
I still play Collins.
Oh, true. That's a good point. Well, no, if I were Jason, in Jason's shoes here, I would have seen the pot across the board, head in his hands, agonizing, looking up at the ceiling, and I would have been like, ugh, maybe he has a really tough rack. And then to see an 101-point bingo come down, I would not be feeling too good about that.
Yeah, and is this going to change Jason's thought process? He was ready to play, I think, maybe a new to the EW on the board, which would create some space for himself. It wouldn't really quite help him out with S bingos, as a new would put an A out in space. You can't play SA. That is not a valid two-letter word. But now he's in trouble. Now he needs to bingo. Is he going to do something a little bit more aggressive than a new? Is there anything available to him that makes any sense?
Yeah, is there anything better? Maybe something like NAB? That seems no better. It's still nothing setting up the S.
A surprisingly tough position. This board is pretty hard to work with, but I think Jason's just going to go with his instinct, what he was thinking about earlier. I guess you could think about playing something like Panto for 7 in the same area of the board to open a better spot for yourself, but that's got its own dangers, opening up a triple. This is really ugly for Jason Keller.
Not a good position. There's not even a D to draw. That's really the letter when you play an A and you're hoping to hook the A. Really, D is the best letter to do that for bingos, those ED bingos, but there's no D's out for Jason to draw. So a bingo ending in N, A.
Yeah, he could also draw something ending in E, making EA. There's definitely chances. There's still the G open, but only 2 I's to draw for that. So if Jason draws an I and an ING bingo, that would be very, very lucky. Definitely possible.
Yes, a really fun word available for Nepal. He's seen cube. Has he seen the back B hook for cubeb?
Yeah, I think so. Where else would you play cube?
Just making EA for defense, potentially.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe. But yeah, cubeb would be awesome. We love that word here in the booth. I don't know what it means, but yeah, it's 33 points. Keeps GET, which isn't fantastic, but it opens nothing. It's the only way to score in this position. Jason's actually drawn an I, so he has AEINPS now. And I also want to mention that ST on the board could be ripe for some IEST or EST bingos or IST bingos in the future. So look out for that potentially.
Yeah.
Wow, so it looks like cube and EA instead, like you said. Wow, very surprising.
It's a big
I
miss.
don't think he saw the B of Tomb for sure.
Yeah, I think this is another case like we were talking about earlier of being in defense mode. I think this was also in the pot who we were seeing in that same game, the miss of unsoaped, because he was defending a lead. He chose to block an S hook instead and missed a bingo. This might be a similar case of seeing this new threat opened up by Jason and wanting to deal with it as effectively as he can. Makes a lot of sense. The problem is Cube only scored 12 points to Cubeb's 33.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, who wins a Scrabble game? The person that scores the most points. And there's still some threats on the board, the ST, but most importantly, the G, which Jason now has very good chances of hitting after the play is looking at Ape, overlapping the BE of Cube. And it's kind of hard to block that. Notbot definitely can make a short play to the G to block. But at some point, he's going to be falling behind on the scoreboard. He's ahead right now. But if he keeps scoring nothing and Jason's able to keep scoring, suddenly it's going to be a close game.
Yeah, I wonder now, is this the time to block the G? It's such an annoying spot to block. He's set up Jippo, making ing, so I think he's gonna leave the G of Goji alone. I think he has to take the points here. I think that makes sense. It just really sucks to keep leaving the spot open, and that's what's so nice when you're in Jason's position, having these marginal lane. I mean, I wouldn't even call it a marginal lane. It's a pretty good lane a lot of the time. This lane that's really hard to deal with open on the board for your opponent who has no good way of blocking it.
Yeah, and it was very key, like I said, drawing that I, a 1 of 2. So from Notbot's perspective, only one N out, only two I's out. The ING possibility probably not super likely in his mind. However, it could be that you could think about Jason's plays. He's playing as if he's close to something. Maybe he already has the ING. But yeah, Jippo coming down, there was actually a really high scoring play available for Notbot. This is a pretty normal looking move, but tousing through the U of quiz and through the IN, making Goji's was over 40 points. That was probably a miss too. If you score over 40 points in this scenario, it's really, really hard to lose. But Jippo still a pretty good play.
And now I think we're going to see Ovine come down. The problem with this is it's the last N available for Jason. So by playing this, that G will become effectively unusable for bingos. Of course, Ovine does set up new lanes, but those will be a lot easier for Napot to deal with.
Yeah, so I mean, this does create a situation though, where if Napot sacrifices points to block, Jason might be able to draw a high scoring play and threaten to outscore Napot. So Ovine looks pretty obvious, but he's getting rid of the only N, he's getting rid of one of the two I's. So it's not great. I wonder if you could play something like Yeve, Y-E-V-E, set up the N and the S, but there is another S to come, and Napot has it, so maybe not.
Yeah, it's a tough position. Nothing feels too good for Jason. I think the points are necessary if going the outscoring route. The pool is pretty balanced. It's unlikely that Napot won't be able to deal with the Ovine spots, the spots that Ovine creates, and that he'll have to sacrifice a ton of points to do that. But maybe that's what Jason has to hope for here.
Yeah, this is actually, the more I look at it, it's a pretty bad position for Jason Keller. Like you said, if he plays Ovine from the O and Jippo, it's a pretty easy task to block that most of the time. And given the score differential, I think it's going to be still 36 points or 35 points after Ovine. It's hard to imagine Jason Keller is still coming back without a bingo. So The more I look at it, the more I hate the play of Ovine. Maybe you have to be a little bit more desperate here. Maybe you have to play off an E and a V and an E, which Jason was considering prior to this play, in order to try and open more space on the board. Ever to the R in Dracina's is possible. There's other options. What are you pointing at there?
I'm just trying to see if there's any way to reopen the left side of the board through the C of cube, like CEE. I wonder if there's a board forking play even.
Yeah, there could be. It does happen. Sometimes when a C can be a good defensive tile, but late in the game, it could be used as a buffer to open multiple spots. Given that it's so hard to overlap, you could see a play potentially from the C and cube like cot to open up the Scott hook and also open up plays that hook onto cot with cots or COTE. A play like that could come into play later and be a big problem for Notpot. So with 9 tiles in the bag, Jason is playing 4 of them. This will leave 5 in the bag, and Notpot probably going to try and overlap the INE or play through the N of Ovine. From his perspective, maybe it's time to empty the bag if he can. Maybe he should play 5 tiles and just not leave Jason with any chances to do anything. Can you
play
do
5 tiles? That's what I'm
It
wondering.
would have to be through the N of Ovine in order to block the I, N, and E as best as you can.
Gotten? Seems terrible.
Gotten could certainly lose to
Yeah,
something
very
like from, but
Yeah, no,
that's the
that's
sort
why.
of idea. But maybe Genty through the N, or he's looking at Tony maybe, or just Toe.
Maybe toe atop Ovine?
Why not go
Toe.
though?
Is he thinking of Toey?
I think he's thinking of Tony.
Tony.
Yeah. Genty though probably slightly better. So I think the problem is that doesn't block everything. Genty would allow words to overlap the G and the E, something ending in maybe
Yeah.
like ISE or IRE, IME, ILE.
Yeah, it doesn't seem totally foolproof.
So maybe you have to play something like GOE and get rid of all of your vowels. It's not super obvious
Why
what to do. The GOE on top of the INE.
Yeah.
Why GOE
Why-
possible?
Sorry, I meant like why? WHY. Why would you play GOE instead of GEY or something like that?
GUI could work. Yeah, maybe that's better. Maybe you don't want to put it gets very complicated because even if you overlap the INE, there are 9-letter words possible. So you want to eliminate those too. With 5 tiles in the bag, Nopat's not going to be able to find every single possibility. But now with the N gone, he really doesn't have to worry about the G that much. Or maybe at all.
I don't think he has to worry about it at all. I don't think you can afford to. I think the threats are those I, N, and E of Ovine. Those are the ones that you need to deal with here.
Yeah, we'll see what Notpot does, but nothing is foolproof here. He's only up 35 points, so if he gets bingoed on, he's probably going to lose. So he wants to eliminate as many bingos as possible. And maybe something like Tot underneath the INE does that. It's really a question of what combination of 2 letters on this board is going to give back the fewest 9-letter
Yeah.
words.
Exactly. And that put down to under 2.5 minutes here, so he's gonna start feeling the time pressure as well as he works through this end game. And not this pre-end game, I mean.
All right, so
So-
he's playing Genty. This is definitely not a foolproof play, but it blocks a ton of the stuff possible. And Jason's going to have one more chance here. He's got 11 minutes to try and work through this with 1 tile in the bag. He can't play something like Eco through the Sea of Cube. So what is he going to try to do? Can he play 1 tile to the left of Quiz, OU or OI to set up the M? OU would also set up the S. Does that ever work? Is there something he can draw in 2 spots? It seems really tough here.
Seems really hard, like you said. Yeah, I think a 1 tile play opening up another spot, really the only way to do that. I think OI seems the most effective, but even that pretty blockable with a play like LOU on top.
Hence, also, Jason has to worry about, okay, if I draw a certain tile that I want, does that give Notpot
Yes.
a playable bingo? AFILORST, that's pretty good. So we'll see what Jason comes up with. He's got 10 minutes to try and sort through what could possibly happen. He's probably looking at right now for 4 from the UN cube, which sets up an S hook and an E hook. Does that ever work? You have 3 E's. You really want to play an E,
Yeah.
but there's just nowhere to do that to open anything.
Because if he plays what is he drawing?
Well, that's what he's looking at, I think. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
You have to look at every possibility to open the board and every possible letter. So if you play off an E, what can you hit and what can you open? I think Jason's toast here.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's no way to play off an E and open up a second lane while still going for a bingo that would play in the top right lane down to the E of Ovine. So this seems, the E fish seems like the most promising, but no effective way to do that. So I agree. I think Jason is not gonna come out with this game.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what he comes up with. He's wondering maybe, can I do something to outscore at this score, being down 56 with the unseen letters as they are? That would require Notpot to lose his turn or do something completely insane. So maybe Jason's gonna play off an E, hope he draws the T for Stereome to the E of Ovine, and hope that Notpot misses that option. That could be possible. What we know here is that that's not happening. The F is the tile in the bag. Jason doesn't know that. He knows that Notpot has 7 of the 8 tiles unseen to him. He doesn't know which. But maybe that's the best hope here. Maybe you try to win. Maybe you don't. Maybe you give up.
And this is kind of what happens. We're seeing this play of Ovine play out almost exactly as expected, where it got rid of the N and the I for the ING spot at the top. It was easy enough for Notpot to pretty effectively deal with the lanes opened up by Ovine because the pool was so balanced. He had a rack that was flexible enough to do so. And we see Jason just playing off the E with E-Rev, going for Stereome, I think. But as we said, the F was in the bag. It was not to be today.
Yeah, maybe Notpot's gonna see some ghosts and wonder if freesome is a word, FREESOME, and try to block that. He's just gonna double check his tracking, but he's down to 1 minute and 40. So I like this idea by Jason. Given the time pressure Notpot's facing, he could make a mistake and allow Jason to win the game with an out bingo if he's messed up his tracking, if he panics in some other fashion. So makes a lot of sense. Notpot's probably going to try and make a very safe looking play, blocking the right side of the board, if I had to guess. We'll see what he does. He's got 1 minute and 10 seconds to think, but like we said before, overtime exists in Scrabble. You don't lose the game instantly. And we're seeing Rialto,
No.
which makes perfect sense. That's just a nice way to play off 6 tiles, score some points, block the board, keep an S. It probably is his best endgame too.
Yeah, just getting the game over with. The best endgame was actually Stoa making Ingo and Ya, keeping LIR.
I guess the reason being you want to block the Ings
Yeah.
plays. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But Rialto very, very close behind. Only a 3-point mistake
Yeah.
according to the engine. And the game is over. And Notpot's won it. And that's all he needed to do. He needed to ensure victory.
Yes.
He's got 52 seconds and he made it. He made it out alive, but very interesting game. Looks like, the reason to play, I see, the reason to play with Ingos is because of this. Fusing, very, very nice.
Nice find.
37 points.
I think forms might still be better even, but very close. Nice find, refusing there. In that spot where earlier there were some options, Towsing.
Game is now over with the highest scoring outplay, Jippos and Arevs. And that'll be it for this one. Napat takes down one of the leaders, Jason Keller,
Yeah.
in a 436-372 thriller. Good game. Let's listen to the overhead mic.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I left SATI and here, and I drew the other U.
Yeah, I say you
And
fi-
then
you fish some,
and I was fishing, and then I was like in between. Like actually, if you don't have that, if I draw something, I drew PI off of I had APEENNS after that. So
Do you have anything in this turn?
no, I had EINS.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, like the thing was, I was very close to ING bingos for that entire time, and like.
That was my word, because there are no effective way to block that. So yeah, if block, it will score really little.
You had
yeah.
cough.
Oh,
I mean,
oh yeah. But
yeah, you had cough if you wanted to, or just something like just putting a tile there.
yeah, I
know that's
just feel like I didn't lead by that much on that turn, but yeah.
Yeah.
But after you play the end, I feel quite relieved. So yeah.
Yeah, well, because I also thought like maybe I could switch and somehow outrun you. Like actually, you know what? I'm still unseen to me. Actually, if if I had fretsum, I still haven't.
Right.
Like
yeah.
there's still like ways that I could have gotten that, but it was just not. It looks so well.
How is that?
Yeah. Right, because I don't think.
Yeah.
I see one of Napat's many students behind him asking about the game. Love to see the new generation of players.
I just needed a different tile.
Oh, so sweet. There's so many young kids here competing. They're so excited. They're loving this. They're loving the competition. They're excited to share their records, their scores with each other. Lovely to see the new generation of Scrabblers coming up and participating in this event.
Absolutely. One of them came up to me and was like, Josh, I want you to post another video on YouTube. And I was just like, oh my God.
Oh, he's applying the pressure. He's
yeah,
saying
that's as good motivation as any. Man, love to see it. Love to see the Will Anderson generation.
The
of
Will
children.
Anderson generation, so true.
Yeah.
I was walking around the hotel today and I heard Will Anderson's voice coming from a phone somewhere around me, and that's how you know. That's how you know we've made it.
And yeah, for those unfamiliar, of course, Will Anderson is our foremost content creator in the Scrabble community. He posts videos weekly on his YouTube channel. Feel free to check him out if you haven't already. He's posting recaps of this tournament every day so that you don't have to watch all 3 streams, all 10 annotated games, every single round. So he's here for you. Anyways, that was round 15 of the Causeway Challenge here in Bangkok, Thailand. I am Josh Sokol. This is Chloe Fatsis. We'll have another great game for you in the next round, Chloe.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
We'll see you soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back to Bangkok, Thailand. This is the Causeway Challenge, table 2 of 44.
Yeah.
I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis. Chloe, tell us a little bit about this massive undertaking of a tournament while the players are just about ready to go.
Yeah. Like you said, it is a massive undertaking. There are close to 400.
Close to 400 players. Yes.
We have 4 divisions plus the Premier Division with our top top seeded. I'm sorry.
Okay, this is a historic tournament. 3 live streams, people on MeWatch. Sorry for our silliness. People on YouTube. Woogle's annotating 10 games out of the 44 tables. We're gonna cut to the board just to see who we got going for us on this round. We have Notpot. We just saw him take down Jason Keller. Is he gonna take down another American? Some would argue the best American, Dave Weekend, the legend himself. Love to see him back on table 2.
Yeah, Dave Wiegand, a 2-time North American Scrabble champion, going first in this game versus Nampot, who's been on these top boards basically the entire tournament. As we were saying last game, Dave as well has been up there for a long time. We saw him a couple times yesterday. He had some tough games on our stream yesterday. But pretty decent draw for the first turn.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty simple candy, Kandy, doubling the K, putting the Y on the star. That looks pretty strong. If you really want to keep a vowel, you could play KYND instead, but it's certainly worth taking the 36 points, and no hesitation by Dave, the legend himself. He just took down his compatriot Ben Schonbrunn on the top table, and he's got good chances with this opening play, keeping an S and a T behind.
Yeah, super solid play there. Napat still has not looked at his tiles. He's been he's been tracking this play. This was a pretty fast one, obviously. Came down in 37 seconds. There wasn't so much to think about with that play of Candy. Now Napat with the Z drawn on the first turn, so he might be looking to score with that.
Yeah, a lot of players have a routine. What do I write down on each score sheet before each round? It's very important to just continue to do the same thing, especially when it comes to tracking plays. You want to make sure you track every play before dialing in, locking into your turn. So that might have been what was going on with Napa. Maybe he was writing down his tracking. Maybe he was writing down Dave's name, trying to remember if you put the I before the E or after the E, something like that.
Never makes sense with those spelling rules.
Exactly. But yeah, with this current rack, something like Zona or Zonal makes a lot of sense here, playing through the N of Candy. The problem with Zonal and the problem with Zona is hooks, Chloe.
Yeah, so Zonal taking the front A hook, Zona taking an L at the back, and E. So yeah, these hooks will definitely be dangerous. I think I prefer Zonal to Zona though, just the Zona taking the E and the L is certainly more dangerous than just setting up the A at the front of Zonal, and the 3 extra points for Zonal are nothing to sneeze at.
I agree with that. And you could also try and consider a play that might set up the Z. You could play FO something. Yeah, I don't really know. Something like FE, FA, and EN could put some brief thought into doing something like that. I think this position didn't call for that. Yeah, the 3 extra points, the L definitely adding a little bit of value to EFS, but probably not worth the 3-point value plus the danger that you're allowing Dave to just score very easily with any E that he could have, which is the most common tile in English Scrabble. You start with 12 E's at any given moment. You should probably assume your opponent has an E. But
What?
now Dave is
Playing a phony.
Stenbox.
He's thinking of the word Steinbox, certainly. This is just not a word.
Wow.
That is an extremely uncharacteristic phony from Dave.
Yeah, there's Steinbach with 2 E's, Steinbach with EI, and the 7-letter B knots. Maybe he was thinking about that. If he has studied the word be nots, perhaps he's made a mistake and thought the word in those 7 letters was Stenbach, but this is extremely uncharacteristic of Dave Wiegand playing a phony like this. I'm shocked.
Wow. Yeah, that is extremely surprising, giving the pot now full information of Dave's rack to make a play that gives nothing back, scoring wise. Wow, that is just, yeah, that's shocking.
But everybody is human,
Mm-hmm.
so we do see these mistakes, but you can't be making these sorts of mistakes late in this tournament. It's still early, still 16 games out of 36, 10 games a day. The fatigue sets in.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely possible that Dave has declined in his level of play since the start of this tournament. This is a big one, though.
Yeah, I wonder if Napot not yet seeing the A hook on zonal. I feel like Leafy, or maybe just, so yeah, something like that looks pretty good this turn. Of course, I'll have to think about Dave's responses now that he knows Dave's rack.
Maybe thinking of a phony himself, eye falls, which hopefully he doesn't play. I was talking to Napot after his last game, and he told me, yeah, I was so unsure of Ladykins,
Oh,
and I really wanted to play it, and then I ended up playing it, and it was a word. So this could be some bias. Well, last time I was unsure of something, it was a word. Hopefully this time it's true. So this would be insane.
wow,
See
trading
2 of the
phony
top
bingo.
10 players in the world trading phony bingos.
Yeah, that is not something you expect to see in this tournament from these calibers of players.
I
Wow.
cannot believe this.
Surely Dave will challenge this.
Absolutely. I already see it in his face. This is absolutely insane. I cannot believe we're seeing this. But
I guess.
these guys are probably going to be like, oh my goodness, what is going on?
Yeah.
Well, turns out that game is even at 36 apiece, almost as if nothing happened. But
Yeah.
now both players know the full rack of the
Yeah.
other player. This is so bizarre,
Yeah,
Chloe.
and the weird thing about iFalls is it gave back Dave bone sets for more than iFalls scored anyway. So even if iFalls is valid, I'm not sure that's necessarily the right play.
Well, in any case, back to this game. Bonds through the D and Candy looks okay. Noob through the O and Zonal, trying to set up the S's, but you know that Napot has an S. I think Dave has to lock into the fact that A Zonal is there and Napot can play Leafy for a really nice score. So maybe I feel like Bonds is a
Yep.
decent play, but no, it's not. It gives back Leafy for even more. How do you how do you deal with this situation? It's so rare that you know your opponent's full rack.
Yeah, both of these players know each other's racks. This is like, yeah, it's so rare. Yeah, Bonds doesn't seem right. Maybe something that would benefit Dave setting up his S's that Napot can't fully take advantage of. Like, I'm wondering if he played something like Bonds through the Z, setting up Bondses, would Napot have any 6-letter words ending in S? Doesn't seem like a very good idea, but something along those lines.
Yeah, this is a really complicated position. Definitely not a position that I would want anybody to be in. I guess for both of these guys, but Dave's got the worst of it because he's first to act. Normally that's an advantage, but he's got to think about, okay, can I do anything about Leafy? He has to foresee that Leafy is playable. I think in the end, you just want to do something that's good for you and maybe not good for Napot. So yeah, the idea of setting yourself up, but Dave knows that Napot has an S of his own. Noob wouldn't work great to set up the S because Leafy would block that. Oh boy, this is craziness.
This is so strange.
See what Dave comes up with.
Maybe
Knots.
be knots, honestly.
You could just play B knots. That actually blocks Leafy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's still things like Fae available. Let's see. He's found noobs. Yeah, so allowing Leafy still.
But this way, at least you're setting up a 7s lane.
Yeah, I guess.
top,
Kind of.
not letting Napat use his own S in
Yeah,
the future. I don't know.
maybe Knots was better there.
I'm gonna run the engine on that and
Yeah,
see.
that was
but
such a tough position though. Like
weird.
you are never in this position where your opponent knows your entire rack, you know your opponent's rack. Very odd. Wow, what a start.
So back to Napat with the same rack he had last turn. Let's see if he spots the A hook on zonal. He's looking at maybe Fey. That's maybe a better version of Leafy because the Y out in space there is quite dangerous. He knows that Dave didn't have scoring tiles with his play of noobs, but he could easily have drawn one with his 4-tile draw. So
See, knows Dave also has another S. So maybe it's not the biggest concern.
yeah, interesting.
Maybe Dave. So he's coming down with Leafy in the end. I think this makes a lot of sense. Wow. And no bingo. Oh, never mind. I misread this rack.
Yeah, so
So-
Dave is gonna bingo here. He's got Settler
And
or
Slaughter,
Slaughter.
yeah.
Those both fit with BYS at the center of the board. The difference between the two is the E, I guess. You're floating the E out in space with Slaughter. So Settler probably slightly better for that reason. You know that Napat has ES, and so it's still not a great play, given that you're setting up that giant S hook. You could definitely just face an 100-point comeback, but I think you have to take it.
Yeah, definitely. Settler looks like the play. Like you said, just not floating the E. Floating the O instead is a little safer. Also, not putting the O. If you were to play Slaughter, that would put the O above the triple letter score. These are minor. These seem like minor things, but these things can come back to punish you if you make the wrong decision.
Indeed. So it looks like Settler is what Dave is settling on. 67 points. He's going to take the lead here. Napat hasn't drawn a vowel, so Dave's going to be able to not get hit super hard. Maybe we'll see Pwns, P-W-N-S here for Napat playing with Settlers, but maybe we're just going to see something to the Y. Spewy is 51 points, but
Speedy looks
maybe-
excellent.
maybe you want to play Netty instead, NEDDY, just to retain the S.
Yeah.
Though then Dave is very likely to just block the S hook on Settlers and play to the
Yeah.
triple. So
Pot's gonna play Pwned atop Leafy here, making EL and DE. This scores 35 points. It looks pretty good, keeping DS, keeping the S hook for Settlers. Wow, acquire draw for Dweekend.
oh, an acquirer is going to fit as well.
Wow.
That is an incredible draw. So acquire is 94, forming AY, but it's extremely dangerous. You're setting up so many hooks. I feel like acquirer is what you do here. You know Napat still has that S, but oh my goodness, what is going on this game, Chloe?
Yeah, I agree. Acquire for only 2 less. 92 instead of 94 seems much safer. Definitely the call. I would not be setting up those D, S, R hooks with acquire making AY from Leafy.
So
Wow,
let's see
what is
Dave
going on?
do. Napat's drawn to girders, so it's going to be equally important not to take the points here and play acquire, because otherwise girders and acquired would score well over 100 points. So yeah, good decision here by Dave Wiegand.
Yeah.
We like to see the good decisions starting here.
Yes. And girders.
Oh,
will
that's
still-
not girders. Sorry, that's an F.
Oh.
Excuse my
I also
mistake.
missaw, or I just trusted you.
Never trust a commentator.
So no bingo back for Napat here. He'll be able to score decently well with the Y of Leafy we've been talking about. He has Ridgy there, which he has set up. That looks really nice. 36 points. Keeps the S. Takes out that big scoring spot, but Dave picking up the blank with this post bingo draw. He will be bingoing again, and he has sub Pina's triple available, or sub Pina.
My God, what in the world? Ridgy coming down, you have to play this, and sub Pina's
Instantly.
gonna happen very, very fast. I think it's better than
Yeah.
sub Pina with the O,
I
because the
agree.
S the S being on that second triple is going to prevent more bingos from happening. And this, I mean,
Wow.
you just have to laugh at this if you're both of these guys.
What is going on?
Unbelievable. Sub panel also
Wow.
available. 3
Insane.
triples out of the bag. Dave Weekend is gonna have to buy a lottery ticket
Yeah, and
after
the
this.
pot just forced into challenging here. He knows this word, but when your opponent is taking such a lead, a 200-point lead, essentially, more than 200-point lead, sometimes you just have to challenge and hope against hope that this is not a word.
Yeah, I mean, after losing a challenge yourself, and after Dave Weekend also losing a challenge, sometimes you think, well, I don't really know anything, do I? So might as well just challenge anything I'm at all unsure of. So, all right, 371 to 144.
Wow.
That
Okay.
is ridiculous. And there's a blank for Notpot. Congratulations on that blank, sir. Take that to the bank with your 6 consonants.
Jeez.
Maybe you just play fem through the E of or sorry, not fem,
Mem,
mem
maybe?
through the E of acquire. Yeah,
Yikes. Yeah.
this is a yikes moment for sure. You have good chances of double doubling through the T of settler. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to commentate this game, Chloe. I'm just so confused.
Thrown for a loop over here. I mean, trading phony bingos, then the 3 bingos in a row for Dave, finished with the subpoenas triple. It was just wow. What a game.
Yeah, this game is a meme or meme. Sometimes feels like I'm dreaming. I see it when I see a Scrabble game like this, but
It is real.
it is real. So, Dave with a terrible post bingo draw. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do with this rack.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to win this game now.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Really have to claw his way out of this one. I think he'll probably just play Augio maybe on top of Pwned, making An, Gel, and Ide. It seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, with a lead such as this one, 202 points, you really don't have to care. But if you do care about maximizing your win percentage, going from 99.9% to 99.99% to win, maybe you play through the T of settler and try to block
You can play
double
Gavot.
doubles.
Yeah.
What's really important in situations like these, in order to really just never lose, is to keep a balance every turn. Keep at least one vowel, one consonant. Make sure that your opponent can't make crazy, desperate setups that you can't deal with. So that's probably most important here for Dave. So maybe Avi on top of the S of noobs makes some level of sense if you really want to block. If you want to block the board, but this is a great idea. Actually, this is very defensive, blocking tons of ways back to the bottom of the board. The only issue is it keeps 2 vowels. Dave could draw 5 vowels. Notbot could bingo, then bingo again, to bingo again, and then maybe bingo again, and maybe he'd be close to Dave in score after that. But we see an X draw and a T draw,
Yeah.
so
Dave
it's
is
totally
good.
fine.
And Napot still has not hit a bingo, still has not drawn a vowel after Mem. He probably just wants to play off that R and F. If I'm Napot in this situation, of course, he's down more than 200. You're basically hopeless at this point, but I'm trying to create as much volatility on this board as possible. Eventually, I would want to be opening triples. There's only 2 triples left to open. So it's not going to be easy for him in this game.
Yeah, I think at this point you just try and minimize your losses. Notbot looking to play off an R and an F. He's going to play ARF for 12, perfectly fine. If you wanted to score a little bit more, he could play Ferns through the I of Ogival. Ogival. I always struggle with that one.
Or Ogival, maybe, I don't know. It's
And
Ogive.
yeah, now Dave to respond with his X. He could keep it. He could play it. Booty is really nice from the B. Excuse me. I was about to sneeze there. Booty from the B of subpoenas
Yeah, that looks great.
for 32 points. It's kind of hard to spot that word, but if If you imagine that you don't have an X, it's much easier to spot.
And
He's
I think
found
he's
it.
found it, of course.
He has found the booty. And
Wow.
of course,
No vowels for Napot still.
Dave Weekend is not a pirate, but that is, of course, what booty is.
Yes, and I think now Napot gonna respond with earn and row right on top of booty, on top of the two O's there. Get rid of his duplicate letters. Keep hoping to draw a vowel. Surely, surely, now with 18 vowels in the bag, 13 consonants, at least one will find its way on his rack. One would think.
Surely, but look
Surely.
at Dave drawing all of them. But yeah, so many vowels left. This is absolute insanity. Luckily, Napot not on Wheel of Fortune here, because he'd be drawing dead in that game.
Yes, so Dave has Ixia set up. What not to do in this position is play Ixia making if and arf from arf. Instead, I think Dave will opt to play Ixia making is from the S of noobs.
Honestly, please, Dave, play Ixia and if. You're up by 236. Ixia is going to put you up 270. What possibility is there of Napot winning this game? Maybe Strawman's not
Oh, it's not the
valid.
word. Okay, never mind.
But something could happen. Like there's definitely a possibility of losing after Ixia and if, but I would still do it just for the fun, because this game has been absolutely ridiculous. So 446 to 181. Napot has finally drawn a vowel, and he's going to be able to bingo. He's got the pedestrian Strauen making arfs, but fanwarts from the F and arf is his highest score. He also has something through the G in ogival.
You wouldn't really look there, but ring taws available.
But yeah, we'll see what Napot comes up with. I think he's a little bit shocked to see a vowel on his rack. Gonna take some time to just, correct his vision, make sure he's not hallucinating. And then he'll spot one of his bingos. He spotted Strauen. Again, it doesn't really matter. You want to conserve energy.
Yeah, conserve energy.
Get to the end of the game.
Yeah, minimize huge losses. So playing a bingo, not doing anything too fancy, in hopes of maybe tripling.
Yeah, Dave on his end has O fight from the O on the left side of the board, which would be a huge score.
Yeah, that's not getting blocked. Maybe with ring toss, I guess it could get blocked.
Yeah, ring toss would block it, but give back something in return. HEIL.
Right.
But yeah, Strauen has been found. But probably should just play this. But yeah, understandable. He has tons of time. Sometimes you want to take time in game to sort of recover from something like this happening, rather than just like dealing with the game, getting to the end. Sometimes you just want to sit there and commiserate with yourself. But obviously with the blank rack, you want to try and find your best option. And so Napot's doing.
And in a long tournament like this, games like this will happen. Games where you're just totally blown out by your opponent. Random triple happens out of nowhere. Random draw. Your opponent bingos, draws 70 tiles and happens to draw subpoenas for, what was it? 149. These things happen. So you got to take them. You got to just move on and not get too upset about it. The crazy thing about this game, I think, was the pair of phony bingos that our players traded at the very beginning of the game. That was extremely unexpected. That is not something you see in every game or every tournament at this level.
Yeah, no, for me that is way more bizarre. I've seen games like this where someone's getting killed. It will happen. You sometimes lose by 300, 200, 100. It will occur at some point, but seeing the pair of phonies in a row, something you would definitely expect to see, just from top 10 players. It's just it's crazy. It's crazy. So straw in, seemingly the only bingo that Napat has managed to find here. He's been sitting there for around 4 minutes, and he's decided, all right, this is what I'm gonna do. And this is gonna give a host of scoring options back to Dave and also to Napat. Over the long run, that A, the bottom of the board, allows for a very, very easy high score through it, hitting that triple word score on the bottom, that double letter score in the center. You can also underlap the EN and score a ton of points
Yeah.
on that triple double, we call that. Triple letter score to double word score, but Dave has O fight already. He has Elhi in the top right.
Yeah.
Now has have
Yeah.
through the A. He's gonna have to
Have looks
think
excellent.
really, really hard, Chloe, about this one. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a tough position. I mean, what can he do to win this game? No, I think you just play have and call it a day here. That seems excellent.
Yeah, the situation here is that there are twice as many vowels as consonants left. So anything that plays off one or two of the vowels is going to be nice and preferred here. So vape could also be very good. Keep the H for scoring, keep the H for underlapping the EN like we talked about. That could be a nice alternative, and that's what Dave's doing. Nice play. He's also keeping the H for up top.
Yeah.
If he redraws an EL, he will play again for almost 50 points.
That's true. Yeah, Elhi up there will be 45. That is a really smart move, and he's redrawn the H and the E.
Very good. So definitely looking like a 200 plus victory, 200 plus point victory for Dave Wiegand, which is super huge at this stage of the tournament, trying to win by as much as possible and try and upset the people close to you in the standings, take the lead. But of course, 2 more days after this, another 10 gamer and a final day, King of the Hill, 6 rounds in a row, player 1 playing player 2, player 3 playing player 4, etc., etc. So anything can happen. Dave Wiegand will probably see him near the top of the standings. He's usually near the top of the standings, no matter what tournament he's playing in. But tons of top players here, some of the best in the world.
Yeah, it's so close. We have so many people up there. We've got Ben Schoenbrunn, Jason Keller doing well. Who else is up there right now, Josh?
Well, we could get a standings update for you guys. We'll see right now after 15 rounds, Dave was in the lead. He will continue to be in the lead. Napat also at 12-3, 12 wins, 3 losses. So Dave's going to be the sole leader after this game at 13-3. Ben Schoenbrunn was in 3rd place, 11-4. Jason Keller in 4th place at 11-4. Josh Watt back up there in 5th place, 11-4. Last 11-4 is the whiz kid Madov, 11-4 in 6th place, as Jefe comes down for Napat. So
Yeah, and now Elhi, which Dave had set up and spotted on his previous turn, that will come down for 45 points. Makes a ton of sense. I think you just take the points and keep moving.
absolutely, and Dave Wiegand going to be moving or remaining in the top spot after this game. Elhi's just perfect here. 5 tiles in the bag. You're playing off 4.
Yeah.
Unlikely that a bingo's going to come down with the unseen letters from Dave's perspective.
And even if it does, when you leave one in the bag, you guarantee that your opponent won't bingo out, which means that you still have a chance to play off your final tiles, some of your final tiles, and not let your opponent get all of the points that are on your rack.
As for Napat now, unfortunately has to think about, does Dave Wiegand potentially have the bingo here, maybe using the E of Vape, or more likely the R of Rigi? Is there something that he's threatening? Or is it more likely that you want to just work on your own stuff, play something like Iotic, keep the UT, try to go out next turn? I think, yeah, the MO here would be to play many tiles and try to go out on the next move. UT actually seems pretty good you're gonna at least threaten outplays with pretty much every draw.
Yeah. Yeah, he
So
could do chaotic, he could do idiotic through the Eye of Ixia. And that would block some of those threats you were talking about. Though I don't think there's actually anything out there through the R of Rigi. Yeah, I think just getting the game over with threatening outplays makes a lot of sense.
yeah, he's thinking about Juco for 26. That's a nice score, but don't really think that's the right idea, given that there's one tile in the bag. But like we said, it doesn't matter too much. Of course, not about wanting to reduce his losses as much as possible, but he knew from the time that subpoenas came back as a valid word that this was not his game, most likely. So we'll see what he does, thinking about a do it underneath the EN of Strawn, maybe trying to block some of those big H plays that are being threatened.
Yes. Dicot looks nice, but won't that allow some big H plays potentially? Maybe not.
So Dicot
Above.
being played,
Oh, yes, of
Strawn, yeah, NI would not have been nice there. The A is the last tile in the bag, so Napat's going to draw that, and he's not going to be able to go out next move. They've weekend to try and solve this endgame. His best play is to play Ego on top of the top right of the board, making OCH and GAL, keeping HUTE. I think part of the reason for that, or most of the reason for that, is Napat's biggest threat here is to play AI on the top right, making ICH and AAL. That's by far his highest score. So first order of operations is to block that. Second order of operations is to go out next move.
Yeah, it looked like Dave briefly had Ego set up on his rack. I think he'll figure this one out. Once you spot the AI possibility, ooh, sorry about that. Once you spot the AI possibility, you realize that you need to block that spot because that's by far your opponent's best play for this endgame.
Actually trying to see where HEUT goes out, if anything, or if it's just a matter of scoring super well next turn. You have ETH and HEP, you have HUI through the Eye of Rigi. So maybe it's just a thing where I'm scoring 30 points 2 turns in a row and you're scoring 10 points 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think the HUTE goes out at all. It's just about continuing to score a lot of points for multiple turns in this endgame.
So as this game takes its final steps, a huge thank you again to everybody watching at home or anywhere. You could be watching this from anywhere. You could be watching on your smartphone, on YouTube, on MeWatch. If you're on YouTube, please download the MeWatch app and take a look at it. That's our media partner for this tournament. It's a huge deal to secure something like that for Scrabble. So we thank you for watching. You are helping legitimize our mind sport. And everybody also following the games on woogles.io. Woogles is our internet partner, our internet Scrabble partner. And they are supporting this tournament by creating a broadcast room where you can look at every single annotated game every round. 10 games being annotated at once. JEU is the play for Dave, keeping GOETH to go out next turn underneath straw in, making ING. That's a good play.
Yeah, so now I expect we'll see AI come down pretty soon, and Dave will go out with Goeth. Not Dave's best endgame sequence, but it'll do when you're up more than 200 points. You're not trying to waste so much of your mental energy on solving every single endgame position.
No, this is a very sensible approach. Like we say, in most endgames, you want to go out in 2. This guarantees it. Not only does he have Goeth, he has Hogtie through the eye and Ixia, so makes perfect sense to do that. But AI is just too many points to let Napot have, so the math doesn't quite work out. In any case, Goeth going to come down 422. Final score 574 to 346 in Dave Weekend's favor. So crazy stuff there. Congratulations, I guess.
What
And,
a wild game.
yeah, let's listen to the overhead mic.
574.
Yeah, 346.
Yeah. It's like
Sorry.
not much to talk about. I think
Yeah, it's just silly mistakes.
yeah.
Sometimes you get rewarded.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, actually, I have maybe I'm the one to blame as well too. That's
Yeah.
where the hell did I find that? You know, it looked very familiar to me.
I roll.
I wall. Yeah.
I wall. Wall, roll. Yeah, it's not fall.
Well, at first maybe thought I'm not playing it because it would give you bone set back, but yeah.
Oh, right.
But didn't.
Alrighty, so yeah, very crazy game there, Chloe. That was round 16 of 36. We're almost at the halfway mark at the Causeway Challenge. 5 more rounds to go, or 4 more rounds to go today. We might stick with Dave. Who knows who we're gonna get next round? Somebody at the top.
Yes, I just hope it's as fun as at least the beginning of this game was. Obviously, it became a bit lopsided. I'm hoping we get some close games, some exciting action, tight end games, and good Scrabble in our next games.
All right, that's a good hope. And with that, we're going to let you guys go for something like 20 minutes. This game ended pretty quickly, but the round will probably start near the half-hour mark, as it has been the case most of the day. So don't go anywhere, or maybe touch some grass, as Matt Canick would say. And we'll be back with more Scrabble in just a moment. Maybe you should tune into another stream. Probably a couple games still ongoing. Anyways, see y'all soon. Everybody, welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. I'm Josh Stokel here with Chloe Fatsis. We have a great matchup for you guys here in round 17 of 36 on table 2 of 44. That's a lot of numbers. We have Napat once again versus Madhav, the whiz kid. I shouldn't call him whiz kid. He's
15.
He's 15 and he is insanely good
Yes.
at Scrabble. He's played Napat a couple times. I don't remember what happened in those games, but they're going to play again and we're going to see it live. So we could cut to the board right now. Players are getting ready to play. Tiles are getting put back into the bag. Oh, they're already in there. Very nice. So Madhav has a little bit of probably music playing in his ear before the game. Some people have certain routines.
Yes, taking out those AirPods. Gotta get in the
gr-
zone
yeah.
for this game. Yes, Madhav, the 2025 World Youth Scrabble Champion versus Napat. We've seen lots of. He's top 10 in the world. This will be a really fun matchup.
Yeah, he's the top-rated Thai player currently on the planet, and that is hard to do. I gotta tell you, 100+ Thai players representing their home country here in Bangkok, and Napat at the very, very top among 2,000 players, 1,900 players. Yeah, amazing stuff. So, tiles coming out of the bag. Napat going first. He has FU, FOUE,
Yes. Oh,
blank,
D,
D, and an A.
A.
Wow, I hear an echo. But we're going to
Yes, very
see
quickly.
Fugad.
Fugad. He also had fade out available. Fugad, nice find, very quick. No time to waste here. This bingo does everything you want it to do. You don't put a vowel next to the double letter squares. You get the F on the double letter square yourself. Can't imagine a better start.
Yeah, perfect play there. Made extremely quickly. About probably feeling pretty good about that one, wanting to recover from the game we just saw him play against Dave Wiegand. That was a tough one. But now Madhav was hoping for an M for Moniliai, but that is not happening. So he's going to have to do something about his 5 vowels here. Folia from the F seems pretty decent. Maybe just an OI play somewhere.
Like OI and IF, perhaps, or OI and IO.
Yeah,
and
to the
IF.
left of the FO,
Oh,
possibly. Yeah, there are many possibilities here. Do you want to play outward or do you want to overlap, keep slightly better tiles? The G, the D, those are good letters for 8-letter words if you play IO. So that's what Madhav is going to do. 9 points. He's going to try and draw into a bingo next turn. See if he succeeds. Napat, on the other hand, has drawn into a Q.
Yeah, and he really doesn't have much to do with it. He'll certainly want to get rid of that this turn, as there's no great options without it either. But his plays with the Q will score maximum 18 points for Umiak from the U. It's not the easiest word to see either. Not every day that word comes up in the game, but I think that's his best option here.
Yeah, Umiak would be very, very nice, but Kadi might do a better job defending against Madhav's exact rack. He has a couple findable bingos here, but Umiak looks pretty nice.
Yeah, Kadi also totally fine. Keeping the M, there's really no problem with that. Just scores 2 less than Umiak.
Yeah, why don't you explain a little bit to the viewers, maybe some that are new to Scrabble, what you're trying to do in a position where you have an early lead versus when you're at an early deficit like Madhav is.
Right. So when you get to an early lead, you want to start creating a board that is conducive to you maintaining that lead. So especially after a play like IO, when you play off 2 tiles in Scrabble, or when you see your opponent do that, you often assume that they are building towards a bingo. They have low scoring tiles, and they probably are close to bingoing. Now, Kadi comes down. I like this idea. Also, a play like IO doesn't really signal to me that my opponent has an S. It doesn't give me much information in that way. I would probably assume Madhav had a leave similar to what he actually kept with the AEILN leave. Something like AEINR makes a lot of sense playing IO. So playing Kadi doesn't really matter, setting up this S hook here. Fugad's also available. So in general, when you're up to an early lead, you want to create a board that doesn't give back a lot to your opponent, makes it hard for them to create a wide open board with lots of bingo lanes, places to come back into the game.
And yeah, in this particular instance, not playing Umiak was a huge save for Napat because Madhav had findable and finable available through the D and E if we got that just got blocked randomly, but not so randomly by this play of Kadi. Like you said, it's a very nice.
Wow,
nice,
look at the fine.
Yeah. All right, I'll stop my sentence because yeah, Bailiff was a beautiful find by Madhav to keep the board a little bit alive, score some points. Lovely. So Napat has put this on hold. This is a word. This is actually a somewhat common English word, but English is not Napat's first language, so definitely understandable that he would not be 100% on this. See if he ends up challenging. He probably recognizes it.
Yeah.
But looks like he's accepting.
Yeah,
Very
he has a
nice.
bingo available himself now. Napat with to the G of Fugad, he'll have Moisting available for 61. So he's got to look at that G that is a blank tile and recognize that it is in fact a G in order to find this bingo. I think he'll find it really quickly. He's setting it up right now.
Yeah, he just has to be sure that it's valid. Some things look like words and aren't words. We've seen a lot of that sort of thing popping up on stream, but Moisting would put Napat in a very nice position here. Not of drawing to EN, he's drawn EILSZ. So that looks pretty interesting. And after Moisting, there's actually an incredible play available for Madhav. So if we see this hit the board, we might see some magic.
Oh.
After Moisting, Madhav will be able to bingo.
It's not an easy one though. It's a disconnected 9-letter word. So it's a play using 9 tiles, so 2 letters already on the board that are not touching each other. So he'll have to look through 2 of the letters that Moisting, one of which Moisting will add to the board in order to find this bingo. Really hard find. That would be amazing. But first, Napat has to be sure of Moisting. Looks like he's not sure. Looks like he's thinking of playing time underneath Kadi.
And just a little reminder, if you can't tell by the faces, both of these guys are on the younger side. They're both younger than you and I, Chloe, so that makes them young, right?
Yes.
And so the
What do you
one
call me,
thing that differentiates the young players from the seasoned top experts tends to be word knowledge and security.
Yeah.
When it comes to Madhav, we did see a little bit of insecurity in the first game we saw, but for the most part, his memory and his studying habits are incredibly good. But Napat as well usually is very, very solid on the words, but we've seen a few times where a few times more than we expected, where he's been unsure of words. And in this particular instance, moisting is that of word, moisted. There's a lot of things that look like this, hoisting, foisting. You have to be really certain that this is valid to make the play, especially since you're already ahead by a nice 55-point margin.
Yeah.
So this is the sort of situation where if you're not 100%, it's a good chance you're going to pass it up. So Napat really trying to convince himself that he is convinced enough moisting is valid, but we could definitely see him pass it up here.
It looks like maybe now he's going back to this other idea of time. It is a really weird looking word, moisting. Hard to be sure of, might give back a lot. And yeah, as pointed out in the YouTube chat, it doesn't sound like a normal word in English. Obviously our normal word with moist as a verb is moisten. Moisten? No, certainly moisten. Silent T. So Napat going back and forth here. We've seen him agonize like this a couple times. This happened a few rounds ago against Jason Keller. he had the word ladykins for 101. It took him a while to convince himself of it, but luckily he did. And after the game, it turned out he really was not sure of that word, but he trusted his gut, played the word, and that's what he needs to do here as well.
And he's been sitting here for 5 minutes thinking about this. It's very interesting. He started off with a bang fugad. Hadi was a somewhat easy play to make, but these are the plays that are the difference makers. The difference between playing moisting and time, that's around 30 points.
Yeah,
And
that's huge.
yeah, it's a huge swing. He really wants to make this play, but he's struggling very, very hard.
I can
And
see
I've
the agony.
known, I mean, we know this feeling, Chloe.
Yes. Oh my gosh, every game. I mean, I am not someone who considers myself to be solid on the words, as the time goes by, especially. So I think that this feeling is so relatable, but good on the pot. Finding the confidence to play this word. When you're at this level, you have to just trust your gut. You have to know these words. You can't pass up opportunities like this for words that are valid, bingos especially.
But it's not been committed. He's still unsure.
There he
And
goes.
there it is. All right.
Okay, so now
Probably just gonna say, okay, yeah, no problem. If I were Madav, I would hold just to scare
oh,
Napat.
there it is. Oh my god.
I cannot believe how
Oh my god,
quickly-
it's so fast.
It is absolutely insane how good this guy is.
Good. Zybe lines he's setting up through the B of Bailiff and the I of Moisting. That'll be 92 points. What a find, and so quickly.
But
That's
he's just thinking, like, is this a word?
This-
Does this take an S?
This is too good to be true.
I think he's gonna play it.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna go for it. Incredible.
Wow.
This
is too
is
good.
the stuff of legend. Zibbelines for 92, coming down with a bang. Napat giving that the nod of approval. Incredible stuff. Wow.
So fast. That's the most impressive part of it. He saw that instantly.
Yeah, I think he's probably gonna become world champion soon. This guy.
Yeah,
I mean,
seems so
it's ridiculous. Anywho, still a game. 24 points between the two of them. TRRG. Not the greatest start, but one
APM.
vowel is good enough. Gramp
Gram through that.
seems pretty decent, and that's going to come down very quickly. This is a much easier decision than the last one.
Yeah, that looks great. Scoring 36 points, leaving a balanced leave. Seems perfect.
And Madav redrawing into a U and a V and a W. So that is not so great, but he's going to have some options like was for 30.
Mhm.
Not sure. Not sure what we would 100% do here, but that looks decent. The Z on the top left of the board isn't a huge threat, but
But when
eliminating some easy plays like was for
Yeah.
your opponent makes sense.
and when you can get rid of the WU yourself, I mean, why not? Nice play there, and over to Napat, who has readmit on his rack, and that'll play down to the left of Zibbelines for 80 points. So I expect this to come down pretty soon. It's his only bingo.
Yeah, readmit is going to fit quite nicely. And we'll see what happens after that over on Madav's rack, but I don't think he's going to have anything after readmit. Napat spotted it. It's definitely a little bit scary to open that triple, but if it's your only bingo, you have to go for it.
Mhm. Yeah, no passing this up. There's no reason to do that. Wow, really back and forth here. This is exciting.
Yeah, Napat's still with a big advantage. He's going to be up over 100 after this
Yeah.
play.
Can you imagine finding this disconnected 9 of Zibbelines and then still being down 100?
Yeah, I mean, both players have been playing pretty much perfectly here.
Mhm.
And it could go either way, of course, but I think at the end of the game, Madhav can be pretty happy with this find. He found it within 3 seconds, Chloe.
Yeah,
It's
that was
just
just
insane.
it was too good. That was amazing. Yeah, so now Madhav still with nowhere to play any 8-letter words with this rack. No one standout option though. He might be tempted to keep some of the more bingo-friendly tiles. He would probably want to play in the bottom left corner in that area that Napat opened up, but there's really nothing good there. He's looking at overt, making OF with bailiff. I like this play. Scores 24 points. He's not going to do much better than that on this turn. Yeah, I see no real downsides.
Yeah, you probably want to open something here. And opening the right side of the board, as we can see, the tiles are pretty much all contained on that left side of the Scrabble grid, but overt is going to put things into the right side and create some space for a comeback. So I like this play. You could also play something like mover from the M in readmit. That's a little bit fewer points, but the leave is slightly better. And so Madhav will be likelier to bingo next turn after a play like that. But overt is a more long-term decision. And when you're down 110 points, long-term decisions tend to work out better for you.
Yeah, I like this play, and I don't think he needed to take too much longer either here. Yeah, good play.
So Napat with a Josh rack,
Your
Josh
favorite.
ROY. He's going to have a lot of points available to him with joys and kadis, hooking that kadi that was played on turn 2. That's 45
Yeah.
points. That's really, really nice. If you want, you can keep the S. You can even keep the J. Play something like Oi
Oh, interesting choice.
on the top left.
Really fast play here, keeping JRY playing ooze in the bottom left. I think at his lead, he's probably wanting to avoid disaster scenarios of a triple maybe, wanting to take out this scoring spot. I'm not sure though if I would have done this over Joy's. Joy's also had the advantage of taking out some of the space on the right side of the board, obstructing the lane through the E of overt that Madhav just opened. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good play for sure. If you draw a U, you get jury through the R of overt. There's some decent draws you can get as well for other plays on the board. And yes, at this situation on the scoreboard, blocking the triple is a great idea. Madhav, on the other hand, has drawn a slightly awkward rack, and he's decided to just take his best score, playing the W. He's seen that with a few common draws, he's going to hit things on the right side of the board. But Jerky coming down instantly. We'll see what Madhav is going to draw out of the bag. This is going to be very crucial for him. But Jerky is an absolutely insta play here.
Yeah, that seems perfect. Getting rid of JKY scores well, and Madhav drawing Tanager, but nowhere to play it.
Yeah, so that was one of the draws that gave Madhav a 7-letter word, but unfortunately nowhere to put it right now. So he's going to have to take another turn to try and do something. And bingo next turn. I think a pretty obvious play would be just ag in the top left, making AW and GU. That's actually a nice 27, keeping AENRT, which is one of the strongest 5-tile combinations in Scrabble.
Yeah, that looks great. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to keep these good letters together at this deficit, score well, 27 points. He still is going to be down more than 120, or sorry, more than 100 points. So yes, he sees Tanager. He's going to lament a little bit that this doesn't fit anywhere on the board. And then we'll realize that he can still play off the 2 tiles that are holding him back a bit. The G, the double A, with this AG play. So it seems pretty clear to me.
Yeah, Madhav obviously has tons of time left. He's only used around 8 minutes, so it's definitely okay for him to be taking time here, but it's really nothing to do about the fact that Tanager doesn't fit. He's going to be looking for 8-letter words potentially on this board. Maybe another 9-letter word could come down. eventually stagnate is
Yes.
possible from the ST. He spotted that. It's a nice 33. And it's actually really good for the board, so I wonder if that's any better than AG in the top left.
Yeah, I think they're probably pretty close. I'm just not sure how I feel about blowing up the rack. There are a lot of E's left to draw. There's a blank out, which he wants, which he'll need to come back into this game. That said, I think I still prefer AG.
Yeah, when you're down by so much, something to think about is potentially if you play a shorter play, there will be more total turns in the game because you're not emptying the bag as quickly. That'll sometimes happen. So sometimes playing it short, taking it a little bit slower is the way to go. So you spotted AG, it's probably going to come down. You could also consider keeping the G. I just don't really see why. So 27 points, and we'll see what Mudov draws out of the bag. I think this is the right play.
Yes, I agree. I like this choice. Yeah, and that point about, wanting to extend the game, draw out the game as much as possible, give yourself as much time as possible to come back, enough turns to come back into the game is really true. Playing 5 tiles versus 2, these decisions can add up.
Whoa! Oh no, Napot playing Bog. Looks like a very, very natural play, but he actually had a bingo through the T of overt.
Wow.
Bet Tongs would have fit for 63, pretty much ending the game on the spot, but instead we see Bog, a very strong play. I'm actually curious why not put the S on that for 16 more points. Anyways, he's trying to put the game away next turn. He's got good chances of doing that, but he definitely just missed an opportunity to end things a little bit quicker.
Yeah, wow.
But he's drawn into a very nice rack.
Yes. But yeah, sometimes I think we've talked about this a couple times. You're in defense mode or you're not in the mode of thinking necessarily you have a bingo with this rack. Maybe he didn't see the T, maybe he just didn't even consider bingoing with that rack once he realized there was no 7 on the rack. And Bog looks pretty natural otherwise. I agree. I think adding the S on to Bogs would have been an improvement as well as the bingo, of course.
Funnily enough, Betongs would have given back a 7-letter word of Trinect to Madov, so somehow it's actually working out fine for Napot, who's now looking at untested through the T of overt and Detinews, I think, through the E of Fugad. So he's probably not going to get blocked here, and Madov, unfortunately, has missed yet again. This is just not his game, Chloe.
No, it's not. And it's tough. He's been making all the right plays. I don't think he's made a single mistake that we've seen so far. And he found that amazing disconnected 9-letter bingo. We're so impressed with his play. Sometimes this is just how games work out. Your opponent gets to a lead. They're able to close down the board. You keep missing bingos. You're not hitting what you want. And suddenly the game gets away from you.
Yeah, the only thing I can think about for Madov that he might have done wrong is the opening play. Possibly that he wanted to play a little bit longer there, but it's a very sound decision. It was just pretty brutal that 3 of his bingos got blocked in one go with the play of Kadi.
Yeah, and that just goes to show the value of a play like Kadi when you take an early lead, as we were talking about, obstructing some of the 8-letter lanes on the board, not creating really any new threats. It really paid off in this situation for Napot.
Indeed. So with 13 and a half minutes to go, Madov staring at Trinect. Again, nowhere to play his 7-letter word. He's found Sank through the eye in the queue. I cannot believe how good this guy's play finding is. That's probably his best play. Even though it keeps 2 T's, it's the only thing that scores reasonably on this board.
His board vision is so good. It's not easy to see words through disconnected tiles, and he's done it multiple times in this game.
So
yeah, now we expect Detinews to come down for 68 pretty quickly. It's set up on the pot's rack. This will put the game away safely, securely for Napot.
Indeed, indeed. So Madov drawing it to AERTT. He's drawn an E and a D, so he's going to be able to respond in turn with a bingo of his own. Restated through the S of Detinews opens a triple.
Yeah, he's got to do that.
and also opens a lane to the right of the R. So that's probably the perfect amount of desperation that you would make in a position such as this one. There's still a blank out for Madhav to potentially draw. We'll see if Napat gets it on this 7-tile pickup. But there's still a small little chance.
Blank. Not to be for Madhav today. Yeah, the blank, the X. Really, the only way this could have worked out for Madhav is if he played restated, opening this triple, and the pot had all consonants, couldn't do anything about the triple lane, allowing Madhav to draw into that spot. But extremely unlikely. These are the smallest of small chances that we look for in Scrabble when we're so desperate. But usually it works out this way, where our opponent just is able to block the spot we opened up, has the blank, etc.
Yeah, now Napat is spoiled for choice here. He can play just this simple 50-point axe, AXE, in the bottom right. But if he wants it, he has 88 for axone, making the blank an O, overlapping the TATED all the way down to the bottom right. And that's crazy.
That's so many points. I think you just take the points. Gosh. Yeah, he can't go wrong here. He might bingo again. I expect and so will Napat will also expect Madhav to be playing if he takes the bottom right corner for Napat to take the middle triple on the right side with the R of restated, either going across, making some word through the R, or playing RE and a word parallel. So I think just taking the points of Axone makes a lot of sense, not hoping for a bingo.
Yeah, I agree with that. The unseen letters are okay. They're not perfect. They're not terrible. You could see a bingo draw for Napat after axe, but pretty unlikely. So yeah, he's considering it. It's 88 points, bringing him well over 500 with a few turns still to go. It's perfect timing for Napat because with 7 tiles in the bag, leaving 2 makes it most likely that he'll have the advantage and tempo in this endgame. Not that he needs it.
Yeah, this one is done. Madhav will probably come back now with maybe Hoyle, something to just score very well, take advantage of the other spot. But this one is over. Hoyle for 51 looks great to me.
Yeah, agreed with that. Fortunately, no L in space for lyophile, which is a fun little word. For those that are seasoned Scrabble players, I would ask, do you know what Hook's lyophile takes, if any? It's a little quiz from myself there, but anyways, that's not to be for Madhav. He's just going to want to score his way to the end of the game. Hoyle, Hoyle, like you said, or Phyle, potentially to keep a couple vowels with potential for drawing 2 consonants from this pool.
Reticula will play now through the T of over even after Hoyle.
Oh my goodness. That is absolutely insane. Is not going to be able to figure that he has something there? That's totally ridiculous.
Just one of those games, yeah. I feel like he'll see that.
70. So if Napat does spot Reticula, that'll be a 600 game for him when all is said and done. And Madhav maybe will try to go for something here. Maybe he'll think to play off the Y. Maybe there's something he can hit with that. I don't know. He's probably just going to give up here. Call it a day. Oracle, of course, is the other option if Madhav decides not to use that triple. That would be just brutal. Yeah, Madhav's played a perfect game. I mean, I don't see what he could have done differently.
Yeah.
Sometimes you give it your all, and it's just not enough. That's the variance factor in Scrabble.
Yeah.
There are definitely many paths he could have taken on some of those moves, but he didn't do anything particularly wrong. So
Yeah.
he should be proud of himself.
I
We're
wouldn't
proud of
even-
him.
Yeah, we are. I wouldn't even say IO is a mistake. I think that's totally defensible. I think it's a matter of style, maybe. If you prefer something like IO or Folia is another option we were talking about. So ploy going to come down, which will allow reticula, which the pot has set up on his rack. So this one is over. That'll be a bingo out. The pot will score over 600. What a game for him.
Yeah, that's a great comeback after the silliness of last game against Dave Wiegand. Madhav just has to laugh it off.
There's an even better
And
bingo than reticula.
wow, Sterculia was possible from the ST. That
Wow.
is insane. I'm gonna go tell Napot about that.
I think he can take it.
All right, let's listen to the overhead mic. 20 points from the rack, 617 to 370.
This game just insane, you know, just like when Dave Weekend hits me. So 617.
617373.
Sorry, man. Yeah.
Dude,
Sorry.
I'm happy, dude. This
Yeah,
was such
yeah.
a nice play. I don't care about the game result.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
happy to
that's
just have made
Very
that play.
beautiful, yeah.
File is good.
Good.
Yeah, yeah, good. Yeah,
Hmm?
yeah it's good.
Yeah.
I'm like 70%, so yeah. Yeah, 70% of it, so yeah.
Dude, I had findable on my rack. You blocked it. You blocked the D for findable and the E for findable
Yeah,
and
you
the
block
7.
you block QI further. You block my QI further. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost played OI. I almost played OI. Yeah.
No, yeah, obviously going
Yeah.
to play this, yeah. Game ที่เท่าไหร่นะพี่แม็ก Which game? 17, okay.
Such class for Madhav.
Yeah.
Saying, I don't care what happened this game. I found Ziblines. I'm happy with that.
He knows what's important.
Good. Such a good kid.
Yeah, such a good sport, such a
Yeah.
good kid, so friendly, so kind, and as we saw in this game, is so good at Scrabble.
So they sign the score slips away. We're going to be taken into the 18th round, the halfway mark in this mega tournament in Bangkok, Thailand. The first of its nature, 3 live streams, 10 annotated games, tons of people watching around the world on MeWatch and on YouTube. Love to see it. Thanks everybody for joining us. We'll see you guys in another 25 or so minutes. This game finished very, very quickly. So feel free to tune in to the other 2 tables, either on YouTube or MeWatch or both. Take a look at the annotated games in progress on woogles.io. Tons of things to do here while you wait for our next round. But please come back. We want
Yes.
to see you guys watching our table.
Yes. Board 2, board 2.
It really doesn't
Yes.
doesn't matter to us. We're just happy people are
Mhm.
watching
Yes.
some of the best Scrabble in the world being played. All right, see you guys in just a bit, maybe a half an hour break here. Have fun. Hello and welcome back to the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, Thailand. I'm Josh Sokol here with Chloe Fatsis, and we have another great game for you guys. Ben Schonbrun out of the United States versus Madhav Gopal Kamat from India. Ben to go first, Chloe.
Yes, Ben sitting at 11-6 versus Madhav, who we just saw, is at 12-5. Madhav, in our last game, we just saw him make the amazing disconnected 9-letter word Zibelines or Zibelines, however you say that word. He said after the game, I don't even care that I lost by 250. I'm just glad I got to play that. He's an amazing player, only 15 years old. Ben's been playing for a long time. We know him well because he is always at the same tournaments we are in the North American tournament circuit. He's a great player in his own right. Really excited. His first time on our stream this tournament, though he's been on the stream in general here at Causeway a number of times, and Ben to go first.
We're going to see some fun tiles in this game for those unfamiliar with Ben's style. We call it Benji mode. Tiles every which way on the rack.
Oh,
he's drawing one from the floor. Yeah, so
Okay.
Fuero probably going to be the opening play for Ben here. Fuero.
Yeah.
Keeping the I and the O back. This is a defensive play. It's a high scoring play. And he makes it with 32 seconds. Both of these guys are very, very fast. Madhav is going to bingo
wow.
here with, at the very least, deciles.
Yeah, deciles looks great. Yeah, Fuero makes a ton of sense. No need to take any more time there. When you see that word, you can pretty quickly realize that there's no better plays, no other 5-letter words maybe, or no 6-letter word using another vowel. I guess he had roofie available, but that keeps a U. Super ugly to leave the U, so getting rid of the U here. Wow, and picking up 3 A's, the Q and the V. Not a good draw for Ben. Madhav will probably play deciles. Is that what we're thinking?
Yeah, so delices and deciles are the 7-letter words on this rack. You can score 71 points by playing either of them, hooking the S onto fueros, or you could play somewhere else. I don't really think it's necessarily worth playing anywhere else, except maybe here. This is a 70-pointer, delices, and it doesn't give back as easy of a triple. And in this particular instance, this is going to be very good for Madhav because otherwise, if he had played delices or deciles downwards with furrows, that would have given Ben an easy QI for 30+ points. In this particular instance, it's going to work out better for Madhav.
Yeah, I like this choice as well because as he starts to take a lead here, he's not opening up so many floating letters immediately. This is a little more closed off. It's going to make Ben's life harder as he tries to come back from an early deficit. Yeah, I like this choice. Only one fewer point than deciles or delices making fueros.
And we're going to see a challenge here. So delices is a word that is valid, but only in the international lexicon. A lot of American players that are here have only recently taken to learning the international English lexicon, and this word is only valid in that one. So Ben, an American, spent many, many years playing Scrabble without this word in his dictionary, his personal dictionary, but challenges it, gives 5 more points to Madhav, and QI coming down for 26. Still the best play, I think. Just always play QI.
Yeah. When you can get rid of the Q, do that.
Even if you keep 3 A's and a V. So yeah, pretty awful leave for Ben. He's not going to get that much help from the bag, but probably his best play and a very good draw for Madhav.
Okay, well, the 2 U's certainly not helping there, but still drawing the Z, the S. He can play Zulu or Zulus for a lot of points. The 2 options I'm seeing, either Zulu making ZE and us, setting up his S, which would be really nice here, or just Zulus down to the S of delices.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see what Madhav decides to do here. I feel like playing Zulu, ZE, and US and setting up a very dangerous spot for an S might not be the right call if you're Madhav, because you're already ahead. But I actually like the aggression. I like the fact that you're not giving as big of a spot back on an overlap, and I like that you're setting your S up and giving Ben one shot to have an S of his own. So I
Yeah.
actually think I would have played the other one here, but this is a very reasonable decision given the situation. You don't know what Ben's keeping after QI. He could have absolutely anything, and he
Yeah.
played it relatively quickly.
Yeah.
But he has 4 A's, 2 O's, and a V.
Not much he's gonna do with that. Yeah, I think I agree. I would have liked the aggression of Zulu. I guess another downside of it is that it makes the hitting the triple on the bottom there, underlapping the ZE and US, more high scoring, but you can't count on those plays. They're not the easiest to have. I also like the aggression of setting up the S. You have no idea, like we said, what QI is keeping. Like we said, you always play QI, always get rid of the Q when you have it. He really could have had anything. Now, Ben, I guess, can play AA and ZA or AVA. Just seems pretty ugly.
Yeah, he
No
has 34 points for Ava or Avo hooking onto Saw. It might be interesting to play Avo and keep 3 A's just because you're setting up Azo the other way for a potential play to the left. Maybe you'll be able to get rid of 2 of your A's that way. I mean, it's just so awful regardless.
Okay, that's
But
what
what
he's
he's doing.
doing.
He's keeping 3 A's and an O. And actually, it's not terrible. Apparently, according to the engine, it's a better play than playing AVA. So
Wow.
very bizarre to keep triplicate A's, but the A is actually the vowel that duplicates the best.
Oof, and
Other
let's
than
show
the
out
E.
3 more vowels. But Madhav does have one available bingo here. Mini cars will play through the sea of delices if he finds it. Doesn't look like he's found it instantly. So we'll see what he comes up with. I wouldn't be surprised. Takes him a minute to spot it. He's probably looking at that A of Avo as the huge hotspot on this board with the double letter next to it, the triple word square in the corner that can score a ton of points. So it's probably his first instinct to look up there, but once he looks around this board a bit more, I think he'll find mini cars.
To me, Manav has total immunity, whether he misses something or finds it. He's so young. If he misses something, whatever, he'll learn it and he'll find it next time.
Exactly.
And if he hits it, yeah, of course, he's Madhav. So if he misses mini cars, I wouldn't be surprised if he sees it. We definitely want him to see it. Definitely want him to be sure of it. And there it is, lined up. And he's probably going to play it at this point. He's lined it up. He's just not 100% sure, I think.
Yeah.
And that would be actually so brutal for Ben because he has the play of Abulia,
Oh,
the
yeah.
L of
Such a
Zulus,
good bailout.
which is, yeah, the perfect bailout for his rack, keeping a lone A. But unfortunately, if mini cars comes down, that is not happening for Ben. He might actually have to exchange.
Yeah, we'll see. I think if mini cars doesn't come down, something like main through the A of Avo seems very reasonable. Blocking that huge hotspot, taking some points for himself, but it would be definitely better to play the bingo here, and I think he will. Good play, Madhav.
Yeah, and there's obviously a few words like this, mini bars is a valid word, min bars, yeah, a lot of stuff. Probably not 100% on it, but I don't think Meta's even going to hold it here.
Yeah, Ben actually still has a nice bailout play of Wabain,
Oh.
Ouabain to the N of mini cars, which he definitely needs to find.
Yeah.
There's actually a second bailout play through the DE using those same letters. He can play the 5-voweled 8-letter word aboideau, Aboideau. Both of those plays. You wouldn't expect to be able to do so much. Okay, this is reasonable as well.
No, this is
But-
this is a much worse option
Yeah.
for Ben. He needed to find one of Wabain or Aboideau, both very tricky finds. This is on the board, but he hasn't committed it.
Yeah, this will give back a big play of something like Smoky for Madhav.
Yeah, there's something is telling Ben that this is possibly wrong, but he's committed it.
Okay, yeah, he went too fast there. That's the thing. You gotta, yeah, and like you said, it seemed like he was pausing. He was maybe recognizing the fact that there were words that he was close to with the letters on his rack, and maybe if he looked at the end, maybe if he looked for some of those 5-vowel dates, he would have thought of these words, Wabain, Aboideau. Madhav still might not even use this scoring spot that Awa opened up. He might just use the A of Avo, take out that huge threat that remains. I guess that's one nice thing about Awa at the deficit, guaranteeing some scoring for next turn.
Yeah, on the other hand, one of the things you want to do when you're losing is not let your opponent continue to score. So yeah, this was definitely not to be understated, but a huge mistake from Ben Schonbrunn, and Vamp coming down for Madhav, extending his lead to 115 points. But luckily, Ben is going to be able to get a huge score of
Yeah.
his own with
Phobia.
Phobia, and he's found it instantly. 60 points for this play, so he's staying in the game.
Oh,
But
put a
there's a blank for Madhav. Oh, wow.
Oh, both.
Wow. Unbelievable
Wow, what a
draw.
draw. Okay. Wow, and there's some crazy bingos available here, some weird words. Will he find any of them? This will be a real test of Madhav's word knowledge. None of the bingos easy.
Right, so an insane on a 3-tile draw, blank out of the bag for Madhav. And yeah, he's going to have to dig deep here to find something. He has he has 6 playable bingos at the very least here, some of which are high scoring, some of which are not. There's the really cool, let's start from the bottom, keynoters through the ER in the center of the board, which is just an 8-letter word plus an S. That's definitely findable. Might have just found Zibelin's disconnected last game. But yeah, a couple of crazy ones available here, but definitely all findable. We don't really know. I think Madhav has probably seen all of the words at this point. He really seems to be so solid in his word knowledge, but we'll see what he manages to do here. Even if he misses, that's fine.
He sees sky something.
He's thinking of maybe sky shot, which isn't a word. I wonder, he's thinking maybe of sky wrote. Sky wrote is valid, but there's no E to play through.
Yeah, so the best bingo available to Madhav here is Confits. Konfyts. So those blanks would become an N and F, an extremely hard word to find, I think.
Yeah, there's no sky boat either. A lot of things might look like words here. You have to just be sure of what you're playing. Madhav is in such a huge advantage here with both blanks and a 60-point lead. So the only thing he really needs to do here is make a valid play.
Yeah.
He could just play Yoks, YOKS, and Phobias. That's a nice 35 points, keeping both blanks and pretty much guaranteeing a bingo next turn, maybe an easier one.
Yeah.
So we'll see how long he takes here, what he comes up with. He probably knows he has something, but with a rack like this, it feels like you have something fantastic. Confit's only 84 points, is his highest score. We'll see what he comes up with. Ben, on the other hand, with AEGNOSW. So he just has to wait and see what Madhav does, maybe hoping for an R for Wagoners or something like that.
Yeah, and any Scrabble player knows that when you have 2 blanks, of course, you can't complain about getting both blanks, but it's really hard to find words when you have 2 of them. It's hard enough to go through the whole alphabet when you have 1 blank and make sure you found all the available bingos. With 2, you have so many more combinations of letters that both of those blanks could be. So it's really hard to figure out and have the vision to imagine what these blanks could be to find the words. So often it's okay to delay a bit, take the points now. You don't want to waste all of your time searching for a bingo when you know you'll probably get one the next turn, though of course bingoing now is optimal.
Yeah, but like we said, it's not a huge deal if you pass it up. Honestly, Confits for 84, putting Madhav up by a 2 bingo margin might not even be right here, since it opens a triple for Ben. So it could be that taking a point sacrifice and playing Stenoki in the same spot for 78 would be the best choice. But that is a problem of its own, since it opens up a huge scoring spot on the right. So I'm actually not
Yeah,
I'm
maybe
not a
not Confits.
non-fan of
Yeah.
just playing something like KY under the RO of Fur, making Urk and Loy. That pretty much guarantees a bingo next turn too, keeping SOT blank and scores 32 points, which isn't nothing.
Yeah, I wonder what Madhav is thinking here. He comes back to this sky something word. Hope he doesn't try a phony here. That would definitely be, oh no.
Yeah, whatever this is, it is not valid. So we did see the challenge cam. Kudos to our producers here. Whatever this is, I'm almost certain Ben is going to challenge it and take it to the computer. And we will
Can we get eyes on those blanks?
we'll see what was played. But it would seem like the play is on hold and Ben is
Yeah,
going
there
to
it
challenge.
goes.
So we will
We'll
be able
see.
to see what is being challenged here on the challenge camera. And hopefully, yes, there we go. Change of scene. Sky shot. Like I
Okay.
said,
Good,
that's not
good
valid.
prediction.
Very unfortunate. And looks like it could easily be a word, maybe
Yes.
maybe a type of shot in many different sports.
Yeah.
Manav shaking his head like, oh man, I should have just talked myself out of that one. But he knows he's still in great shape, but he's gonna have to deal with this rack for another turn. And man, I don't want to look at this rack any longer myself. There's just too many options. So yeah, a rare miss by Manav, a rare blunder, but Ben's like, oh my
Yeah,
God,
now
are you
Ben
serious?
has to think about like, what do I do now? Or does he have? But now Ben has to do the same thing of finding the bingos.
No, he doesn't.
And I okay.
He's not going to.
He's not gonna find it. What is he? What will he do then? I guess he'll just accept the fact that at some point Madhav will bingo and build towards his own bingo himself.
I remember way back in the day, I played a game against Matt Canick, well, who was here commentating on board one when he was running his YouTube channel back in the day, and we played an online game, and I played a phony word, meadowed, with a blank. He challenged it off, and then for the next 10 moves, I was just not bingoing. And every move, he's like, yeah, Josh probably gonna bingo, and then I didn't bingo. And he's like, this is the most annoying thing ever. I know he has a blank. There's nothing I can do about it. I just have to wait until the bingo comes. So I think at some point, when you know your opponent has both blanks, maybe you just say, well, all right, my fate is sealed. I'm just going to do whatever I can for myself, try and bingo multiple times to get back in the game, keep the board open, actually. Sometimes it's a counterintuitive thing when your opponent has such a good rack, you have to just open the board even further and just gain access to spots down the line. So we'll see what Ben comes up with. This is an awful situation for him, but yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe. I mean, he has a lot of different candidate plays here. A lot of them underlapping fuero, something like gnawer, Gnawer, scores the most he can do here, 29 points. Or he could go shorter with wag, keep the bingo chances better for himself, as he knows that a bingo is coming, if not this turn, then the next for Madhav.
That's right. So all that being said, Ben's looking at just playing Gaw, Deg, Era, and Low. I mean, it's as good as anything.
Yeah,
you
it
know.
looks like his best op.
Computer approves of it. It's just something. You gotta do something. You gotta just not think too hard about this. Because one of the things also, the psychology of a situation like this, when your opponent plays a phony, even if you find their best move, what if they don't find their best move? So Ben's actually deciding to be defensive here, play gauze and phobias, because maybe he sees something like Stanoki, he doesn't want Madhav to play that.
I guess.
But I feel like this is really just not helping him. This board is now going to be pretty closed after whatever Madhav decides to do. Like, what if he plays KY now under the R of Fuero? Suddenly, this board is in terrible shape, and Ben has nothing.
Last S. He knows that Madhav has the last S and 2 blanks, so that now Madhav can really do whatever he wants to make S hooks and benefit from S hooks.
So that did block most of bingos, of course, but there's still keynoters available. There's still Klistron to the end of mini cars. We'll see if Madhav finds Klistron. That's certainly worth playing here, but just KY is also totally fine. KO is also good. That's a nice 34.
That looks really nice.
But that reopens the board. He's shaking his head. He doesn't like it. He knows he's probably missing something better, but he's got to get out of this rack.
Yeah, just take the points, do something. Seems very reasonable. And Ben drew a bunch of 1-pointers. We won't be able to score so well here, but he has some decent options available to get rid of maybe the O, the L, one of the E's.
Yeah, he's just one letter off, unfortunately, of playing a bingo to one of those S's, open S's on the board. But there's a really, really cool find available for him if he's able to spot it through disconnected tiles, or sorry, through multiple plays. ALOWE through the W of gauze makes all valid 2- and 3-letter words and scores a nice 26 despite not using any bonus squares. On the other hand,
Madhav, what is this draw? What are you doing? This is not gonna bingo next turn. I'm almost certain. So once again, he will be delayed in bingoing, and this kind of goes to show, we expect eventually these blanks will come down for a bingo, but what happens when you continue delaying bingos, you're not getting yourself into the position that you necessarily want to be in as soon as possible.
detoxifying is almost playable through the
Oh my
through the
god.
IF. But look
a
at that
nice
beautiful
view.
find of Alo.
Wow,
Yeah,
super nice.
Ben's board vision is quasi unmatched. This is a beautiful find by him,
Yeah, I
and
wonder if
certainly the best play.
Yeah, that's great. I wonder if Madhav now will have to burn one of his blanks to play off the X, and he might not even score very many points doing it.
Yeah, he thought it was going to be easy, but either now he just plays off the X between the E and the A in the center of the board. The E of Delices, the A of mini cars, and just hopes for a vowel or hopes for something playable, or yeah, what
Like ducks. It looks awful.
ducks, DO and US on the bottom of the board vertically? Yeah, maybe.
27?
Probably not very happy with this draw.
No, it's a terrible draw.
According
So-
to the engine that I'm working with, after KOs, Madhav's bingo chances were 82%.
Wow.
And that's not even including plays, situations where he has bingos and passes them up for higher scoring
And Ben
plays.
to 10 Tigos in 2 spots.
Oh my goodness.
So this is actually quite a big swing.
This would be ridiculous to come back from this situation if you're Ben Schonbrunn. It's possible. What does Madhav do? Like, he's only up 33 points. If he drops the X, he'll be up 50. Ben's bingo will bring him up by a few points. Madhav maybe won't bingo back, and suddenly it's a game. This is insanity over the board in round 18 of the Causeway Challenge, Chloe.
Yeah, seriously, especially if Madhav decides to burn one of his blanks, maybe with gawks or ducks, as we were saying. And then if Ben plays 10 Tigos after that, there's not a whole lot of space on this board to play a bingo. Thinking next. Interesting idea. Maybe wanting to score a bit more with his future bingo. I don't know though.
Yeah, next. Would that be next to the OS?
I think so.
KOs?
I think it just seems a bit too aggressive. Not even aggressive, just unnecessary.
These guys, they're both smiling, which is nice. It's nice to see the sportsmanship, but
Yes.
Ben's probably like, well, what are you waiting for, man? Aren't you gonna bingo? But
He's
I think Madhav's gonna play ducks, and Ben's gonna be like, really? All right. 10 Tigos tying the game up, and suddenly the board is dead.
Is he gonna play? No, there's no way.
Yeah, we'll see what this.
Could be decks.
This
There's
could-
no way.
no,
There's no. That would
You
be,
can't set up a
no,
Y. There's a
yeah,
Y out.
Yeah, there's a Y out.
Ben's laughing. Madhav's laughing. 10 Tigos is gonna come down. It's gonna be a game, Chloe.
Yeah, so we're assuming this is a U as the blank. Maybe let's get confirmation of that, but it seems pretty unlikely Madhav would have made it an E or an O. And here comes 10 Tigos. And we have ourselves a game.
Yeah, this is going to bring Ben into the lead, 276 to 275, and very close. Wow, Madhav almost has 10 Tigos himself. And yeah, like I said, this board is dead. There is no playable bingo now for Madhav, and he's down 1 point. but he's still in a great position. He
Yeah.
has the final blank. That blank could become an S if he wants it to. He can set up an S with a variety of different plays down the line, but right now, I'm not really sure. Maybe you just play get next to the play you just made of ducks. That doesn't seem great at
It
all.
looks terrible. I mean, a lot of letters will go next to that EX, like the Y, the W, the H, and score a ton of points going 2 directions. So does not seem particularly appealing.
And Ben with a decent draw, nice balance. Just a couple of R's too many. So again, this is somehow a game. So get is 16 points next to the UX of ducks. You could play a little bit longer if you wanted to, with something like giftee through the I, F, and E to set up the S. That's kind of crazy. Yeah.
Idea. You know, there's no S's out. Madhav has the last blank, and there's all S's have been played, which means that this play of giftee, Giftee, would slot 1 spot above the double word score, setting up a really nice S hook. It's a tough play to spot though, and it looks so unnatural.
Yeah, and the problem with playing get here is Ben is often just going to have a 30, 35 point response hooking the EX, something like EX and YE is a nice 36. But he's going to do it anyway, and
Ben will probably come back with he and hex now and ET, and he'll take a lead.
yeah, he could do that. He could also play Gorhen from the G, but knowing that Madhav has that second blank, I think you keep things tight now.
Yeah.
You play HE and just hope for the best. And that's a decent draw from out of ADENTW blank. If Gorhen gets played, he'll bingo. If HE gets played, Madhav's going to be able to score with the W. There's still some spots to bingo, of course, on this board. The M of mini cars, the N of mini cars. Could even see a potential 9-letter word through the disconnected at an L. So there's definitely still stuff available for Madhav. He might end up drawing a 10-letter word playable through those tiles at the center of the board. Could even be available now. We have to ask our computer, but yeah, HE looks like the right call here. Ben's taking the lead. He's taking command of this game, Chloe.
Somehow, we did not expect this at all when Madhav drew those 2 blanks. Oh, was he? Yeah, he's just counting it. When Madhav drew those 2 blanks, we assumed, oh, bingo will come down this turn, maybe next turn, and look at us eating our words. We were wrong. And now HE is further locking down this board. Madhav might do something now like Gnawed, GNAWED from the G of 10 Tigos where Gorhen fit. This will open up a number of new lanes, and maybe Ben won't be able to deal with everything on the board. It also scores 36 points. Madhav needs to stay. It would be a good idea for him to, continue scoring in case he can't bingo.
Yeah, he wants to stay one step ahead. However, the problem with something like Nod is if Ben somehow bingos first, then it's almost game over. So there's some use in just keeping things tight. Even though you're down by a little bit, the blank should end up being the difference maker here. Madhav's still in command of this game because of the blank, the power of the blank. You don't have to be so quick to open things for yourself, but Nod definitely a great option here.
Yeah, he could do something like wheat or tweet to the ET at the bottom of the board. They just score a lot less.
Yeah, so they have the same issue too.
Yeah, and they open up something that, yeah, exactly. Ben could bingo with those words. Yeah, what do you think? Something like ween underneath 10 Tigos?
I don't know. Yeah. We're seeing tweet. It's definitely a sensible play, keeping ADN blank. There's a little bit of difficulties in the bag, lots of R's to draw from Madhav's perspective, lots of N's to draw. So maybe playing the N would have been a little bit better, but gotta do something.
Yeah.
So tweet coming down, see what Madhav draws.
And okay, so once again, he has notated. I don't think that goes anywhere.
So for Ben now, he has that Y. He's going to be able to underlap the N of 10 Tigos with something like Lori or Rory.
Yeah, probably won't want to do Lori because of the front G hook that only Maude would be able to benefit from having the blank and all G's being played. But maybe Dory or Rory.
Yeah, I think the bigger issue with Lori is the F hook.
Oh, yeah.
Lori, but yeah, Rory may be slightly better, especially with 2 R's to come. Droney is possible if
Ugh.
Ben wants to risk it for the biscuit, putting that D in the middle of the board, just hoping Maude misses one last time.
I don't see any reason to do that.
But any of those plays will create the possibility of a 7-letter word underneath the R and the Y. That would fit on the board. So maybe he plays something really awesome like riflery through the I, F, and E disconnected. If Ben spots that, he'll probably play it. It blocks the end of mini cards, doesn't open too much, scores well, balances, ticks all the boxes really. So I'm liking that option for him, but it's going to take a lot of board vision to find that. We know he's capable of it.
It looks really nice, but very hard to find. Yes, we saw earlier that allow find is really nice through the W, making a bunch of insertions and 2 leather words. But this play of rivalry through 3 leathers already on the board, not an easy word to spot.
But in any case, if Ben leaves that second to bottom row open, he will get hit with dotants, making ST. So unfortunately for him, even if he finds riflery, he's going to be in a world of trouble.
Yeah. Is there any world in which Ben does something to block this bottom lane? Probably not. But maybe Droney hoping for Maude to miss on the triple column and instead bingo on the bottom. Maybe Ben will then be able to bingo back himself and stay in this game.
Yeah, that is a very, very ballsy play. I'm kind of feeling like, wow, seriously, dude? Yeah, but only Ben would do something like this. He really does not care. He's the honey badger of Scrabble in many cases. I love this play for him. Maybe he's going to draw into Scrabble.
Okay, a few too many consonants for Ben after this play.
Yeah, so Dotans is the only bingo still for Maude, but it's not a guarantee. He's down 29 points. He might not even need to get bingoed on to lose after Dotans with that J out with the high scoring plays available and a bunch of junk to potentially redraw, but you have to play the bingo here, Chloe.
Yeah, you have to play the bingo. You can't, there's no reason not to. I mean, nothing he does will score very well without bingoing. He's not guaranteed to bingo on a future turn. If he takes this triple out, maybe there won't be any spots left to bingo. So yeah, he needs to bingo and then hope that Ben can't outscore him after that. Okay.
Whoa. What? It looked like Maude was about to find Dotans, but instead he plays Dote next to the MI of mini cars. What a bizarre play.
Did he see Dotans and think that just didn't stand the chance of winning? I just don't see a world in which you see Dotans and don't play it and forego the bingo. Of course, he's drawn pretty well.
That's very interesting. I don't think he saw Dotans, but I think maybe his thought here is, well, let me put another D out in space. If I draw bingo using it, I'm going to be able to play it. The timing is much better. If Ben bingos now and I bingo, I'm going to probably win, given that he's going to draw 7 out of the bag. So there's a lot of good things about this play. It's certainly a lot worse than the bingo, but it's an understandable decision if you miss the bingo. It's just very, very bizarre looking.
Yeah. Now Ben can do something like Elf for 37 parallel Dote. It just scores a ton of points. 37 is really his only good scoring play. And now it's impossible to block both of these Ds, so you've got to take the risk that one of them will be hit by a bingo and just hope that Maude continues missing, maybe picks up the J and is unable to bingo.
Yeah, the J is pretty much Ben's last hope here, although even if Maude has the J, there's some chances he has Jin from the D of Droney, which would score massively, 60 plus. So there's a lot of traps a lot of booby traps for Ben Schonbrunn here that he has to avoid. He's definitely feeling the heat here. There's really not a great chance he's going to win this game. With 7 tiles in the bag, normally you might think, okay, well, if there's a blank out, maybe I should exchange. This is my last chance to do so with such a terrible rack, but he knows Madhav has that second blank, so there's no use in doing that. Elf, 37 points. It's going to extend his lead to 53. That's within range of potentially being able to outscore Madhav in the end game. So we're seeing Elf here.
I think you got to do that. I think Madhav will now come back. He has incident through the D. There are also some bingos that play on the bottom to the T of tweet. Incident probably better than any of those. But okay, so we're picking up the J now. This is going to be interesting.
This is going to be interesting. So 53 points between these players. Madhav down somehow in this game. If he plays Entwined, Tainding, or Incident, those are his highest scores through the D of Droney, 77 points. That's going to put him up by 24. But what is he going to draw out of the bag? That's a very good question. There are 3 Rs. He definitely doesn't want to draw those. There are some endgames in which he's stuck and he will lose this game. Ben having that J, having that scoring potential could potentially be disaster for Madhav. But I think you have to play the bingo, Tainding. I don't think there's much between Tainding, Incident, or Entwined.
Yeah, and we know he'll draw, I think, REIN out of the bag.
That should do it. That's
seems
got to be good enough. But there are definitely a bunch of draws that won't do it. So it's probably thinking maybe I pass up the bingo again. Maybe I do something playing off an I and an N and hope to draw an out bingo. You could draw a 9-letter word to ED, but what if he draws the J? Suddenly he's not going to bingo. So I feel like here you bingo and you just hope for the best, but it's got to not feel so great. Going into an endgame up 24 points is certainly not even close to a guarantee. It's usually a toss-up.
Yeah.
He's got to probably draw something at least where he's threatening an outplay. If not, Ben's just going to be able to find a pretty nice sequence a lot of the time and go out before Madhav. So he's probably close to 75, 80% to win if I had to guess with the bingo, and that can't feel good. You know that you've drawn so well, so.
But yeah, he's doing the right thing.
Down there. Wow.
Okay, there we go. Let's play a valid word. Oh, Entwined coming down.
I think the one thing here is if you open the eye up top, you're threatening more outplays with more draws, so it might be slightly better to do that.
I guess the downside here, there may be some bingos that this play allows. Like I see Carbine in the pool, for example. A few things Ben could have to the T of tweet that maybe could sacrifice a bit of win percent, but maybe it's better to maximize chances of going out and just accept the fact that occasionally Ben will bingo back.
Definitely, that's a great point. So, Madhav's going to get the good news here that Ben here in this end game, down 24 points. He fought so hard, he rallied so hard, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. He's going to lose by around 20 points when all is said and done. So, wow, what a crazy game.
Yeah, this was wild. We were not expecting it to go this way when we saw so early on that double blank draw for Madhav, and yet he played a phony bingo, and then he just kept missing. He had that weird clunky X rack, had to burn one of his blanks for only 27 points, and got bogged down for quite a while trying to bingo on a board that became tighter and tighter.
Yeah, and I'm running the numbers now. Apparently, the play of Entwined only wins 54% of the time, 55% of the time. Yeah, I think not thinking about the fact that you're giving back bingos, that might be a huge deal here. So I'm going to run the numbers on Tainding. Maybe that was slightly better just to block all those bingos from that Ben could have had. But wow.
Yeah, that could have been.
After all that, just barely over 50% winning chances.
I think it's just there's too much good stuff in the pool. I wonder what happens if Madhav draws the J. He might just be really screwed over. A lot of draws, I think. We said the R's were a threat. The J, There could have been a lot of bad combinations for a 4-tile draw from that pool.
Yeah, and I almost want to ask for the overhead mic already because these guys are already talking to each other.
Yeah, let's
Madav just unsure of potentially everything here. He's going to play Rine to go out for 12 points. Ben will show the remaining tiles, and that is a close win for Madav.
What a game.
Crazy game. Let's
Wow.
listen to the overhead mic.
Yeah, and then 435.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, sorry.
And then 401.
Yeah, 4 for you.
Yep. Good job.
I wonder how many bingos I missed on that rack.
Oh boy. I didn't see anything.
OKS is good?
Oh yeah, okay. It's
Yeah.
good.
Okay, there's only 3 sevens. Steno key.
Oh yeah, confidence.
OKS is not good, yeah. OKS is not good.
Oh really?
Yeah, okay is a verb. Confidence, yeah, I didn't know that one. Steno key. Oh, Tokes. I should have seen Tokes. Steno key, yeah, I should have probably seen it, I guess. Keynoters through the ER.
Yeah, I did see that.
I didn't see it. I was looking, but I didn't see keynoters.
Yeah, I mean this
Yeah.
is better anyway.
Yeah, it's probably better to pass up because that's just,
Yeah.
that's face value. Clistron. Shit. That would have been great. Clistron to the end.
Yeah. I almost just played. Yeah, I was trying to decide between. Rivalry and Droney, but I figured I needed to open something and hope to hit a big one.
Why did I chicken out of Dotants, dude?
'Cause-
My rack was Dotant with the black. I don't know why. I felt like I was confusing it with Dopant, and
It's just one of those games.
yeah.
Here, do you want to fill it up?
Yeah. I lost all confidence in my abilities after.
Yeah, I've been there. I've been there. Don't worry.
Some great sportsmanship on display from Ben, saying it's just one of those games. You have no confidence. You lose a turn. Yeah, 27 points between them. Crazy stuff in round 18 on board 2. Chloe, wow.
I know, that was a fun game. I really enjoyed that one. I like when games don't go as expected. We like it when players do unconventional things, make unconventional decisions, like, well, I don't know if playing a phony bingo is an unconventional decision, but it certainly sent this game in an interesting direction. When Ben drew Tentigo in 2 spots, we were like, oh my gosh, this is actually a game now. What we thought was going to be a total Madav runaway from early on actually ended up being a really close game, down to the wire, down to the last couple turns.
Absolutely. And like we said, barely over 50% to win the play of Entwined, so it could have gone either way. And we'll see a lot more games that could go either way. Round 19 coming up soon. 2 rounds left for day 2. 20 games will be done after that. 10 games tomorrow, 6 games the next day. But we've just hit the halfway mark at the Causeway Challenge, a historic tournament of epic proportions. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world. Let us know where you're watching from, and we'll see you in just a few minutes with more Scrabble. Don't go anywhere. Hello there. Welcome back to the what is this? Causeway Challenge 2026. Josh Sokol here, Chloe Fatsis on my left, on your right. We have another matchup for you guys. Jason Keller is going first against Darren Koo, Chloe.
Yes, we got an exciting matchup here. Jason is at 13-5, and sitting in third place, while Darren is, where is he? He's in second now, 13-5. This is our first time seeing Darren on our stream today, actually for this whole tournament, not just today. So that's really exciting. A new face, a new player. Really excited for this matchup.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, Darren's been making an incredible run up the rankings all day today, and that's the sort of thing that happens. 10 games a day, anything can change. So Jason Keller in third, like you said, Darren in second. Darren has not achieved an incredible amount in Scrabble, I guess, but he was runner-up in the World Youth Championship, from what we understand, in 2007, and he's been around for a long, long time. Top player for, I guess, longer than we've been playing Scrabble, Chloe.
Yes, certainly longer than I have. Darren from Malaysia, Jason representing the United States. So we're really getting to see a wide range of countries, nationalities, players, ages, everything in this tournament, and it's been so much fun. It's what we love.
Absolutely. So I'm sure Darren gets to spar with Nigel more than most, being in the same country as him. Jason going first. Clock has been started. Round 19 of 22 games left today. A, D, E, E, F, R, S.
Okay.
All right, this looks pretty good at first glance, but no bingo playable here for Jason Keller, so it's probably just going to be feared for
Yes.
28, but Jason might just play FE for 10.
He might play FE, he might play Fed, but I really think, oh wow, okay, interesting. You know him too well, okay. I think feared. I think you take the points, keep the S. I think it's too much to sacrifice. That's an 18-point difference between FE for 10 and feared for 28.
Yeah, but ADERS can't complain about that. Now Airshed being drawn, D hairs, and Darren now gonna respond to this 2-tile play. He's found Capex, which either underlaps the FE or plays with FEE, if you want to double the X that way. And Apex could also be played. Another situation where you could play Apex setting up Capex. We had a game like that with Cameron Farlow yesterday, but I think putting the C on here. What about you?
Yeah, I agree. I think there's too many situations where the Apex spot gets taken. Sorry, the Capex spot rather. I don't think the upside is there to justify it, and it will if Darren chooses to play Apex, it'll give it back Airshed for a ton of points, parallel making AHPE and feed parallel to it on the right. So that would be a big difference, I think, between these plays and how they would play out.
Yeah, and you can certainly also see just a play of AX under the F and the E, keeping ACEIP, which is pretty balanced, could lead to nice scoring plays, nice balancing plays, nice bingo plays. When we say balanced, it's a good combination of vowels and consonants, which is going to allow you to make a decent play most of the time next turn. So lots of things to think about. We're seeing Apex, the play, which is actually, going to lead to disaster, Chloe.
Yeah, this is going to get hit so hard. Airshed going to come down for, well, actually, Shadier is even better for 105. Making XI as well. So we've got Shadier making 4 overlaps with an AH, PA, feed, and XI. That's huge.
Yeah, and so if you see something like Airshed, like, how could I possibly do better than that? But Shadier, Shadier's the play. 105. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And this is the power of playing FE for 10. Engine approves of that play, so here we
it
go.
comes. It's a huge bingo so early on, taking a massive lead.
And over to Darren now with ACEGIMO. And he's going to be able to respond in turn with Kamogi, which fits above or below the F of feed. Camogie. Definitely needs to find this.
Yeah.
And both players, I think, taking a little bit longer than usual on this play because it's very hard to count, Chloe. You have to count so many things at once. That H tripling both ways, the ADI doubling. And
And
there's
Darren's
a
now gonna
very,
check
very
this.
good chance that one of the players is going to disagree on the score on a play like this.
Yeah, Darren checking the score. How can this word be 105 points? But it is. And yes, now it is very important that Darren finds Kamoji here, Kamogi. Otherwise, there's really no great options. He needs to bingo back. He needs to keep this game even.
Yeah, and if he's still thinking about his setup play, oh, never mind.
There he
We go.
goes.
Very good. Don't have to mention that at all. Yeah, if he had missed this, then Magix fits to the S of Shadier making Capex, but the difference between 72 and 38 points, that's a lot. That's a lot of points. But Jason with another good draw. Wow.
Yeah, what is this last word? Was it an O?
Not entirely sure. Whatever it is, he's doing quite well.
I like playing it under here instead of over. I
Yeah,
just
it's a good
think,
detail. Yeah.
yeah, I think playing the Kamoji under, making FE as opposed to EF, it makes it just a bit harder to use that triple word score, especially when CH is a word, the only valid 2-letter word with the C. So parallel plays underneath Kamoji, making CH, or even just plays starting with C would be possible after Kamoji above feed, whereas below you'll have to play through the C in order to hit the triple.
Yeah, definitely a good decision there to play underneath. Now, Jason, with that double O, he's not going to be able to bingo again, but he has some nice options using the C of Kamoki, and we're going to argue about that pronunciation until the word is out of play. Coco for 24, keeping DEIR looks like the standard option here, but you could go much further. You could play Cicero for 33, score a little bit higher, keeping DO. Cooreed, obscure word, Cooried, is also 33, keeping the lone C, maybe going for one of those blanks. All these plays are quite reasonable, but look at that read draw
Wow.
for Darren Koo.
Amazing.
All right,
draw.
we have a game, Chloe.
Yeah, I bet Darren will probably come back with a double through the G. I imagine there's something there. So after Jason's play here, which will not block that double lane, I imagine there will be some sort of double, maybe a bingo parallel. Shadier will score a lot. There are going to be a lot of options for Darren this turn with such a great draw.
Absolutely. It looks like Jason's put the R, CI, and the O off to the side, considering Quar or Croci. Both of those scoring 27 points. COIR would play off to the other side of the board, making SO, AHI, and PAR. But I feel like you want to use the triple open, play to triple. That's one of those rules of thumb in Scrabble.
Yeah, and if he leaves this spot, I think he'll go with Croci. If for some reason he plays Choir on the other side, that would lead to a triple of Scantled for Darren. So this would be a big swing here. I do expect Croci to come down, and here it is.
Yeah, definitely a good play. And the reason that you want to use a triple word score when it's open most of the time, it's not just because it's the best scoring spot on the board. It's because once you use a triple, it's often the case that you're giving almost nothing back. For example, the only downside to this play of Croci is the H going next to the C, potentially scoring a massive amount of points. But most of the time you use a triple, you're not giving anything back nearly as dangerous as the triple itself. So it's both a defensive and an offensive play to use the triple. So Darren's going to sort through his options here. He's got a few 86-point plays. They're not all doubles. He could just play denials to the right of Shadier, making feeds, pal, aha, excuse me, and SI. That wouldn't open anything either. So it's very interesting. I wonder if he's going to think about that. Please don't play. Oh, actually, no. Donegals is totally fine.
Yes, Donegals is a word. That would be totally fine. He could also do spangled through that G or D lines. Maybe spangled the most preferable to not put a vowel next to the triple letter square. Looks like he's found spangled now. I like playing these double doubles. I think they're pretty similar, pretty comparable to those plays like denials or dentals, which would play parallel shadier. Josh, do you have any opinions either way?
Yeah, my only opinion is this is going to take a while because you have to, if you see denials or dentals, you have to count it. It's another really tough thing to count. There's one thing to see in front of us, they're all 86, but you have to count it yourself, and you might even make a mistake counting it. Counting is a big part of Scrabble, but yeah, spangled looks very, very good. I think this is one of the best plays.
I think I prefer this.
I think I prefer it too, yeah. All right. We're in agreement, Chloe. Very nice.
Finally.
So DEEHIOU for Jason Keller. He's drawn that H for the big spot next to the C of Croci. He won't have a word ending, a 5-letter word ending in H, so he won't be able to score 50 plus, but he's got some options with the H. The H is a great scoring tile. You could also keep it.
Yeah. Something like EUOI parallel to shadier isn't the worst thing. Keeping DEH, hoping to draw a play to that C, making CH next turn. It's really up to Jason here what approach he wants to take. He could also score now with the H elsewhere, playing HOIED, among his higher scoring options on this turn. Yeah, it'll just be about the approach. Does he want to go for this high scoring non-bingo play? Does he want to just take the points now? Does he want to keep the U? Does he want to play off the U?
Yeah, I think EUI more Jason's type of move as he lines it up, keeping the nice combination of tiles, trying to set himself up nicely for next turn and not worrying too much about what it opens. But yeah, you definitely want to play that to the right of shadier rather than with ED, the D and spangled, because that would just open a huge spot. So here we go. We see it, our Bacchic cry of frenzy. That's one of the easiest to remember definitions in Scrabble. It's such a common word. Will Anderson has taught us all that definition in his videos. Again, if you're watching on MeWatch, welcome to Competitive Scrabble. If you want to learn more about Scrabble, learn all of the best stories, feel free to go onto YouTube and subscribe to Will Anderson. This is not a paid promotion.
He just makes really great content about Scrabble, really excellent videos.
And he's recapping every single day of play every day, this 4-game tournament, giving you the skinny on what might have happened, the best things that happened each day, because we can't watch everything. 3 streams, 10 annotated games per round. It's just so awesome.
Yeah. Now it looks like Darren's considering WADT through the A of Kamoji. Now, he also has the A to play that word himself next to Uoi, making ED and UT. Scores quite a bit more, 7 more points than in this other spot. I might prefer that.
Yeah, opening that triple, definitely not great, but when you can cover the double letter score, that light blue square, it's definitely okay to open a triple word score, as long as you're scoring well yourself. He's looking at dwelt now through the E of EUOI, so that wouldn't open a triple. That would keep a little bit more of a balance. With 5 ends to come, the G doesn't become as bad to keep on the rack. Also a very good option.
Yeah, and Jason picking up a lot of consonants, 2 Ys he has now, the J. So he'll take a couple turns to work through this. He might be considering Jerry through the R of shadier right now.
Yeah, Jerry through the R shadier looks pretty good. You would want to play it further to the left. You could play through the R in 2 ways, but you don't want to place that J 4 squares from that bottom triple. That's just asking for a 40 or 50 point play to come down. So I would expect Jerry to come down making putting that E in that spot instead, Chloe.
Yeah, that seems right. Though I guess putting the E above that double letter square can often get hit with 6-letter words a lot, but maybe still preferable to the Jerry with the J in that lane.
Alternatively, we could see something like HERY to the left of the ED of Spangled, not opening a triple and keeping the J to potentially try and score with next turn. There's also ARY, EYRY, a very obscure looking word, making ED. The problem with that is putting a Y in a triple lane. I hate doing that. It's so easy to score with vowels, with consonants, with high scoring tiles. There's so many short words with the Y.
Yeah.
So,
Just an easy 30, 40 points to your opponent if they have any good scoring consonants on their rack. Darren has picked up the Q, so he will probably be looking to play that off as soon as possible on his next turn. He has an I to go with it, he has an A, he has options for the Q. So it's not terrible here. He's not going to score great with it, however.
oh yeah, the big problem
Oh, and
with
Jerry
Harry.
there. Interesting.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Wow. Okay, he's taking it back. I would be very surprised if he doesn't place this in the other spot. But
Okay.
okay.
Interesting.
All right, it's committed.
I guess, like, honestly, it does give back a fair amount in the other spot with the E there. Probably still not as much on average.
Yeah, and I forgot about the E hook. So HERY to the left of ED of Spangled would not be a good play because that would set up a huge spot to the triple. HERY to the right of the ER of Shadier would have been a decent option. But yeah, Jerry coming down, the Q is going to really prevent Darren from being super happy, but actually maybe just force his hand. You have to play Jurga or Jagir now, right? Maybe
Do you?
Jaeger?
Why not just, I guess, yeah, I guess you play Jaeger, though if you play QI now, you're keeping really great.
But oh my gosh, feed grain is available from feed.
Wow, that's
It's
insane.
a nice 45-point play. Unfortunately, probably not the right play. But yeah, do you play QI now and just try to bingo next turn? If Jason plays from the J, you get lanes to work with, or do you just take out that spot? It's a very weird situation now, Darren, who's up by 20. He's in a good position. Wonder what he's going to do here.
I might just play QI now. Hope that Jason either doesn't hit the J, doesn't score that 30, 40 points, or does and gives me a bingo back through one of the tiles that he floats open. I don't really mind this play of QI. I wonder what the engine will say about this one, though.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. You have two spots for 24 points for the Q, the worst tile in Scrabble, and you have a big J spot open for 42, or you just ignore all of them and play feed grain if you see that. The engine actually saying feed grain slightly better than the rest. It's the
Wow.
highest scoring play, and it digs deepest into the bag to maybe draw a U, maybe draw a blank to help that Q or another I. So feed grain is not coming down. Instead, we're seeing Kindar, which is another really interesting idea. It's definitely blowing up the rack, but it blocks all of the plays from the J of Jerry. That's one of the coolest plays I've seen in this tournament. Very outside the box thinking from Darren Koo. I love to see it.
Yeah, so now Jason has Thundery set up from the T of Dwelt. However, he also has some other decent options. I think I like bingoing now. But he could play Undy from the under the Y of Jerry. That said, it slots the Y in the triple lane. Like we were saying earlier, we don't love doing that.
There's this insane word of Hydyne, Hydyne, which fits through the Y of Jerry for 40 points, retaining the blank, which is definitely worth a lot to keep. But yeah, just take the bingo now. Thundery for 66 ties the game up. And back to Darren, who's obviously just going to play through that E, right?
Yeah,
Just
either-
F-E-E-N.
Yeah, Fiend looks great.
F-E-E-N, F-E-R-N, one of the two.
Yeah,
I think with a lot of vowels left, you just want to play F-E-E-N.
Yeah.
Keep the G-E-N-R combination.
Yeah,
but
that seems great to me.
it's a close game now.
Yeah, it is.
So the redraw for Jason is I-I-O-A-K-T-T. So not so good, it looks like.
No, not exactly what he wanted. He'll still be able to score okay with Kit under Kindar. That said, it sets up a big, huge spot. He doesn't want to do that. He'll have to find something better. Fiend coming down for 33. Darren taking around a 20-point lead. He's up 19 now. And Jason to play, trying to work through these I's, these T's, the K, the O. Not a very nice rack.
Yeah, not great. You might see something a little bit dangerous like Katti, K-A-T-T-I, making I-S vertically down to the S of Spangled. I don't like that play, but you got to do something. You got to score some points. I'm not sure. Do you play Kit, like you said, underneath the QI? It's quite dangerous, but if we do see a re-underlap of that, that will open a triple, so it's not the end of the world. We're seeing Oik instead be considered, maybe making YO under the Y of Jerry. That would retain 2 T's with 3 more to come.
Yeah, it seems
Not a huge fan of that.
Yeah, not a preferable option at all. He could do a talk, ATOK, making YA in that same spot. Scores very well, 36 points, but it keeps 2 I's and a T. Not the best sleeve. Maybe the points just make it worth it, though.
Yeah, at some point, you have to decide, do I take extra points or do I work on the board position, work on what hotspots I'm giving up to my opponent? Do I work on my leave? So all of these things are under consideration every single step of the way for these players. Kit now, the consideration for Jason Keller. It's okay. Engine saying Kit, a talk. Those are the top 2 plays in the position. This one is 29 points. It's going to take a small lead and force Darren's hand a bit, potentially. Is he going to be a little bit worried about the underlaps? What does he do about them? Nothing right now. He can't really stop anything. He has the N, but he doesn't have the A, so.
And what did Jason draw? He drew V, T, and what was the last letter there? An N. So he will be able to play Nav underneath Kit, underlapping for a lot of points. And Darren won't be able to do anything with that triple. It's kind of the perfect play in that spot.
That's right. That is a good option for Jason. On the other hand, Darren now could do something a little bit crazy and play Wanze, W-A-N-Z-E, through the A of Kindar, blow open the triple and say, well, I can't do anything about that big spot under QI, so I might as well do something about it while opening another big spot. That would be very, very interesting. I'm not really sure what else you do here. There's no way to score in the 30s other than G's through the E of Spangled, excuse me. G's through the E of Spangled is the next best play at 31 in terms of score. I feel like you have to just take points here. It's such a close game. You can't be super worried about what's happening on your opponent's rack. You have to just do what you can here. I don't really see there's another. What other options are there?
I know, yeah, Wands just looks so bad. You never want to put an E in that sort of space, in that triple lane. Just often gives back so many points to the opponent. Like you said, it's a high scoring play. It scores 42 points. The next best is G's for 31. That's already an 11-point sacrifice. Keeping LNRW, it somewhat obstructs the QI underlaps, but still, GIT takes the E at the back of it. Of course, we know Jason doesn't have that, but Darren has no way of knowing that there are 4 A's out as opposed to 2 E's. I don't know. This is a really tough position.
Yeah, geez, keeping
Yeah, it's
LNRW,
painful.
only taking a 20-point lead. Yeah, I don't know if Darren spotted Wands, but the next best option, according to the engine, is just Wang in the same spot, which also has some issues of its own and scores almost nothing, 25 points worse. So sometimes you just have to take the points and pray. But we'll see what Darren comes up with here. Jason really wants to play Nav. He's separated it on his rack. What do you think about
Okay, so we've got Wheel. So this will actually work out pretty well for Darren here. It's just a huge point sacrifice from the other options. But keeping the Z, it's not so far a board that's super conducive to Z plays, but maybe things will turn around next turn. Maybe he'll get the right draw. There are a lot of vowels out to draw.
Yeah, this is a fine play. I was going to ask, what do you think about players who separate the play that they want to play on their rack, like Jason is doing here? Do you take anything from that? Do you get any information from that, or is it a little bit dangerous? So obviously neither player knows what the other person has on their rack. The racks are hidden, but there's some tells you might be able to figure out from the way that the letters are arranged on the
Yeah.
rack, Chloe.
It depends on the player. The more you play someone, the more you know how emotive they are, what their sort of tendencies and habits are, whether if they really show excitement, if they just put the letters on the rack and leave them there. So if there's a player who has some letters separated and they don't always do that, don't often do it, I'll probably start to read into that a little bit, though you don't want to get too dependent on reading into every decision about how your opponent has their tiles set up on their rack. You know, the way if they're shuffling them, if they're not shuffling them. Sometimes it's totally random, and you mostly have to focus on playing your own game.
Yeah, definitely. That's a great answer. A great rounded answer. So over to Jason, who could no longer play Nav. Wit turns into white, but not Witta. He can still play underneath the kit with on, QIN and KO. The problem with that is if Darren has an S, he's going to potentially have access to a huge spot. But if he doesn't, it's really not that bad. The leave is pretty bad, VITTA, so maybe you just want to play that off now. You can play Vita, VITTA, and AS to the S in Spangled, or you can play it on the other side for 3 fewer points, 23 instead of 26, making ST and PA and not opening a triple. I think those are the 3 plays to consider here.
Yeah, I think it looks better to me on the other side, making ST and PA. I don't like opening up all of the things that Vita one spot up opens. The triple, the I is easier to access. The T is accessible for plays. You can make more parallel plays, hitting the double word, but it looks like that's what Jason's going with. He's taking the 3 extra points here. He's gonna open up some options now for Darren.
That's right. So Darren cannot really use that V unless he plays Grav, which is actually a decent option. We might see some extensions of that, though. He could play Raising through the I. That's 40 points.
Yeah.
Or Ritz.
Ritz.
He's got a number of good options here. I wonder what he's going to decide to do.
Yeah, over Ritz, I would probably do Grizz. Maybe not. Ritz is extra points. There's no Fs left for Fritz, so it's not very dangerous. I don't know about Raising, though. It gives back often quite a few points through the R that it's of raising down from the triple.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you can only play 4 tiles, but an R in that position is a little bit annoying, but that is the best score, 40 points. It's a really close game.
But Raising will give back Utopian, making UG for Jason.
Wow, yeah, Utopian, Opuntia, those are the 2 7-letter words on Jason Keller's rack. So this is a very important moment for Darren Koo. If he plays Raising and Utopian comes down, he's going to need a good draw, maybe a bingo through that N of Fiend to stay in the game. Definitely possible, but there's also a lot of landmines left in the unseen tiles. 5 O's, 2 U's, and a V. But alongside that, a couple of S's. There's definitely some stuff to draw for Darren Koo. Little does he know Jason has one of the U's and one of the O's, so he's less likely to suffer massively on his draw after raising. But yeah, 40 points. Hard to say no to that.
Yeah, it's hard to pass up. I don't know. I think I like keeping things tight here. I like Ritz. Just feels a lot safer avoiding disaster scenarios. I like this decision a lot from Darren to not give back so many options, both through the R and also words that would go across to that middle triple like Utopian would have.
Yeah, this was a small difference between the play of Ritz and Raising in a vacuum, but in this particular instance, this has saved Darren a whole lot of potential trouble as he redraws AGLNOOR. So Jason Keller with the rack of Utopian Opuntia, neither of those fit on the board. What will he do now? He can play Raupo from the R of Ritz and get rid of that U, balance his rack a little bit. Or he can maximize score. He still has 34 for in or on underneath KI, but every single turn that passes, every bit closer to the end of the game you get, the more likely it is your opponent has one of those 2 remaining S's. So I think at this particular instance of the game, I would not want to play in or on.
Yeah, I really like Raupo keeping INT. He keeps the N for QIN. He draws 4 letters towards one of those S's or towards an E to make a play with white. Looks like Jason's gonna go with up here. This is a very fishy play. He's trying to draw a bingo. That said, I would be worried about all the O's in the pool. If you double up on an O, keeping one already, it's gonna be tough to bingo maybe.
Yeah, so he's reconsidering maybe thinking about oop in the same spot. That would set up an A hook. He does have an A of his own, but 2 are unseen to him. He could play oopo in the same spot, setting up an N. There's 1 N unseen to him. Very interesting situation where I feel I agree with you where Raupo is probably just enough to consider blowing up the rack a little bit more. We'll see what Jason ends up doing. Now he's setting up op.
Seems odd.
Yeah, interesting though.
Maybe because of all the O's probably in the pool, he might want to play off an O instead of the U. But the U is
He's
so
thinking about
bad.
cop.
Oh, okay, cop. Thank you.
Yeah, cop is 27. It sets up a lane for himself potentially. The P is a really good bingo tile for words that begin with the letter P. So that's an interesting choice, but the U a really annoying tile to keep. So he's going to play OU and keep the leave of paint. There are a lot of vowels unseen. He's got decent chances of drawing a bingo either underneath or through the end of fiend. Definitely not a play that was on my radar, though.
No, not on mine either. Now Darren has the opportunity to play ON and QIN, as Jason has been considering for a couple turns now, or he can play underneath OU and take up some of that space, use that double word. It's a new bingo lane as well that Jason opened up. If I were Darren, I would be really suspicious that Jason is trying to bingo after this play and would want to obstruct those lanes as much as possible.
Does this signal to Darren that Jason has an S is the question. If he had an S, maybe he would score a bit more and use QIS to his advantage and maybe play OS. So ON, a very daring play by Darren, but might work out for him. We'll see what he draws out of the bag. BU is the redraw for Jason Keller. Definitely not what he was looking for here. Maybe it's time to drop the B, play Cobb. Maybe Jason is super worried about an S. Darren doesn't have an S, but Jason doesn't know that. There are 2 S's left, 10 tiles in the bag. How could ON not be setting up an S? I feel like Cobb is the play here.
Yeah, Cobb seems great. I wonder what he hits bingos with. Certainly the O's work. We saw earlier that Utopian Opuntia rack would hit a bingo in a vacuum. The E draw works. Maybe it's not the worst 1-tile play.
Yeah, the E draw would draw into Petunia, which would fit with YOU and UN under the play that Jason just made. And Opuntia would also fit there, making YON and UT.
Yeah,
so we'll see what Jason get.
Either E is on Darren's rack and only 1 O, so Jason has a good chance of hitting one of these words.
And Darren with the balanced track of his own, he almost looks like he has something using that N, but no molaring or moraling, no D for marigold. So suddenly things are very interesting. There is, unfortunately, from Darren's perspective, a G remaining. Otherwise, I would consider a play like Rav in the top left for 8, setting up Grav, setting up a Glim for almost 60 points in the top left. But with another G unseen, you can't afford to do something like that. What did Jason Keller draw?
He drew an O.
bag?
He drew an O. He has Utopian and Opuntia again.
Wow, so this is a big, big moment.
Yes.
For
What will Darren do? Will he handle this lane on the bottom underneath OU? And how do you even really effectively deal with it? You can play something like Gloam and just totally obstruct that whole area. Mostly, not totally. In fact, that doesn't even work. That still gives back Utopian. It's harder than it looks to fully block this lane.
Well, with a rack like this, Darren's only letter that goes under the YO is an M, so I
Mm.
don't think he's blocking. Like, what do you do? Mog and UM? It's still a really
Yeah.
close game. Darren up by 7 points with 9 in the bag. I think he really just has to focus on himself. Play Grav in the top left and hope for something. There's still the N of Fiend. The
Yeah.
N of Fiend gets taken. They're still underlapping the OU, so there's a couple spots on the board, but Jason Keller with that draw of the O is in a great position to take this game. What a close one.
Yeah,
What a
wow.
nail biter.
Still both E's remaining in the bag, both S's. These could appear on Darren's rack after his play of Grav or whatever else he might come up with. There's still this N of Fiend to play through. Opuntia will open up a few lanes as well. So even if Jason bingos, the game is not over.
Definitely. So under 8 minutes for Darren Koo. Both players at around par in terms of time usage, but you get any lower than this, things start to get a little bit complicated.
Is he thinking of moraling?
I don't think so. I wonder what he is thinking of, though. There's a play of Groma available, but that would make OUR and open a huge triple. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I hope he's not thinking of moraling. That's not valid. But yeah, definitely a very tough position for Darren Koo. Little does he know that Jason's sitting on a big bingo.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting how hard it is to block OU. The YOM usually would be so effective because it does not take a back S hook. That said, there's no way for him to use that effectively with the U there. He can't put any vowel underneath the U. It's harder than it looks to block this lane.
So what does Cobb signal? It signals that Jason probably didn't have both S's, probably didn't even have one S. So there's a little bit of a hope left that Darren draws the best bingo tile in the bag in an S. Does he play Grav in the top left? I don't think he spotted that play at
No,
all.
it doesn't look like it.
But there's also a weird option of and Zo using that Z of Ritz, setting up Azo on top, but that's actually just a distraction. Even if Jason's able to use that, he's probably not going to be able to score super well. And the idea of that play is to keep AGILR, which hits that N in Fiend very, very hard with ING bingos.
Wow.
So that would be a very interesting play to come up with
That's a
for
great
Darren
option.
Koo.
That's amazing. That's super cool. Yeah, that AGILR leave would be so nice to keep here. Yeah, the ING bingo is going to be the best, easiest option to hit that N. Maybe that's what Darren needs to go for moving forward in this game.
And it might come down to a bingo exchange, which would mean that timing is also very important. Darren up by 7, but if you're the last person to bingo, you will almost certainly win this game. Bioma is a word that doesn't play anywhere.
This is
And
a
yeah,
hard turn.
This is a very hard turn, but time is becoming of the essence here.
Mm.
I'm starting to get a bit concerned. This is a complicated position, a lot going on. We might see a bingo exchange. We might see one player bingo and win.
Oh,
We
I
might
think he
see
sees Grab now.
neither player. And yeah,
Yeah.
he's seen Grab and he's like, okay, this has got to be the play. This is points. This is balance. And it's going to come down. But Jason Keller to respond with Opuntia,
Yeah.
this next draw of Darren's is extremely important. So what will Darren get out of the bag? He has chance of drawing an S. He has a chance of drawing something through the N of Fiend. There's one. There's a B.
A V.
Oh,
Oh,
the V.
that is not what he wanted here. That's gonna be it.
Wow, just one letter off of an out bingo for Darren Koo. He's down 47 now. Jason's going to draw AGEESO. So Darren is going to probably be out of this game. He's going to get close. He has some nice endgame options, but I don't think they're going to be enough, unfortunately. Wow, it all came down to that.
Wow. Yes, he needed that E for limbos for mobiles. Limbos, I guess, being the playable one of those. But the V, not the tile he needed.
So best endgame for Darren as they get the scores checked on their ends. What we have here, 432 to 385 should be the correct score. Best endgame for Darren is going to lose by 21 points. That is ovals through the A of Opuntia, saving Mib, which fits in many spots on the board. But yeah, not even close.
Yeah, Jason holding on to that N for a while. We thought maybe he would play with QIN. Instead, Darren did that somewhat boldly, I would say. And Jason with the really nice play of KOB, dropping the B, recognizing he could draw an O, he could draw an E into that bag. There were many chances of hitting the bingo Opuntia or maybe Petunia with the E, and that worked out exactly as he would have wanted it.
And yeah, Darren's going to spend the rest of his time just making sure he's not missing a crazy 7 or 8 letter word here. Unfortunately, there is nothing. He might try something. It's his only way to win the game. But yeah, he's getting the bad news. Very close one, very interesting one
Yeah.
for sure. Lots of back and forth, Chloe.
Yeah, very cool game. Some interesting decisions. That Ritz versus Raising. We thought maybe Darren was escaping there from getting hit with Utopian, only to get hit by its anagram Opuntia later on.
Yeah, very, very weird stuff. But that's Scrabble. Every game is new. Every game has something in it you might have never seen before. And while we wait and see another shout out to all of you watching at home, thank you for supporting competitive Scrabble. Thank you for giving it a chance. If you're watching on MeWatch, hello. We'd love to see it. Thanks for checking us out. If you were unfamiliar, yes, this is a thing. Competitive Scrabble, it's pretty huge, especially in Southeast Asia. These guys are not messing around. You don't want to face them over the kitchen table either. Thanks to everybody watching on YouTube. We might have some people waking up in North America. It's 6:24 p.m. here in Bangkok, Thailand. We're at the center of the universe right now, though. 400 plus players, 36 games, 5 divisions.
Yes, we have the Premier Division and then 4 divisions below it. So we've got some really tight divisions in this tournament. We were able to get people of really close ratings within the tournament, not have too large of range between the players. It's nice to have divisions where it could be anyone's game, as we're seeing our division, our Premier Division here, extremely tight. We have a lot of players in contention, still a lot of players who we've seen on stream who have been playing really excellently. A lot of tenseness and competition and so much fun.
Absolutely. As Darren's time ticks down, I would like to mention that Nigel Richards, everybody's favorite Scrabble player, has been struggling. Last I heard, he was at 9 wins, 8 losses, so almost completely out of the tournament unless he has a miraculous run of maybe 17 wins out of 18 or 19 games. As Valley is the play for Darren Koo, keeping mobs, which will go out in a couple of spots, I think. But yeah, no time left to think. Over to Jason Keller, who actually can block mobs. There's only one spot for this, for these 4 tiles. Darren, under time trouble, has not left himself with 2 outplays, as some would say. He did not put on his pants in this end game.
Who
So
says that?
Seg would play. I say that. Seg plays underneath Opuntia, blocking the outplay and setting up, at the very least, a yawn to the end of Fiend.
Yes.
That's Jason Keller's best endgame. Toya is actually what that would threaten from the T of Vita.
Yeah, that would be really nice. Keeping those 2 outplays, blocking, spotting that Darren only has 1 spot for his play of mobs. It's not easy to solve an endgame. We've been talking about this. When a game is already decided, either if you're winning or if you're losing, you usually don't want to waste energy. At least you feel like you don't want to waste your energy on solving the endgame, but these points can add up. Making sure that you have maximized your score and minimized your opponent's score in the game is important, especially as the tournament moves closer and closer to the finish.
You see Nigel in the background of Jason Keller's camera. Oh, he's gone.
Did he win or lose? We'll never know based on his demeanor.
Absolutely not. But yeah, Jason with 7 minutes to try and figure this out. He's probably a little bit perplexed. Like, okay, mobs that plays under Opuntia, but is there anything else? Can I block you? Indeed, he can. So we'll see if he comes up with a blocking play. If he's able to maximize and milk this endgame for all that it is worth. And while we wait and see, maybe we can get some update on the standings, Chloe, if you have that close by.
Let's see.
We had Mudov playing on the top board against
Yeah,
Dave Wiegand. Oh, okay, actually.
Dates, we have Aksha beating Ben Schonbrun now to go up to 13-6. Looks like Jason is going with Stoa. Really high scoring play here. He could have tacked the Eon for Stoa. Maybe he didn't see mobs. Not sure why he didn't play the E. Maybe he missed the hook.
I think there was such a close situation. He just wanted to play something he was sure of, and maybe he was unsure of Stoai. If he loses his turn, he loses the game. So mobs coming down, Darren not suffering from his mistake. And that'll be it. Final score, 459, 442 in Jason Keller's favor. Great game.
Yeah,
Let's listen to
cool.
the overhead mic.
Public.
So curious, what did you have when you played Apex?
AIC. So I contemplated to put a C there.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. But I held it back for.
Oh, I mean, I would have had Mercedes, but yeah, I mean, it
Yeah.
worked out for me very well. It's a little.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing I'm
Nice
just
feed.
wondering, like.
I probably should have blocked this.
Yeah, I was. Well, you know what though? There were other lines. Like I could have had
This,
something
yeah.
there, but yeah, just that it wasn't blocking anything was kind of like. Right. Queried, which did not play. Oh wait, did queried? Oh shoot. I had queried right here, and I just talked myself out of it. Yeah, and okay, because you know what? I was very distracted by that.
Oh.
Okay. Oh wait, no. AG. Never mind. Yeah, but I looked at it was like Crocioid, Chorioid, Chorides, Coetic, yeah, nothing. Okay. I was like, that's close to something, but Oshidur, but yeah, just was a. Goodness, not like. I feel very fortunate to have escaped that one.
Well, if I had played. Sorry, let me just write the score first.
Yeah. Wait, did I get a? Oh yeah, I didn't get a photo as well. I'd have liked to. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
so
no,
as the
no,
players
it's
take
not over.
photos and confirm the scores, we are one round away from the end of day 2 of the revival of the Causeway Challenge. We're here in Bangkok, Thailand. We're going to take a short break. The next round is going to start relatively soon. This game went the full distance, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with more Scrabble. Hello, welcome back to the Causeway Challenge. This is the last round of day 2 of 4. Josh Schokl here with Chloe. We have a standings update.
Yes, we do. Dave Wiegand has cemented a one game lead over the rest of the field here, sitting at 15-4. Couple people, Jason Keller and Madhav Gopal Kamath, are sitting at 14-5, 1 game behind, and then a number of people at 13-6. So we've seen Jason for a couple games today. We'll have him one more round versus Chayota, who will be taking him on today on our board.
That's right. And if you're wondering where in the world is Nigel Richards, he is here with us. He's just 1 game behind the 12-7. So he's won 11 of 19 games. He is 4 games behind Dave Wiegand. We're going to cut to the board here. And Chayota is on the left, Jason on the right. We've been seeing a lot of Jason. For those who are unfamiliar, Jason Keller is a very strong player, has been for a long time in the United States, but he's also known for being a great crossword player and especially a great Jeopardy player. He has won over $200,000 US playing Jeopardy, that very famous game show. So a man of many talents.
Yes, and Chayota here is a young player. He's 21 from Thailand. So excited to see some new youth, some younger up-and-coming players. I mean, hardly up-and-coming now, sitting on board 2 of this massive tournament. But excited to watch him. And right away,
Jollies.
An amazing opening draw for Chayota.
Yes, so we're going to probably see an opening bingo here of Jollies. That's lined up. That's 92 points, but Jason himself has drawn the second blank, so fireworks early.
We're going to be trading bingos early on in this game. Jolly's coming down very quickly. I like this. I like the confidence in this word.
But then Ideality, at the very least, from the eye, hitting that triple. So definitely a huge start for Chayota, but Ideality is going to come right back down or something like that.
That looks like the best bingo. Yeah.
If you missed that, there's Leylandi, Leylandi, which is an amazing word which has an I hook. Leylandi.
Really? Wow.
Word, and that takes an S, I'm pretty sure.
You are right about that. Leylandia is a word. That's awesome.
Craziest words in Scrabble, but yeah. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen as Jason, of course, finds his best play for 86 points. And we have a great game. ABDEEKN.
He needed some letters, maybe an R for be darkened, but not to B. There is no available letter on this board for Chayota to bingo through, so he'll have to play something else. He'll still be able to score pretty decently on this turn, but no bingo.
Indeed. So Jollies is on the board. That takes a T-hook. We have to be careful here and not miss out on that if we're Jason or Chayota. There's a lot else going on the board now, but retaining what hooks are available, a very important part of Scrabble at the highest levels. So will we see an overlap of the ALIT of Ideality? Probably Bacon are both possible. BAKE, BAKEN. Those will make all valid 2-letter words. If you don't do that, maybe just Keb.
Yeah, Keb looks totally fine. I like Bacon. I think taking the extra points makes sense. But if you want to keep a slightly more balanced leave, play fewer tiles and keep a balanced leave, then Keb is a really good way to do that.
If you want to maximize score as well, Bacon's 39, but so is Blanked through that second L of Jollies, making a bunch of 2-letter words. So all of the best plays seem to be on that 7th row Scrabble board. For those unfamiliar, 15 by 15. It is a symmetric grid. So you might see some players make an opening play vertically, some making them horizontally. There is no mathematical difference between those options, but on the 7th row, that is the row 1 up from the middle, Blanked, Bacon, Bake, Keb at the very right. All of those options very, very strong. But first thing you have to do is make sure you're not missing an 8-letter word.
Yes.
There's so many letters to play through.
Yes. Chayota is definitely looking through all of these floating tiles, the L, the S, the O. I guess there's a couple L's. Yeah, all the T, making sure he's not missing any 8-letter words, and then we'll start looking for other candidate plays. I think he'll be considering and going between bacon, keb, maybe blanked if he sees it. It's a bit harder to find through that L of jollies, but I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, and he's looking at Nebek, which also overlaps 5 ways.
Wow.
So lots of cool options here, just not quite good enough for a second bingo in a row, but 35 to make sure that everything is back in order.
Yeah, it looked like we had an internet outage for a minute there. Sorry about the delay, but we are back. We are back live.
So yeah, if you're just rejoining us, Nebek was the play by Chayota, and the response of Toi by Jason Keller, keeping ERE.
Yeah,
Nebek keeping AT.
looks like we've just
Oh, AD,
paused maybe
AD.
for a second here while we were waiting to get everything back up and running, and now the players will continue the game with Chayota to play. Not a great draw after that play of Nebek. Maybe for this reason would have been nicer. There was just play something like Keb. Not maybe he just didn't see that. I think he would have preferred the ADEN leave to just the AD leave. What do you think, Josh?
Yeah, I think so, but all that's in the past. So WAUR playable above the EY of Toi. It's a nice 33, keeping CAD a good balance here. So it's a back and forth game. The play of Toi is going to create an interesting situation where maybe at some point we'll have a bingo played to the S of Jolliest or the E of Jolliest, but until then there might just be nothing going on the left side of the board. The J much likelier to start words than end words, so we might see a lot of action on the right side of the board for now. Jason also with a UW on his rack.
Yeah, I like this play of war a lot. WAUR looks really good. Getting rid of the W and the U, scoring 33 points. It's about as good as he's going to get score-wise. He could take a couple more points with whack, WAAC, but I really like getting rid of the U. I don't see any reason why you would play whack instead.
Yeah. Looks like
Looks like that's what he's going with, though.
yeah, maybe
Odd.
he's thinking that he can underlap the AY with the U, but this is the first U of the game. You really don't want to keep it. I feel like war would have been a better idea here, slightly better leave. So I think a couple of inaccuracies in a row for Chayota, but nothing huge. Not a huge mistake in either case, if one at all. So
Yeah.
Dewey is the play for Jason Keller, keeping URE.
And now Chayota picking up Kirsch for a massive score of 50, making Jewies. So that'll be a huge play for him. QURSH.
Yes, QURSH. Let's say it many times because people are not going to believe that it's a valid word.
Somehow, even though it makes no sense based on the rules of the English language, you can have QU and then no vowel after it. So Kirsch, a word. It's far and away his best play. It's valued extremely higher than the next best option. That's exactly what he needs to do here.
That's right. So he's found the word. It's not an obvious one. It's not one you see very often. But when you start playing Scrabble, one of the first things you learn is these weird Q words, Q without U words, or QU words without vowels. That sort of thing might come up. And when it does come up, those plays are often far and away the best options in the position. So Kirsch and Jewies, like you said, 50 points. And interestingly enough, Jason with another U might pass up on the play he's looking at now, Feuar, FEUAR, for 30 plus points. But after Kirsch, that Q is going to be in the triple lane. So something like Roque, ROQUE, is probably going to be much better.
Yeah, Roque looks really nice after the play of Kirsch. I wonder why Chayota hasn't played it yet. Maybe he's not sure of Jewies. Maybe he's not sure. He must be sure of the word Kirsch. I think maybe there's a maybe Jewies hook question here.
Yeah, I wonder what the holdup is. But we're hoping to see this play hit the board We're hoping to see Chauta become sure of the validity of both of these words, but if he doesn't, the next best option, like you said, is a lot worse. What do you do if you play? You can't play
Like
quid
quid?
through the eye of
That's
Dewey. That sets up
crazy.
an E hook for E quid and an S hook, which he does have, but there's so many E's left. I really feel like you can't afford to do that. So it's either Kirsch or bust for
Yeah,
Chauta.
seriously, you have to make this play. You cannot pass up on it. There's no other good options on this turn. Looks like he's now looking at yeah, I think there's a word knowledge issue here. He's looking at der making wed and IU. The problem is you don't want to get rid of your U when you have the Q. It's the only time you want to have the U is when you have the Q. It's so much harder to make words with the Q without the U. There are a couple in Scrabble. We're all familiar with QI, our favorite word, the most commonly word played in Scrabble. QAT is another short one, QIN. But Kirsch is so much better than this play of der for so many reasons. He can know quid. He cannot play quid here. I mean, this
He
just looks
can,
insane.
and he might, but it would be a huge mistake.
Okay, he's
So
going
he's
quad
going with
instead.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. The only thing that would have been funnier than this is if he played der underneath Toei, making wed and IU, and then drew into shekel, which is another very weird Q without U word. But yeah, this is a huge blunder from Chauta. Probably unsure of either the S on Jui, which I would be very surprised of, or
Yeah.
just Kirsch itself.
Yeah. And
So-
Jason very quickly playing Feuar. I wonder if he saw the possibility of playing FEARE atop Jui, making Fed, U, AI, and RE for 44 points. That scores 11 more than Feuar. That said, Jason, I think you were mentioning, likes to keep balanced leaves, go for bingos. So playing off the U, which is usually such a hindrance to bingoing and doing well in general, he might have just wanted to get rid of that.
Maybe. I don't know if he saw. He tends to put plays, line plays up on his rack that he sees. I don't think he saw Fear, FEARE. That would have been a higher score. It played before quad and after quad, and so he had ample time to think about it. I feel like he might have done that
Yeah.
if he saw it. But yeah, terrible draw for
Yeah,
Chauta.
he has to exchange, I think.
Yeah, he's probably going to keep the R and the S. That's a good combination. But yeah, this is what happens when you chicken out of the best play. Sometimes you just suffer very quickly from it. So Chauta still ahead. He's ahead 2 points. He's going to score 0 on this turn, but we'll see what he draws from the bag. Both blanks gone, though. Bingos are less likely when the blanks are out. And Jason, on the other hand, drawing into a very bizarre set of tiles, I think. Oh no,
So bizarre.
not so bad. Okay, I thought that was 2 G's, but it's 2
No.
O's. So CACEGOOR. Yeah, not so weird after all. Maybe you just play off a G, an O, and an O.
Yeah, you could do that. You might play Cog instead atop Nebek, playing Cell, Obi, and Jet and Get. Scores 7 more points. Goo opens up some scoring opportunities. Nothing amazing, but playing Goo on top of Jui, making Ged, Ow, and OI. You can put an A on top of Ged. You could maybe put a letter on top of OW to score a lot of points. Maybe he wants to avoid that.
Yeah, Goo is the best leave for sure. CARE is going to work very well to hit that S Jolliest, and this is definitely Jason Keller's style of play. Cog, like you said, a little bit higher scoring, but I think this is the right call.
Yeah, this
for
looks
him.
good. Yeah, not a great draw for Chauta here either. Picking up the V, 2 I's, not exactly what he wanted. He can do okay. He can play something like Virl, I guess, VIRL to the first L of Jolliest, making QI and UR. Looks pretty decent. Keeps a nice balanced leave. Scores 24 points. What do you think?
Yeah, he's already had it lined up for a while now. I think this is a very nice option for him. Scores very well, keeps very well, and he's going to be back in this game. He's going to take a small lead. So another close game in the final round of the day. Jason Keller drawing AVE, already lined up VAC atop the play of Goo that he just made. That's a nice way to not open up the triple on the left side. Vac would score, I think, a healthy 34.
Yeah.
But it would keep a little bit too many vowels for one's liking. Still, I think probably the play. He's probably going to make it relatively quickly and hope for a couple consonants on the redraw. Chayota, on the other hand, has drawn into distent.
Oh, yes, and that'll play making oft to the OF below Feiwar. So we were saying that that S might become very useful for bingoing later on, the S of jolliest, but luckily for Chayota, he doesn't have to make such a risky bingo. Distent will be higher scoring and safer than distent to the S of jolliest.
And the far more common dentist is what he's aligned. Of course, we have Scrabble brain and we see distent before we see dentist. But yes, this will fit with oft, as will distent. Not a huge difference between the two. And Jason actually not played yet. Very interesting. I thought he was going to play relatively quickly, but he's taking his time, which he does have. He has 5-minute time advantage over Chayota, but he's going to go with Vac.
Yeah, we like
and,
this.
Yeah, take a nice lead. So still anyone's game. Dentist will come down or distent, and Jason will be able to respond to that. Depending on what he draws, he might bingo back. He might have to try and go for a bingo with an in-between move. Only time will tell, and the 3 tiles that he draws out of the bag.
Yeah, like you said, dentist and distent, very close, basically the same. I might choose distent over dentist just to prevent floating the E out in space, usually one of the better tiles to bingo through. That said, these are really minor differences. Dentist looks totally fine as well.
Absolutely. So that's what's coming down. He's thinking, oh, maybe I should switch it up.
Yeah,
and
there he
we go.
goes. I like this move. Careful. There you go.
Yeah, Chloe feeding commands into
Yes.
Chayota's ear there. So 77 points for distent. And Jason.
Good draw, it looks like.
Yeah, he's duplicated
Oof.
all of his tiles.
That many options for this next turn that don't open up something huge for Chayota.
So yeah, not the best draw
Yeah,
for him.
Varroa, I think, from the V of Verl. That looks all right. Doesn't give back too much.
Yeah, Varroa might be a possible play from the V and Verl, but that would block a lot of the board. It would open up a triple to that R, so things would probably open up eventually. He's considering it now. I don't really know if there's another option in this spot. I mean, you want to get rid of an A, you want to get rid of an R, you want to get rid of an E, somewhere to play arrow. You could play arrows for 10. That's so ugly. So I think, yeah, scoring something makes sense, but yeah, suddenly things are looking really, really bleak for Jason Keller.
Yeah, this is a really tough turn. I think you just do Varroa and hope things turn around. He's looking at arrows now, or maybe arrow under Feiwar, though that gives back a huge scoring spot. So seems unwise to do that.
Yeah, I just think like optically you want to leave all that space open. Maybe even consider exchanging here, but you're down 49 if you exchange. You get hit by a 30-point play. Your bingo won't even tie the game back up, so that's probably not on the table for Jason Keller. Varroa makes a bit more sense. Tons of consonants left, so if you keep 2 vowels, it's not a huge deal. And like I said, at some point, we'll probably see a play on that left middle triple to the R if Varroa does indeed come down. But if arrows comes down, suddenly you have no access to that triple. So we'll see what Jason decides. It looks like Varroa is his play. And yeah, we like this.
Pretty reasonable. There were no good options there.
Yeah, no good options there is correct, but Jason chose the best that he could come up with. 18 points. He's down 31 now. And Chayota probably doesn't want to play to the R now.
Yeah, I don't think you want to open up new lanes. Same problem with something like fluted through the T of distent. It's a really high scoring play. Scoring 35 points might be the highest he can score, but I wouldn't want to float that D out in space right now. I wouldn't really want to open anything new for my opponent. I'm liking the option of handle. It's hard to see through the A of Varroa and the L of Jolliest. You have to make QIN, URD, and ED. This also scores 35, but gives nothing back.
Yeah, FEH is what Chayota is considering, which plays above the DI of Distent, but the play of Handle looks pretty cool, scoring very nicely and playing a couple of more consonants with a consonant-heavy pool. This play, although it doesn't really open much, blocking the D of Distent, it will allow potential for 9-letter words, so it's not foolproof, and I hate the leave UDNL. If Chayota draws 2 or 3 consonants, he might be in some trouble trying to maintain his lead here. So we'll see what he gets, and we'll see what Jason comes up with here.
Yeah, he has a few good options with the Z that he picked up. He can just do ZO or ZE next to Jolliest, next to the E of Jolliest, scoring 43 points. He also has the, I think, better option of playing Re0 through the R of Varroa, hitting the triple and opening a couple lines for 8s.
Yeah, ReZero looks fantastic. Not only does it score as best as you can and open the board, it also prevents Chayota from scoring to that R himself. And with the deficit now at only 62 points, after ReZero that becomes 14. What if Chayota is struggling? Indeed he is with his DNNLSTU rack. So suddenly Jason Keller could get back in the game without a bingo. I think this is the best opportunity he has in the position, playing ReZero, keeping an M and an O, keeping scoring tiles, threatening to bingo, threatening to score, and he'll be back in the game if he does this.
Yeah, what is he looking at right now?
I don't know. ROZ separated, OMEE on the other side. Not seeing really anything that makes sense with those tiles. I wonder what he's thinking. We're nodding his head. We try our best. He often helps us. He often shows us what he's thinking.
This one is not helping us, unfortunately for us. Looks like now maybe Zoom he's considering. Next, oh, that would go alongside Varroa. I don't like this play. It really does nothing for the board. That is preferable for Jason. It opens up nothing. It doesn't score as nearly as well as ReZero. Zoom only for 36. I think this makes Chayota's life a little too easy.
Yeah, I agree with you on one hand. On the other hand, keeping 2 vowels and a consonant seems pretty good here. You could potentially sneak back in the game. Maybe Jason's a little bit worried about the X. The X would fit next to the O of Varroa. XI there would be 52. ReZero wouldn't block that. But if you play ZO, that would block the X spot. OXO is a word, it does not take an S. I'm thinking a little bit ahead here. If the board retains its closed state, looking at some other potential spots. Okay, welcome back to Bangkok, Thailand, where there's a gigantic storm outside. Apologies for that. ReZero is the play by Jason Keller after a long think. Very, very strong play here. We love this play in the booth, myself and Chloe Fatsis.
Yeah, this looks great. Exactly what Jason wanted to do here. And what has he picked up? I saw an H, maybe another M, if I'm not mistaken. Whatever he picked up, Chayota has a tough turn ahead of him. He has no appealing options with this rack. The U and 6 consonants, really unsynergistic letters. He'll either be forced to play for a small score or use his S, which with something pluralizing Jewies. But we saw him earlier in the game chicken out of Quirsh and Jewies, so potentially he's not even sure of that hook.
Yeah, it's a lot of danger here in this position now for Chayota. Suddenly, there's the X lurking. There's a spot next to Varroa. There are bingos lurking to the RE of ReZero. High scoring plays could happen on the top row with Scow. Tons of possibilities to lose the game to. So maybe you just focus on dealing with your consonants and your U, tunnel, or tund. would maybe fit
Yeah,
through the E of ReZero.
blunted would work as well. None of these plays very inspiring, all scoring less than 10 points, giving back access to the triple for Jason. The top left triple, he'll be able to play with something like home after this, and the game will be pretty close, if not Jason taking the lead.
That's right. Yeah, maybe just something like Dano. Maybe Chota wants to leave the E and the R open. He has an S, he has a T, he has some good bingo tiles. You could even see an exchange here.
Yeah.
Trying to get a bingo first. Lots of stuff to consider. Extremely complicated position. And we're seeing tunnel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a reasonable play. Keeping a D, so a scoring tile. Getting rid of all those consonants. But yeah, suddenly things are not so simple.
Yeah, so now home stands out for Jason in that top left corner. He also still has above OB that and above Nebek he can make Mel, OB, and Met with the word mom. Excuse me, with mom. But I think you play in the spot that Chayota just opened with home.
I think so. So the redraw for Chayota is Giagn, so 2 vowels. The vowels are kind of scarce most of this game, but things are evening out a little bit. Home coming down for 33. Jason Keller will take an 11-point lead here, but I would think that saging is a valid word. Turns out it isn't. Saging with scow would be my first thought here, but do not do that. That is a phony. So things are not so simple.
Yeah, it's a tough turn now for Chayota. No standout option, a lot of comparable plays. Ideally, if this were a regular board where there were bingo options, you might want to do something fishy, keeping the I, N, G, S, maybe A and I as well. But as there are really no bingo lines on this board, he might just want to do something like zigged or zagged from the Z of ReZero.
And there were a lot of eyes to potentially draw out of the bag, but I was not expecting Jason Keller to draw 3 of them on a 4-tile draw.
Chayota setting up saging here. Is he gonna play this word that is not a word?
Yeah, who knows? That would be a big issue. Agings is valid, but sage not a verb. Sagey is a word. Lots of potential to mess this one up. How sure do you have to be of this play to make it, Chloe?
Oh, it's tough. I don't know. I don't hate my chances after zigged, especially with 3 eyes out. That seems like a pretty reasonable choice. But when you see something like saging, you know it's such a big opportunity. It's so hard to pass something like that up if you think it might be a word.
Yeah, zigged or zagged, that would be a really, really cool find. Kind of off the beaten path to see a play through disconnected tiles like that, but that's what we want to see on this board for sure. With 9 tiles unseen, it's anyone's game now. There's an X out. There's a lot of problems. Sorry about that. A lot of problems for Chayota to face in this position. So we'll see what he ends up doing. You could play a little bit too scared here for sure. I'm thinking I want to block that over. Oh, I don't want to get hit by XI, but I'm not sure.
What do you even do there to block it? Nothing good.
So
Looks like he's gonna play Dant. Could also have done Dint. Maybe with 3 eyes out, I might have chosen Dint instead. Scoring some points, but keeping both G's really tough.
and just as I said, this is a very, very scared play by Chota, not only signaling he doesn't have the X, but really, really eating into the potential of his rack. He's just drawn the X as the first tile, which is probably a decent thing. He hasn't drawn an I, luckily for him. But yeah, Dint would have been a lot better keeping that A instead. From Jason's perspective, only 3 vowels remain, and Chayota has only 1 of them. So things are looking actually pretty good, despite the fact that he has 3 eyes. He might actually feel okay about the situation here. Imino was lined up. I'm not sure exactly where he would want to play that word. That would be an ideal word to play on this board.
Yeah, would it be crazy just to play OM? I guess he has the last O, so he can hold on to the O for future Obi plays.
You're talking about that spot above
Yes.
Nebek again. Yeah, that is a big spot, especially now that Jason has the last O. Maybe try to play something with a couple of eyes and retain that possibility. Things are going to get very weird very fast at the tail end of this final round of the day.
Yeah, no good options available for Jason, really. He can play two eyes with Cirri, Cirri, through the C of Whack and the R of Huar, but that will give back some plays to Chayota. He can play Mini or Miri underneath the E of Jui, but that'll block the O hook for Obi. There's nothing that looks very good here.
Yeah, and with that uncertainty earlier, again, we were talking about how Chayota didn't play Kirsch and Jui's. Is he going to be sure of the S hook? It might become extremely important if he has plunky racks like this to be able to score 30 plus points to hook the S onto Jui. I'm liking Jason's chances here. I find it hard to imagine, but yeah, it's rough here. It's rough. If Jason draws one of those two remaining vowels, I can't see Chayota winning this.
Yeah, there's nowhere to play consonants on this board. It's going to be really tough for him to work through these G's, the B, the P. I think that's why it was important to get rid of one of these G's last turn as well.
Yeah, I agree. The G's are definitely not what you want to keep in a situation like this. So Jason considering Nim for 15 from the N of Distent, maybe giving himself some chances at a bingo this turn or next, but also using all of his scoring potential at once. But with all those scoring tiles remaining, this might not seem that bad, honestly. He can draw some stuff. He can maybe draw one of those G's from his perspective to get a bingo, but he's gonna draw a U that is absolutely incredible.
That is a crucial draw here. I think this is probably Jason's game now. I mean, those vowels are so useful once Chayota plays picks, which he has set up. I think that's what he's probably going to go with. He'll have B, G, G, S left over, and he'll just be drawing into a pool of more constants. There are two T's in the bag. There is another P out there, and there is an S, but no vowels left to draw for Chayota.
Yeah, that is absolutely insane. That's the biggest swing we could possibly imagine. Two tile draw, the last two vowels in the pool. Unbelievably lucky. But Chayota, he put himself in this position. He played scared with Dant. He played a little bit scared with Fe, keeping only a lone U with lots of constants remaining. So probably a few inaccuracies along the way led him into this position. Little does he know he is not drawing a vowel for the rest of the game. From his perspective, 5 vowels, 6 consonants, he's not too worried.
No,
Picks would fit above the FE of Fe, making XED and IF. That's a very nice score, but he's not drawing a vowel after that.
Yeah, and I don't even see a way where he can keep his chances alive, where he can hold on to this I, play off a few consonants, and go into this endgame with a bit more flexibility. There's just really nowhere to play off more than one or two consonants at a time.
Yeah, and if you're coming into this game right now and you look at the situation, Chayota's turn, he's got all of the scoring power. He's got an S and X, and he's only down 8 points. And then you look at Jason's rack, terrible. 5 vowels, 1 point tiles. You might think to yourself, wow, this is Chayota's game for sure. But no, in fact, those vowels are crucial to have. Chayota will not draw.
I actually see one play I really like, Goop and Peg. Sets up XIS. That said, with all the vowels out, it might just give back plays to Jason depending on what he does now. In fact, it definitely will if he did XIS now, but Goop looks pretty unblockable, the S hook.
Yeah, I mean, Jason could use an S himself to hook it if he has it. The S is still in the bag. Chayota didn't play picks, so he's reconsidering things. He's thinking about GIP that would fit in the same spot, I think, making PED and IF, maybe thinking about keeping the X because there is a really nice spot for it at the top left of the board. If he draws an A or an O, Ax or Ox would score over 40 points. Interesting idea. mean, we know from what we can see that I don't think it's necessarily going to matter, but yeah, peg and goop, that might be the play. It's very, very interesting. Retain that one vowel just in case.
Yeah.
That's probably the only play that actually gives Chayota a fighting chance, considering what we know from
Yeah.
Jason's rack.
Yeah, it just really doesn't seem like he needs to hold on to his one vowel here. Like you were saying, there are 5 vowels in the bag from Chayota's perspective, 5 vowels unseen. So the chances are high that he would draw one. The chances are good, but not in this scenario.
So time ticking down, 4 minutes, 20 seconds for the Thai native against Jason Keller. And Jason, when he drew those 2 vowels, you could see, despite his mask, you could see the emotion there of like, oh, wow, that is very interesting. I think this is very good for me, but it's hard to feel like things are nice when you have a rack like UIINORA, but Jason doing his tracking, I think he knows that he's in great shape here. But I don't think either player knows what the heck is going on. So GIB is the play for Chayota. This is not going to work out in his favor. He's going to draw 3 more consonants out of the bag, leaving 1 tile left. But if you're Jason, what do? You still have to close this out, and you're down by a little bit here. What do? Do you play a long play using that M in space, or do you just play a couple vowels, take it slow? I feel like either way works for Jason Keller, but he needs to think about
Can
how
Jason
to maybe finish the game.
can Jason just not score enough now to outrun the dinking plays that Chayota will do?
I don't know, and we're gonna have to wait and find out. It looks like, I mean, from where I'm sitting, like I can't imagine Jason losing the game. He could just play something like Azo through the Z of ReZero. He could just play a couple of tiles on the top right, maybe play like AI or OI on the top left and block the X spot.
Yeah, but like quads and cows is gonna score a ton of points. Chayota will be able to dink the X somewhere. I don't know. This might end up being closer than we're thinking.
I feel like it's going to be close, but I don't think this is going to work out for Chayota. He can score points with his S, he can score a little bit with his X, but he's stuck with so many clunky tiles. But we'll have to see. It's such a complicated position. Anything can still happen. Jason has a ton of time to work this out, but most of the games have already finished in the room. You see people getting up. There might be distractions aplenty in this position, and Jason needs to really, really focus in. He sees from his perspective GPPSSTTX. We know from Chayota's rack that the T is the last tile in the bag. But how do you close this out if you're Jason Keller? I'm very curious to see what he ends up doing. I feel like making a play through the M and trying to go out next turn is the best thing, or maybe you play something like Huri from the H and home. And the problem with that is it'll create a big X spot. So maybe not. Maybe that's not good enough. It's very complicated.
Yeah, this is tough. Okay. So yeah, Jason now is going to be looking for a play. I think what he wants to do is get rid of as many tiles as possible to try to ensure that he has an outplay for his next turn. Depending on what he draws, he will be going through every single possibility of letter he could draw from the bag. So he could do something like Onium to the M of Nim, I'm seeing, and ONIUM gets rid of 4 letters, keeps AIR. He's going with Amorini, I think. This gets rid of a lot of letters, pretty much ensures an outplay next turn. Will he be able to score enough? I think this might do it for him.
Yeah, this looks like the right idea. If he draws the X, he's setting up XU in a couple of spots. He's going to draw the T, and Chayota now with PST, SXGP. It's hard for me to even say what he has here, but yeah, he is lost here. He has no way to win the game. The best he can do is just drop the X, I think, for 18 points. And that won't be enough. Actually, he has a crazy option of PSST with Jewies. That would be a little bit better, but it won't be
Ye-
enough here. he's going to lose this game no matter what. Jason's going out next turn. Great play of Amorini.
Yeah, getting rid of all of those tiles there was so crucial, ensuring that no matter what he drew, pretty much, he would have an outplay. He drew the T. This will go out in multiple spots, the UT remaining on his rack. So Amorini was one of the plays, according to our computer analysis, that won 100% of the time. No matter what Jason drew there, he was safe from whatever Chayota had in return.
Yeah, so a great decision by Jason Keller. Exactly what you want to do. Just catch Chayota with so much on his rack and go out next turn. The other option that the engine was saying was great was Mainnour, M-A-I-N-O-U-R, from the M in Nim, setting up an S, which Jason doesn't have, but the best thing that Chayota can do after that is just drop an S. There's nothing he could do without any vowels, so
You could probably play XU atop, or sorry, XI atop the I of main.
exactly. That would have been an even better play. But yeah, Ox is what's coming down for Chayota. That's the best he can come up with. But the game is totally lost here. Jason Keller is going to go out with UT, and that'll be it. What a crazy finish to day 2. And he's putting down Kurt for 12. That'll bring him to 367. But with all of those points on Chayota's rack, this will be a 15-point win for the American. Crazy run. Great day for Jason Keller.
Yes,
What a
yes.
comeback. Chloe.
Amazing end of that game. So interesting. You weren't expecting that. And it's when there's such a lopsided
Then I
ending.
realized
One
there
player
were
has all the
no
vowels,
vowels.
all the consonants. So exciting. Let's hear what they have to
I
say
think you hold
about
the Q, but I think you hold the X in the back.
Yeah, no, I was struggling the whole game. And this was a gotcha. This was just, I was like, oh wait, that's there you go.
If I know the X in the back, I can have Saging here. S-A-G-I-N-G. It's good, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean. One thing also is that I actually. Well, did you have both S's?
I played this one and I drew another one.
I could have, if I drew differently, I had Mainnours here.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, I am a little, on one hand, I'm a little unfortunate. On the other hand, like, yeah, it worked. All right, so 389 to 372? Yep. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna take a photo. Wow.
All right,
really
that
stubborn.
will do it for the final round of day 2 of the Causeway Challenge here at Table 2, covering the Scrabble all day. Josh Sokol with Chloe Fatsis. What an incredible run for Jason Keller. What an incredible final game. Thanks everybody for watching. We're going to be back tomorrow for 10 more games right here in this booth. So obviously you can leave now. You can do what you want, but please be back in 13 hours for round 21 of a crazy 36. Sorry. Go
I'm so excited. Yes, we got to get some rest tonight before the next 10 games tomorrow. 6 games on the final day will bring us to the grand total of 36 games. Should be a really exciting finish here. Can't wait to watch the rest of these games.
All right. We'll see you soon. Thanks for watching. Have a great night. Have a great day wherever you're watching from. More Scrabble coming tomorrow.